All right, so let's start bringing data so that way we can show it here as variables. This is why I like to use template engines, of course, because that's the way we handle data in the view. So let's go to our routes, post routes, and here where we are showing rendering our posts, well, rendering that view. Before that, we need to pull that data from the database before we get to this point here. And then here in this render function, we can pass in the variable, the posts. Okay? So first we need to query the database. So how are we going to query it? Well, we are making a query here, right? So now we use the same thing. We use posts, and we have a post available because we are requiring this, okay, from here. So let's bring that up. There we go. And now we just use it. We use a find method, and now we're just not gonna pass any parameters here, right? Because we're not gonna do anything. If we wanted to do something else in here, like find, and we want to find something in there, we just make that query there. But we're not gonna find anything. We want everything. So when you're passing nothing here, it's just gonna bring everything back to us. So once I do that, I just can attach a then promise here, and now we can bring all the posts down like that. Okay, and inside here I can just do the render. Okay, and as a second parameter, I create another object with a key named post and the value that I'm bringing back. Let me just put a comma here. See, this value is the one that's here, and this one I'm just creating it on the fly. I can name this whatever I want, but I wanted to keep it uniform. I wanted to keep it the same. Okay, so this should be working. If it doesn't work, then we can do a catch and either tell, we can do another method here and say, okay, if it doesn't work, what are you going to tell the user? Or what are you going to tell the administrator, okay, of the application? So I'm going to tighten this up a little bit. I'm just doing it. I make a lot of lines here just to show you guys exactly what I'm doing, okay? So now we should be able to see something there. Let's go back to our index, and here what we need to do is we need to bring that data. So that data has to come back, and it's gonna be in an array. Okay, if you look here, we have posts, and this data, when we are bringing it like this, it's gonna be an array. And let's go back to index. So we want to create many different rows, right, of data. So with handlebars, you can do double curly brackets, and then we can use pound each. This is going to be like a loop. And now we just give it the name of that array that we want to loop through, and that's it. Now make sure that you end this. You need to end it at the end where you want the loop to end. I want the loop to end here. So the each in handlebars is like a for each loop in a way, okay, or like a loop. And then you end it here like this, / each. Make sure they're always going to have double curly brackets, okay? So now that we have this, inside here we have an object that we can use to pull out that information. This object is going to have an ID. I don't have to do anything specific about that. And it's going to have a title like that. And it's going to have, what is the status? And allow comments, if that's what we gave it in our model here. Okay, so we should see that data there if we did not make a mistake. And if you make a mistake, if I made a mistake, don't worry guys, we'll fix it. This is all about having fun here. Refresh, and there we go. We have it. We have our data. It's working 100%. If this worked for you, without any problems, guys. I want you to pat yourself in the back if you can. If you can reach in the back, just hit yourself a couple of times and congratulations. Good job. All right. Feel really proud of yourself. We're doing good. Let's jump into the next lecture, guys, and have some more fun. All right. Take care. Good job. Welcome back, my dear students. So we are able to create posts here very easily, right? Because I was just testing this out and just write some gibberish stuff and submit, and we can see that we are able to get it. This is pretty awesome stuff. So it's working right. So now we got the create out of the way. We got the reading out of the way. We're not entirely yet. Later on, we will add stuff to this, but we're just getting that the general CRUD out of the way, right? So we got, after the read, we have update. So what I want you to do, and I already did this, is grab all the data from here, create a edit view inside the post, and just paste that in there like that. Okay, I already did mine, as you can see here, so go ahead and do yours. Copy everything from the create view, create a edit.handlebars, and paste all that code in there. Okay, now change this to edit like that. Let's go to our, let's just take that model out, post routes, and let's create another route here for our edit form, routed.get, and this is just going to be edit. Simple as that. Okay, and we are going to take a request and a response. Nice. See that? Very nice. And we're just going to render right now that edit view admin. What is it? Post edit. There we go. That should work, right? Make sure you do edit here. And let's go and see if that works. Edit, and you can see now that it does work. Now what we need to do is bring our data inside these fields here. Okay, we want the body here, we want the title, and of course we want the status, and we need to do a really cool functionality with helpers to bring the status here with handlebars. Okay, pulling that information from the database and pushing it to our template engine. So let's go and work on the values here. First of all, the thing should be this. When we click anywhere here, any of these posts, if we click, let's say, the title, we want that to be a GET request. We want to send the ID to that route and pull that information from the database. So we need a way to click on this and edit it. Let's create another button. Let's go to our index, and here let's create another button here. I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna send this to admin post edit. And now this edit is going to have curly brackets, the ID right here like that. See that? Awesome. Let's make sure it has a class of btn info or something like that. Okay, and inside this link here we should have a word that says edit. Let's go back and see how that looks. Refresh, and you can see that link here. And if I put my mouse over it, or you put your mouse over it, you can see in the bottom here that it does give me the ID of that specific post. You see that? And this is how we're going to send it to. Okay, see that? And then we need to get a route to take that, to take the edit and to take the ID. So let's go to post routes. We have the route here, well, but we need to make sure that it takes a ID as a parameter. So remember that when we do the colon here, it's like a placeholder for data. Okay. And now we have the ID here. We can show it if you want to see it. Res send. We're gonna get the ID in a request params ID. And this params is something that you're always gonna have to access. It's something available to us with the request. Okay. This params is going to have all the parameters in the URL that you are putting right here as a placeholder. But we have to give it the same name. If I give it number here, I have to put number here because it's picking it up from here. I can have multiple parameters as well, but you get the point, right? All right. So now if I do refresh here, we should see the ID of that specific post right here. Okay. So we know that that's working. So what we're going to be doing in the next lecture is we are going to be making a request here using Mongoose, right? Our ODM to our database, getting that with the ID and pulling that specific post out and passing it to the render function here. So that way in our edit, we can pull those values out and show it in the inputs. Okay. In the input here, show you. Oh, we're not showing it yet because we need to make sure that it comes with an ID or something. Okay. But that's what we're going to be doing in the next lecture. Thank you guys, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start updating data. We got the first part is creating our edit, right? Form, and we even have a routes already working with that. Our routes are actually needing to get an ID, and we're not giving it an ID, right? Let me see something right here. Edit, we're supposed to see the edit form. Let's come back here, and now we click here. We should see that edit form, right? And we are seeing it. Great. So now that we have that in the URL here, you see it. We need to display those values there. So let's make a query to our database to pull that specific post out. Do you guys remember how to do this? I mean, can you guys guess? Have an idea? Well, we have our post right here. Remember? Okay, we're using that post there, and we are using it. Let me see if I'm using it right here. Right? So we can just copy this, and this is going to be very similar to that. But instead of saying find, we're going to say find one. And now here we're going to give it some type of, should I say, query here, right? We want to query the ID, something that looks like underscore ID colon, right? And the ID needs to be the one in the URL, which is params.id. And when you find that, then bring the post singular down, and then we are going to pass it to that render function, okay, and create this object. We're creating this object, and we are creating this key, and we are passing that value, that post that we get from this query here. We don't need this, okay? Really cool stuff. So now we can go back to the edit view, and instead of doing placeholder here, we could say value and use handlebars to pull down the title from that. Allow comments. We got to do a little work around this. I'll tell you how to do that in a minute. And we can pull down the value of that. Okay. So let's do value here too. Oops. B bind. Value. I got this wrong here. This has no value. Let's just do it here inside, and let's just do the body right here. Okay, let's go back here, refresh. Oops, refresh again, and data is not, this is not working. Okay, it's not working because we're not giving it an ID. Oh, actually we are giving it an ID. Let's go back here, edit. We're not getting anything. Let's go back. Oh, the reason why we're not getting anything is because we are sending an object here that has properties. We're not using post dot, see, dot title and post dot body. That's what we got to do. Let's check it out. Refresh. Come back here. Oh, post, edit. Still not getting anything. Huh. That's strange. Let's go back here and let's see. Post that find one, and it should give me, it looks like this function is not 100%. Unresolved method. This capital here is a capital P. There we go, but hold on. That's weird. It's like I misspelled this one. My IDE is playing tricks on me, I guess. So underscore ID, what am I doing here? Request params ID. Sometimes things get weird like that, guys. Refresh, refresh. Let's see what my ID is telling me here. Everything looks good. I don't see why this is failing here. This is failing because I have the wrong page to render, the wrong view. See, sometimes you code for too many hours and you get confused. All right, so this is, you see here, this is working here. And this value here, let's go back here. This value for this should be working as well. Let's enter right here. Let's come back here and refresh. Oh, no, the text area, it's not, doesn't work like that. Until the text area has any value. I thought I made it work one time, but it I wasn't, it doesn't have a value. The value should be right here in between. Okay. I don't know what I was using, but I would have sworn that I made that worked with, like that with a value. But anyway, so you can see the value of each individual post here. If I edit this one, you see that? Everything's working, guys. Great. Okay. Beautiful. So there is one thing that we need to make sure that works as well, and this is going to be a little tricky one. We need to make sure that we pull in the right status, and we're going to have to deal with some helpers functions to help us with this, and we need to do a little workaround, allow comments in comments too. So with comments, we can do it right now. The status, we have to do it in another lecture, so just because it's going to take probably 1 or 2 lectures to do it. So let's play around with the status. Remember that these checkbox here, that the data that we're getting from our database is Boolean value. Okay, so there is a property, an attribute called checked, that if I do this, checked equals checked, automatically that checkbox is going to be checked. I'm going to refresh and you can see that it's checked there. I'm getting tired of this little thing there, of that being outside. I'm going to fix it. Okay. But just know that that's what it is. You see that? That's just outside of. I'll fix it in the next lecture, guys. But just know that that attribute makes that checked automatically. So um, let's fix this. What we can do with that is take the checked out of there. I'm gonna cut that. Um, Here, just cut it, and I'm gonna do a if condition here. So I'm just gonna say if, and this is how you do it with handlebars. Remember that we do the pound and then the name of what we want. So this is an if. So if the post allow comments is there, that means it's checked, right? So if that's there, then we do the checking, okay? Then we do checked. And we need to end that, let's just do here, paste that in there, and then we just end the if statement here. Oops. So now if the post comments, if the allow comments is true, is there, right? Then we are going to be making sure that that checkbox is checked. Now it's very simple. If we go to any of the posts that we have created and it is false here, we won't see it here. I don't know if you see that. We're gonna fix that CSS in a minute. You see it's not checked. So now if I go back to all the posts again and I click on one that's checked, you can see that that's checked there. Okay. The next post, next video, we're gonna fix that CSS. It's just annoying me right now. Sorry about that, guys. It's just something that I was not planning on putting there like that. Anyway, so that's working. We are also going to be working on the status because this is just going to be a little tricky to bring down from the database, making sure that the right one is selected. Okay, as you can see here, if we go to post real quick, this is private, and when we edit this, you can see that it shows public here. It should be showing private. But anyway, thank you so much, guys, for watching. I hope you guys are having a lot of fun and learning a lot of new stuff here. Remember why you're doing this and keep going. I see you on the next lecture. Welcome, my dear students. These lectures that are coming up right now are going to be awesome. They're going to teach you a lot of cool stuff. So get ready. All right. So we are here where we need to start displaying the status, but there is no easy way of doing this. So this is just going to be a little tricky, especially to do it with a template engine. So we are going to have to create a helper function in a helpers in this directory here for handlebars. Handlebars allows us to have helper functions that we can output using these curly brackets. So you see that they do have this built-in functions like if, okay? These are built-in functions, but we can build our own ones, our own functions as well, okay? We don't want to have to do if this, if that like a million times here to display something. So we're going to create these helper functions. Let's go and create this file. I'm going to call this, and this is going to be a JavaScript file. Let's call this handlebars and handle helpers. Okay, .js. That's what we're gonna call it. Okay, and this is just gonna go ahead and export whatever we do here. So we can do this something like this at the top and export a big object like that and just fill it in with properties. Okay. And this is how we do it. And we're going to have a function called select here. Okay. Right now, we're not passing any parameters or anything. I just want to show you that this works. I'm going to console log it works, so that way we know that it is working. Okay, so now I just created my function, okay, my helper function for handlebars. Now we need to register this function. So let's go to app.js and we need to start registering our function. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to build, and we don't have to do it, we can do it here after all this, close to the handlebars right here. Okay, let's let's use the structuring from ES6. Okay, and I'm gonna do require, and I want to require that file. Okay, and what was the name of that file? Helpers. Let's see, helpers, and then handlebars helpers. There we go. Now if we use the structuring, which I cover in my ES6 free course, okay, we can bring the select from there function. Super simple. Okay, remember that we are exporting that out. Everything that we put in this, we are exporting it out, so we have access to that. Okay, so let's go back. We're not done yet. So now that we have it out, it's time for us to register this. So now we need to go and find out where our, oh, right here, express handlebars, where the engine function is. Here we can pass another parameter. We already have a default layout parameter. Let's pass another parameter which has to do with helpers. I'm not making these fields up. This is something that's built in already. And now this is going to be an object, and the object is just going to be select. We can name it whatever we want, and the value is going to be select from here. You see, from here. So here we can name it whatever we want. This is the name that is going to use in the handlebars section here. Okay, so if I go select hand, I will have to go to here to use it and do select hand here. Okay, I just want to name it the same. So now in order for us to play around with that, let's go back here, and I'm just going to put it anywhere. Right here, two curly brackets, and I'm just going to do select. Okay, like that. Pound select, actually. And whatever parameter there, I don't care. Let's just put whatever. It should work outside of, let's just make sure we close it though. Select. There we go. Now let's refresh, and let's check our console. I do Command Alt J in my case, and hold on, let me see something. There we go. Works. You see that? So now let's go back to our handlebar helpers. My finders. Anyway, so you see that we're getting this right here works. It's because our handlebars helper function is working. Okay, pretty cool stuff, right? So that's the first part. Now if we have parameters, we got to go back here and pass the parameters here. For example, parameter 1, we go to edit, we go param 1 here, right? Or let's just say SSSS, DDDDD, right? And then let's go to that, and we're just gonna say param 1 here, and let's see what that consoles. Let's see. Let's refresh. Let's go back here. Oops. And you can see DDDDD there. Okay. You see how that works? So a space, and then the next value will be a parameter, and that's how you play around with it. On the next lecture, we're gonna finish this off, And I just wanted to make sure that you know how functions in Handlebars, how helper functions can be created and registered and used, right? Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So the last lecture, I was able to explain to you how the Handlebars function or helper functions work. We register one, we made it work, we have fun. Now it's time for us to start really using it, okay? So let's go here, and what I want to do is I want to pass in some parameters to this function. Now, I know you're going to get a little confused on this section, and I expect you to, just because I'm going to be using a regular expression function piece of code that I'm not going to say I originally created this, but I saw this online some time ago, and it just got stuck to my mind, okay? But anyway, so we're going to be getting a parameter here. It's going to be, let's actually go to the edit handlebars real quick here. And the only parameter that we're going to be passing here is the post status. Okay, I want to pass that. And that's just going to be the post status of this specific post, or whatever specific post is in here. Remember that we're getting this from an ID on the URL, right? So let's come back here. And we are going to say, well, the post status is going to be coming here. So it's going to be whatever it's here. That's going to be the first parameter there. Okay. So then we have the options, which is going to be let me explain something to you. In between this select, whatever's in between these curly brackets, we can access, okay, via handlebars. Handlebars is going to offer us some methods that we are able to use to access whatever is inside here. And whatever is going to be inside there is going to be the options, okay? So we can place this outside of the select. As a matter of fact, we can, let's go and do it right now. Take that out. And right there. There are a couple different ways of doing this online, but I like this option way better. Okay. So basically what we're going to be doing is we are going to be taking in that post status. We're going to be doing something behind the scenes to detect that that's the post status that is supposed to be in one of these. And then we are going to be adding dynamically a selected attribute. Okay. For example, let's say the select is right here. Like that. Oops. That selected is just going to make public selected all the time. Okay. So that's what we're going to be doing. Let's go back to, if you put selected there, you're always going to have that field selected, but we want to dynamically put that selected. So here we got that post status here. And now we need to return some data. That's how we work with these functions. We return data. All right, so return, and we're going to grab options, the fn. This is the functions that I'm talking about. This will return, okay, anything in between here. That's the data that we're dealing with, okay? And that should be this, like that. You can echo it if you want, and you can see it, okay? But I'm just telling you that that's what it is. And here we're just going to change a replace method. And inside this replace, we are going to be replacing the data here and dynamically being outputted. But we are going to be using a little bit more functionality there. We're going to be using a regular expressions. And now I don't expect you to know this, and I'm not going to go into details about regular expressions just because it's just another course. As a matter of fact, I do have a course on regular expressions, okay? So we're going to pass the first parameter of this. We're going to be replacing the value. When we find that, let's escape that real quick, and then we're going to concatenate the status like this. And that should do it. We are just escaping those quotes there. Let me see. Dun, dun. Select post status. We're going to be dynamically outputting this, okay? And a second parameter is the most confusing part. This, just know that this, the dollar sign, the ampersand means match the last one, okay? If I do it like this, let's see what we get back there. Okay, let's refresh. Oops, regular expression is not defined. Let me double check that. Reg. Oh, it's reg. Sorry about that. Let's refresh. Okay. And as you can see, we only got public and draft. Let me show you something. If we go back to edit that handlebars, we are only displaying the status, okay, and one more. We're not displaying public, private, and draft. We are forgetting one. We are missing one of these. So let's go back here. If we include this last field, now this data, let me go back to that, I'm sorry. This data that you're seeing in the form is being dynamically outputted right now. This is not the data that's, whatchamacallit, the static data we have here usually. Let me see if I can show you. Post, and this is a private one. Edit, public, and draft. Those are only two data, so you're going to see that. And the reason why you're going to see draft is because that's the data that's available to us for that specific post. Let's go back here again. Public, well, this one, private, and draft. See that? Private and draft. And when you have private here, private is not there. So we're not matching it. So let's go back here. And now the second parameter here should be, let's just put it right here, the last match. And again, this has to do with regular expressions. What is it? Dollar sign, ampersand. There we go. And select it. And let's do double quotes here. Select it. Let's see. Refresh. You got to refresh a couple of times sometimes. Okay, so you see that's actually matching there now. Let's come back here. We see that that's public. We edit this, and you can see that that's public there. And then we got private and draft. And you see the little arrow here? It's selected. Let's go back to that private one here, and now you can see that private is selected. You see that? So we got that working. Cool stuff, right? Okay. So again, here all we're doing is returning back all the options, again, dynamically, but at the same time, we are replacing it. Okay, we are putting the selected, the post status, okay, as the selected value. Okay, we are inserting all this back to here. So we are replacing all this data and returning this. Simple as that. Don't overthink it. If you want some regular expression classes, I have a regular expression course, which is pretty good, I think. Okay, so in the next lecture, we're going to continue with this, and we need to go ahead and update data already because we are doing good. So far, we have everything we want, right? Cool. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So I know I told you that I was going to fix this little thing right here, and some of you probably already fixed it, but I just found my mistake, and it was that I forgot to add a class to my label. So in this label input here in line 25 from the edit.handlebars, I'm going to add a class called form check label. Okay, and that should help with that. And I'm going to go back to create as well. And I'm going to add the class right here. Okay, so that should help it refresh. And as you can see, it does help Okay, it was an easy fit, nothing big. So now it's time for us to start trying to edit some of this data. So let's go back to our edit, and we are going to be submitting. We could, if we wanted to, submit a post request and insert update the data if we wanted to. All we have to do is get the URL from the parameter from the URL and call our mongoose methods and update it. But we're not going to do that. We want to follow best practices. We want to follow convention. We want to follow the verbs, the read, update, delete. So we want to find the, I'm sorry, we want to follow the put, the post, the delete, and all that. Okay, it's just best practice to do that. So just because we can't, as of yet, I'm recording this, we can't just say put here because it doesn't work. We need to find another way. So let's go to app.js and we're going to download a module. Let's do Control C to kill our server. Okay. And there's a module that's very famous. It's called, what was the name? It was method override. Okay. You can look it up. As a matter of fact, a lot of people recommend it. So npm installed method override, just like that. Okay. And in app.js, we are going to be using this, so we need to pass it to a middleware here, but first we need to include it. So method override. Let's make sure that we're spelling this correctly here. And we are requiring this guy. All right. I'm gonna copy this. And now what we need to do is do method app use. Not here. App.use, like this. And then inside this function here, we need to pass in what is going to be the parameter. So it's going to be method. We're going to expect something with this name here. Okay, simple as that. And now we got to go back to here and we need to start using it. Now back in the day, you needed to put like a hidden input. I don't think that's the case anymore. I don't use the hidden input anymore to pass it in. I can just use it right here. So pay attention. Right here, we are going to pass the ID. So we're going to say post.id. And then following that, we put a question mark here because we're going to be passing this parameter, which is a parameter we had in the app.js. Remember the method? And the value, we're going to make it put, like that. Simple as that. So now our put request is going to work. Okay, let's check it out to see. So let's go to our routes, admin posts. We don't have a put request yet. Let me see. No, we haven't got to that yet. All right. So now here, router dot put. And it's going to be admin post edit. But remember, this is a put request, so it's different. Okay. So you can name it the same. As a matter of fact, we don't need all this stuff. Okay. We don't even need to have the edit there, but I'm just going to do it anyway. Let's go back here real quick. Edit. Yeah, that's what we got. Excuse me. Requests and response. No. All right. And let's just do send. It works. Okay, let's check it out. I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna do this like Command R a couple of times. It looks like my server's crashing. Let's see what happened here. Oh, I don't have it. It's now on. So Nomon app, enter. Let's check it out now. Refresh a couple of times. Submit. Cannot put. Huh. Okay, method override. So much for using you. What's going on? Let's go back here. Back. Okay, let's check this out. Let's go back to the edit and let's see admin post edit and then the ID and method put. Edit ID. Oh, of course. There we go. Silly mistake. Silly mistake. Sorry about that. The colon needs to be on the other side, right? Submit, and now it works. You see? Now we got put request working. Good stuff, guys. So in the next lecture, we're going to continue by making this hopefully worked. Thank you, and I'll see you on the next lecture, guys. You're doing good. You're doing good. Come on. Let's do it. Welcome back, my dear student. Let's do it. All right. So we are here where we are just testing our put request, right? To see if it works. And now it's time for us to start building, okay, our put request here. So what is it that we want to do? Well, we are going to get a ID in the URL. So we have that ID that we can use to make a query to our database and find that specific post. Then once we find it, we need to update it. So that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to take it from this get request here in the edit page, and I'm just going to paste it in here because we're going to use the same thing. Okay. So once I find that post, okay, I have the post right here. I want to be able to grab the post title, which is coming from here, from the inside the database, and update it with the new request body, right? That's coming from the form, because we got one coming from the form and one that it's already in the database. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing with all the fields. But before we do that, there's something that I need to do. Okay. Remember that we have this allow comments fields here that we're creating. So we got to make sure that these fields are created like this because we don't want to make any mistakes. Okay. Remember that we are converting that allow comments from the string version into the Boolean version. Okay. So we're going to first check to see if it's coming from the form. If it's there in the form, we're going to make them true. If it's not there, we're going to make it false. That way we have it. So now let's start with these fields. I'm going to paste this a couple times here. Let's come back here. I wish my ID wasn't this troublesome sometimes. And the reason why it's doing that is because I'm putting, this is not an object. You get so used to writing in objects that you do that. And it's back here. It's not going to give me that issue anymore. There we go. You see? Okay. So we got the title. What else we need? We need the status. We need the allow comments. And we need the body. Right? So status. Allow comments. And the body. I think that should work. Let me just make this a little smaller here. We don't need to, you already know what this is doing, so They telling my mind is telling me that this could be simplified by doing like a ternary type of piece of code. And if you click on more, it should tell you that. That's what it suggests I do. No biggie on that. Okay, so once we have this, let's make sure that these are all the right fields. We could have copied this from here. Okay, but that's fine. Body. Status, allow comments, and body. This should do it. Once we have this, we need to save it. So we're going to grab the post and we're going to use a method that Mongoose provides called save. This is not going to save unless we use the then. Okay. And then here we have the saved post or updated post response, right? And once that's updated, then we can just redirect back. Response, and this method here, redirect, is really useful. And we're gonna redirect to admin posts. Okay, I think that should do it, guys. I think we should test this out to see if it works. Let's tighten this up a little bit. Let's see. All right, cross your fingers and let's check it out. First post SSS, submit. Uh-oh, it looks like it's working. Edit, SSSSSS, submit. Oh, I love when things work like that, right? You know, I love mistakes. I love to do mistakes and fix them up in front of you so you learn more. But sometimes it's nice to make things work right away, right? So it looks like this is working. Let me check this. Make sure it's private. I'm gonna take that off. False. Let's make it private. Private. Let's make this allow comments. It should be true now. Nice. And let's take out all the S's out. Look at that. So we got the create, we got the read, and we got the update complete. Now the next one should be the delete. So create, read, update. And now we are going to delete on the next lectures. Thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure. If you have any issues, post it in the discussion and we should help you fix it, okay? Don't worry if you got frustrated. Drink a little coffee, a little orange juice, and it should be better, okay? I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Welcome, my dear students. So, you guys ready? All right. So, on this lecture, we are going to be deleting. So, we're going to go to where we have all our posts and we're going to create a link here that is going to allow us to delete this data. Okay. So, let's do that. Let's go to the index in the views post and let's create a link here. Well, what I want to do is I want to create a form actually. Send this a little better, and this form is going to go to admin posts and we are going to give it the ID of that specific post. Remember, this ID is provided to us in this loop right here. Okay. And this form original method is going to be method post, right? But since we're using override, we can come here and say, well, I want you to follow best practices and use this verb delete. Okay, simple as that. Now let's create the input here of, it doesn't have to be an input, it could be a button like this, button with a type submit. Okay, let's create a class here as well. Let's call this btn danger and delete. Let's see. Refresh. And there we go. We got this delete. Now we need to build the route for this. So let's go to the routes admin posts. And down here is where we're gonna build this. So it's called delete. And it's just gonna take the ID of the post. So /:ID. We are gonna get the requests and the response as always. And now I want you to think a little bit on how you think we're gonna accomplish this. We are going to use this guy right here. You got it. We're gonna use post. Well, we always use this because that's our model. Our model has methods, right? But we are going to change it up a little bit. We're gonna use the remove function. We are gonna pass in the underscore ID, which is the ID located in the database. Remember that MongoDB has these ID fields. This ID is created automatically for us every time we insert data. So we have that in the database for every little data every entry. Okay. And then params, the ID. That's what we get on the URL. Then let's just do it in another line, guys. Keep it nice. And we're gonna get a result here. And then we can just redirect. Where are we going to redirect? Well, we are deleting it. So let's go to admin, posts. Okay. All right. Let's refresh a couple times. Command R, Control R. Let's delete this guy. Oops, cannot read property ID. In line 127. Oh, I misspelled this. There we go. Let's go back here. Refresh. Delete. There we go. As you can see, it's deleted. See that? Beautiful. So we got it to delete. Pretty nice, pretty neat feature, right? So we got everything that we can possibly want. We have the create, we have the read, we have the update, and we have the delete. We have the CRUD. Now it's time for us to start adding features. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start scaling this a little bit, making it more fun, okay? So I want to be able to insert unlimited amount of data, not unlimited, but I want to be able to insert, let's say 100, 200 records. So that way I can test out my application a little bit better. Not only test it, but I want to be able to have a whole bunch of different posts here. So that way I can show it in my front page as well. And I will also like to have maybe a navigation, right? Because if we have so many different posts, 100, 200, you have to scroll all the way down to see all of them. That is annoying. So what I want to do is I want to create some fake data. And for that, we could go and we are going to create a npm use a module called faker. This is something I use in Laravel, okay, PHP framework, which I have a course on it. This is a pretty cool one. This is a lowercase. There is a uppercase one that I haven't used, but this lowercase faker has a whole bunch of little cool things that we can use. You see, this is some of the methods, and randomly creates data. We just use the methods. So I'm just looking to see what we can use from here. There's a bunch of little, we can use the email from the internet or the URL, IP, some lorem ipsum. We're probably gonna use this. Okay. Let's see what we can use from there. So let's go and start using it. Let's download it real quick. And let's do Control C and clear. npm installed faker. Okay. And let's see if I remember how to use this. There's a bunch of documentation there if you want to use it, guys. So what I want to do, and this is gonna be, funny, in this route here that we're showing admin index, I want to, in this view, I want to create some type of form that I can generate data. So let's go inside the admin index here, and I want to create a row with a form. This form is going to have an input inside with a class of form control. Make sure, let's put this in a form group. This is improvising, guys. And type, let's make it a number. What I want to do is I want to have this field that I pass a number to, and it's going to create whatever we want. For example, if we want to create posts, it's just going to create posts for us. Okay. So create posts. And I'm just going to pass this to something in admins on top of, I don't know, generate fake posts or something like that. Let's call that. And it's going to be a method of post. That's it. So we need there. Let's see how that looks. Let's go to admin real quick. Oops, application is crashing. Oh, it's not on. Node app. Turn that on. And of course we need an input, a button here. Let's just create one real quick as well. Type button and create or something like that. Okay, so not a lot to see here, but I just want to go ahead and create. Let's say I want to create 100 posts and create. That's it. It doesn't need to be pretty. Okay, it's just basically creating some type of fake data. I don't like the way that post looks there. So let's just make it. Let's see if it works good here. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, so we can need to create this route. Let's go to this route right here in admin index, and let's say get is actually a post. All right, like that. We got the request and response. Here we need to write some type of loop here, so that way we can create all this fake data. Okay, so let's use on JavaScript and say, well, I want a for loop, and let's just do it like that. Let's have a variable here with an index of 0, and as long as I is equal to, I don't know, let's actually pass that amount in the, we're passing that amount in the input. We can, if we wanted to, body amount. So let's go back to our index, and let's just name this, let's give it a name attribute value of amount. So that way, when we insert that, we can dynamically create this. Okay. And we increment I a couple times. Okay. And it's a semicolon there. Good. Okay. So inside this loop here, we are going to be doing stuff as long as this amount is smaller than I. Let's create some type of variable here to hold the post. And from here, we can create a new post. Now, we need to require this model actually. Okay. So let's go up here and require the model. Const user require. Oops. It's one more, and it's the post model. Okay. So now we could do the same thing we used to do before, and insert everything inside here, like, okay. Or we could, if we wanted to, create a variable, call it post, and instantiate that. Okay. And now we can just do it the old-fashioned way and do post dot title equals whatever comes from faker. Now we start to use faker here, but we need to require if we don't have it. Okay. So let's require faker up here. Faker require. Like that. Okay, great. And the way we're going to do this is by doing this faker dot, and we are going to choose, let me see if I have it here, from one of these data or properties and methods that we have here to create that random data for faker. And we're going to finish it off on the next lecture. Okay. So if you want to go ahead and choose, okay, so the way you would choose this is by, let's say, for example, you want to choose a date. Okay. So you say faker date, you see the date, and then you choose one of these, and then that passed like that. Okay. So in the next lecture, we'll finish it off, and hopefully we are creating some random data without any problems. Thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure. I see you in the next one. Keep it up. Welcome back, my dear students. So on the last lecture, I told you to go ahead and try to see if you were able to do this. If you did not do it, that's okay. We're going to do it on this lecture, okay? We're going to finish it off. So we know that we need the post title status. And I'm just going to just put this placeholder there for now. I just want to make sure that we got the right fields here. So we have the body. What else we need? Faker. Let's go back here. I always forget. We got the title, the status, allow comments. Allow comments is going to be post. Allow comments. This is either true or false here. What else we got? And the body. And that's actually the last one. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to see if we can find some random stuff to put in there. So we got the title, the status, allow comments, and body. Okay. So let's see if we can find something for the title. Let's go to, where is it? There we go. Let's see, I'm going to do Command F to look for title here. And it says name, and title. Let's do another. I'm gonna take this out here. That's all the title that I can find. So name, title, let's try that. Okay. So name, title, like that. Now we need a status, and the status is either going to be, let's go back here, public, private, or draft. One of these random data. Okay. For now, we're just gonna make them all public. Okay. So I haven't used that here, to be honest with you. I think there is a method that you can use called random, and you can random words right here, and you can use it, but I never have used it yet. So I need to actually kind of look that up, but there are other helpers and stuff that you can use here. Okay. But anyway, I'm just gonna make them all public because I want to show them in the front page. So I really don't care about that. I wanted to show you how this is done though. Okay. How we can make so much data or fake data and null or true. So let's see if we can find a Boolean value. Random Boolean right here. Random Boolean right there. So we're gonna say faker random Boolean like that. And the body could be like sentences or something like that. Let's see a sentence, if they have a sentence there. Lorem sentence or sentences. Sentence. There we go. Okay, I think we're done creating that. Make sure you put a semicolon there. Sometimes I don't use it. I write in different languages, programming languages, and sometimes I don't put my semicolon in other languages. So now that we have this, it's time for us to save it. So let's go ahead and save that data. It's not user, is post that save like this. And we can use the promise. Okay. And we really don't want to do anything there, right? We could redirect to that same page. We don't have, we do have the rest right here. Let's just redirect right here. And we're just going to redirect to admin. Okay. So this should do the trick here. We could write a message and tell us all posts are safe, but we don't need to do that. I think we're good to go. Let's see. Let's make sure that the form comes here. So in this index, that should be it. Let's see if this works. And if it doesn't, we'll figure it out. All right. Let's go back to our application. Let's refresh. And let's say we want 20 posts. Let's do create. And let's go to all posts. And right here. What in the world? Nope. There's nothing there. Let's go back. 20. Let's come back here real quick. This form is not really doing it for us. I'm forgetting something here really important. Let's go back to the routes. Let's go here, right here. Oh, our form, let's go back here. Our form is not really going anywhere. It's supposed to go to admin at generate. Okay. And let me see if I'm forgetting something else here. I had a feeling that I was forgetting something, but there we go. Oh, I don't want it to, I want it to take me to all the posts. So that's what I want to do. Okay. Let's go and redirect to all posts. Okay. Let's refresh here. And 20, I think I already created 20. Oh, what happened there? It's not working. Admin method posts. This form is already inside admin. Why don't we check this form first to see if it's actually submitting, right? So let's go to the routes index and let's do console here. I never checked this. Let's use rest.send. It works. I've been coding for some time now, guys. I don't know if you saw the time there. So generate posts. Let's see. Okay, this form is obviously not working, and we are inside admin, and it's supposed to be sending a post request here. Let's go back to the form is not submitting to where it's supposed to be. Ah, of course. Sorry about that, guys. It's called submit, not button. All right. There we go. That's what happens when you code a lot. And I'm not editing this video, so for those of you that are picky, chill out. Okay, and let's come back here. Let's see now if we make this work. So 20, create, post is not defined. That's in 33, index 33. Post is not defined. Oh, of course not. All right, I'm going to sleep after this one. All right, I'm definitely going to sleep, guys. Let's do this. 20. We're supposed to have 20 posts here, not one. So let's try this again. Okay. 30. Is it doing 3? It's doing 3 at a time? Yeah. Why is that? Amount. What's going on with my form? Okay, let's 20. My form is not working 100% for some reason. Okay, let's just do this. Is just gonna be type text. Let's see what it does. 20. Enter. It's not getting all the numbers for some reason. Let's go back to the routes again, and let's inspect this a little bit more. Okay, so Amount, we are incrementing it. I mean, I'm not doing anything wrong here. Let's use a let's use this the old-fashioned way, and let's see if that's a problem. Some of this is, I don't think promises work with what you call it, with this. To be honest, I don't think promises work with Faker. I don't know if it supports. So let's just do if error. Then we're just gonna throw the error here. There we go. And then let's just redirect down here. We're gonna redirect anyway. Okay, let's play around with it now. Oops, there we go. Let's do 20 posts. Create. Yep, I think that works. Let's delete a couple of them. Maybe, let's see. It would be nice to have a multi-delete functionality, right? So let's go ahead and create 100. Yeah, it's working now. Yep. So that was the issue there, promises. So we need to do it this way. Okay, perfect. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, guys. I'm sorry about the hiccups here, but hopefully some of you can appreciate it. Just in case you encounter this issue, now you know what works and what doesn't, just because I already had the problem. But if you look at it, we're getting random titles for a post, random statuses, allow comments, Boolean values. It would be nice if we get the random this. I'm pretty sure there is a method there that you can use. Just look it up if you want. And but I'm gonna do all mines public because we want to show some of this data here on the front page. Okay, so we almost get into that. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So we have come very far. We have a lot of different posts here. We're able to create posts, read, update them, and delete them. And we are even able to create a bunch of data whenever we want. That's great. Now, if we go to homepage, we see something here that we don't have any dynamic data here yet. We need to come here and play around with this. But before we do that, what I would like to do is show you guys how to upload files, just in case the user wants to, I don't know, have an image for their post, or maybe you want to create a profile of a user later on, and you want to upload a picture of that user. All right, so I want to create that functionality. So that's what I want to start on this. So for that, it's going to be great. It's going to be a great lesson for you. And you're going to learn a whole bunch of little cool things here. For that, if you guessed that we have to use a module, you guessed right. We do. So I'm going to there are a bunch of modules that can help us with this. I'm going to just use a very simple one called what is the name of this? Express file upload. Okay, like this, file upload. Okay, it's just very simple to use. And I want to create, let's create an images. Well, we have uploads here, that's fine. Let's const and let's call it upload, and let's require it. Express file upload like this. And now, excuse me, let's see where is the best place to put this. We got our database here. We are creating a static we have our helpers here together with this body parser. I think it's good to have it here before parsing the data. So app use, very simple, upload like this. That's it. And now this is ready. Now this is going to add a files property into the request. Remember that every time we do this, it adds something to the request, right? So now we need to go to our routes and start playing around with it. Routes and then posts. Okay, but before we do that, we need to edit our form, okay, to receive that file upload. So we are going to do that in the next lecture, guys. Thank you so much, and I see you then. Bye-bye. Welcome back, my dear students. So we are about to learn how to upload files using Node.js. Pretty cool stuff, right? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to the create admin post create form, and we need to add this there. So before status, I'm just going to add another form group here. I'm just going to copy this one. I'm being lazy right now. And let's just say this one is for file, and this would be an input type file or something like that. Okay. Name file, just like that. Form control. I think Bootstrap 4 has another class for this. So let's see how that looks. Let's come back here. Oops. Let's refresh. Oh, it's crashing. Oh, my application is not on NodeMon app. There we go. There we go. Create posts, and this is where it shows. Oh, great. All right. Okay. So, of course, that one says title, but we need to get that label out and say photo or something like that, or file. We can fix this later, make it look nicer. The most important thing is that we need to make sure that this is working when we, let's say we have some type of picture. Right now, that's my desktop. I don't have any pictures. So I want to get a picture or something or some type of file and put it there. So I'm going to go online and just search for something. Cars. You know, you guys know that I love cars, right? All right. I'm going to tell you a little secret. This is my car right here. One of them. Right here. This little baby right here, but in black. I want this one right here. But anyway, so let's get to it. Sorry about that, guys. So let's just get that picture, use it, right? I like it. And I'm just gonna save it to my desktop. Boom. Okay. So I'm just gonna name it BMW Z4. Pretty cool stuff. And it's hyphen there. Okay. All right. So let's go to our routes post, and the one that creates it is this guy right here. So let's just make sure that we are getting, I'm just gonna comment all this out, and I want to make sure that I'm getting that files array that I told you about. Rec files, like this. That's what we should see. Okay. Now we're not gonna get that unless we have these multi-part stuff here, and type multi-part form data. Okay, make sure you got that. Let's come back here and let's just do that BMW there and submit. That should give me undefined, telling me that it's not working. So let's go back here and let's just make sure that I refresh. There we go. Check all the fields. Let's do that again. And now it looks like the picture is there. And now you can see the image is there. Okay. You see that? That's the image. That's the data of the image. That's why we need to have some special module to kind of decode this image so we can see it. Okay, we can parse that data. Pretty cool stuff. Okay, so now the next step would be to put this in our database, but we need to actually edit our models, make sure that our routes are, detecting if we have a picture or not. There's a couple things that we need to do before we upload. All right, so we're gonna do that in the following lectures. Thank you so much, guys. See you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So on the last lecture, we saw how we were able to print out the value of the object of the picture, right? Of the file that we uploaded. Well, we didn't upload it. We are actually use the button to kind of put it in a temporary place, right? Because when we do, let's go back here. When we come here and we select a file and put it there, it stays in memory there temporarily until we do something with it, right? So let's start doing something with it. Let's see if we can move that file somewhere. Okay. So in order to move this file, there are a couple things that we need to do. First of all, what I like to do, I like to build a helper function to kind of help us out with checking to see if the file, if this object is empty or not. But we're gonna do that later. Right now, I want to show you how to move it first. So let's come back here, and I want to create some variables. I want to create a variable to hold the object or the file, and it's going to come from the file's file name. Remember, here we get this big object that has properties, and we can access those properties. Okay, just like objects, it's an object. So this property is going to be file name. Let me see. Actually, no. Let me see. So I get the files, and then I get the name of that file. Okay, that looks like it's about right. Actually, we need the name of this here. So type is file, so that's that. And now we are gonna come here and we're gonna create another one with the file, and that one is gonna be file.name, like this. Okay, so don't get this confused. Now I'm using different. Let's just use a different variable name here. Okay, so basically we are getting this file from the form here, from the variable, right? This is that big object right here, and then we are accessing, we are converting it, well, we are assigning it to a variable called file. So that whole object is there. Then we are accessing the name property here, and we are assigning it to this variable here called file name. And I'm using just the let declarations for variables here. That's the ES6 syntax. Okay. So once I have that, I can go ahead and say file.nv. Remember, this nv is a function that's available right here. Okay. That will allow us to move that file. So I want to move that to the dot, which is this directory, public. Okay. To I think that should do it. That's going here. It's going to be the root, then public, and then uploads like that. And here, what we need to do is we will need to concatenate the file name. Okay, just like that. And now it takes a second parameter, which is going to be a callback function. And this will be just in case it has any errors or anything like that. And we're just going to say if error, then we just throw the arrow here like that. Okay, simple as that. Let's see if this works, if we make it work. So now we don't have anything in the uploads folder here. You see it? It's empty. Let's see if it works. So let's get the browser. Let's refresh this page. Right now, the way we have this set up is that if we don't fill these fields with something, we're going to get some type of error because we have this in the models. Remember, we have that authentication, this require. Okay? So as long as you have that, you cannot leave those fields empty when you are inserting stuff in the database. Okay? But since we're not inserting anything right now, we don't have to worry about it. But later on, we will help authenticate those fields before we put any data in the database. Okay, so we will do some validation. That's what I mean. So let's see if this works. Let's just write this picture will be uploaded, and let's see right there, and then enter. Now, this is hanging here because we didn't tell it to redirect or do anything. So if you notice now, the uploads folder has something. Look at that. It has a picture in there. Okay? So we were able to make it work. I hope you see how easy that was. All right. Welcome back, my dear students. So we are uploading files. Feel proud of yourself. Really good. Really good. So we have this functionality here, but now the next step is to actually put this in the database. So how, right? So before we do that, we need to make sure that our post is actually receiving or has a field to receive that data, right? So I'm just going to copy body and I'm going to name it file, okay? Just like that. And it doesn't need to be required. We're going to do this authentication, this validation. I always confuse that word. Now, authentication, validation here before we put the data inside the server. Okay. We're going to do some more validation later on, but right now we're going to work on creating this function that I want to create just to make sure that the field is not empty before we try to process. But before we do that, let's actually uncomment this and let's play around with this. Okay, so we have this functionality here, but we don't want to do any of these things if this is empty. Let's go back here. If this is empty, right? Because we don't want to submit this and have some type of error. So let's build a function, which is probably going to confuse you a little bit, but don't worry about it. I'll show you what this function is. It's going to be a small function. It's going to be is empty. And we could make this a helper function, to be honest with you. That way we can use it here, right? So let's just take it back to there. I'm just gonna just put this stuff back here. Let's just create a regular helper. I'm gonna call this upload helper or something like that. So upload helper. Okay, and we're gonna do the same thing we did here. We're gonna do the module exports. Okay, so exports, and we are going to be exporting this guy out. Okay, just like the same thing we did here. All right, so now, well, I don't have the function there. Where it's, there we go. Just gonna take that. Let's come back here. Okay, so I'm just gonna name it is and then let's come back here. And of course, we're gonna take some type of object here. Okay, and now let's work on this. So let's create a for loop here, and we're gonna loop in this object. Okay, I'm gonna loop through this object, and we're gonna get that key out, and we're gonna make a condition here, and we're gonna say if this object, and this has property. Okay, it's a function that we get out of objects, a built-in function in JavaScript. Okay, that we get for objects. Okay, and then we're gonna use the key. Put it right here. And then basically we're saying if this object has any properties, okay, we return false. Okay. So if it has anything, then we return false. Is empty would be false. Let's just come back here. Great. All right. Now let's go back to our post routes. Let's come back here and let's use the structuring to bring that helper out. Okay. So let me see where that is. I think it's two helpers. There we go. And it's upload helper.js. The structuring is going to allow us to bring that is empty out. Let's see if that's the same name we gave it here. Just making sure that that's exactly the same. There we go. Okay. Now we can use this to check. So if it's not is empty, okay, we're gonna use this require files, right? Then we can use all this right here that we just created. Pretty cool stuff, right? We don't need this directory for, I was just giving you an example. We don't need to use that, okay? And if that wasn't there, guys, I'm sorry if I didn't. It's a video that I deleted. Basically, I was gonna show you how to create like a directory variable, so you can just make it a little cleaner. If I didn't make that video, don't worry about it. Okay, it's basically something that you should already know how to do this, right? I mean, create a variable somewhere, uh, and just place that in there just to make it cleaner. But we don't really need to do that right now. It's not. It's when we are refactoring our code, then we start doing that. But right now, this code looks pretty clean right now, right? So this should work, okay? So just to test it out, let's do a console and let's just comment all this out real quick. Console. So if it's not empty, when a console is not empty, okay? There we go. I'm just gonna put something in there and submit it. Let's go back to our code. Let's go to the terminal, and it says it's not empty. So, all right, so it's not empty. What if we wanted to make it so that it is empty? So let's refresh here and let's submit it. And now we go back, it says still not, it's not empty. Let's go and check our function here. Oh, I forgot. We need to return true here. Okay, that's why it wasn't working. Let's go back here and let's stop this again. Sorry about that, guys. Let's come here and let's test this both ways. It says it's not empty. Great. Now let's test it the empty way. Enter. And now it says, okay, let me just double check this again. There we go. Submit it. Oh, okay, it's not submitted, so it's working. We can make an else statement here if you want, just to verify it. So we can just say it's empty, okay? But it was not submitted, so we were not getting anything, so that means it was working. So submit, and now you can see that it says it's empty, okay? So now that's working. Great, good stuff, good stuff. So now we're done with this helper function. I hope you learn a lot by creating this helper function. This is how we do it. Pretty awesome. So we will not submit anything unless we have something there. Okay. So the next step for us would be to start putting this information, this data into the database. Okay. So we're going to do that in the next lecture. Thank you, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So we are, doing pretty good with our create method here, or create functionality we are uploading. So it's now time for us to place this in the database. So let's finally do this. Okay, I'm gonna uncomment all this, and we already have the file definition there, right, in our model. All we need to do is put it down here like that, and then we want to get the file name. Okay, now if this is empty, okay, we have an issue because we don't have this file name variable available. So it would be nice if we initialize it at first, and we just say file name here, and we just set it to an empty string or something like that. All right, this is Edwin from the future, my dear students. So I made a little boo-boo here, and I just want to make you aware of it, even though you might see like a little pop-up letting you know about it. If you notice here, I redefined this variable down here. We don't need to do that, okay? If we do that, we're gonna make this a different variable. So that could be a problem. I don't want to redefine that variable. I want to leave it just the way this is, like this, okay? So just make sure that that's what you got. Don't worry about what value you got here. If you got this empty, that's okay. I'm just putting a default value in there just because I want my post to have some type of picture. If you had a placeholder, you would put that there. So sorry for the interruption. And in the future lectures, you will still see this here for a couple more lectures until I fix it, okay? But just I wanted to let you know now to take that off. Thank you, and continue with the lecture. Bye-bye. Or you know what you could do? We could also create like a default image here, okay? So that way at least it gets some type of data in there, okay? We can insert a URL if we want to. I believe, what is the URL that I like to actually use like a generic image. So I'm just gonna use, if it's empty, I'm just gonna use an image that I got here, the only image I got. Okay, I'm just gonna copy the name of that, BMW Z4, and I'm just gonna put it there. For you, I recommend putting like some type of placeholder. Okay, but for me, it's just gonna be the same name, BMW Z4. .jpg, like this. Okay, So let's try to see if this works. Okay. Now, one thing that I want to do is actually I want to delete any posts that I have created in my Mongo, okay, database. So I'm gonna open another tab, or should I say another shell. So open your terminal to another shell. You see right now this is just that shell is running. So I'm gonna say Mongo, and I'm gonna say use CMS, which is my database, and I want to show the collections, or I'm just gonna say tables. I see the post tables. So I'm gonna say DB post drop, and it's true. Now if I say show tables, there are no tables there, or show collections. It's whatever you want. Okay, so I'm just gonna do Control C to get out of there because I don't need it anymore. Now I have no posts. We can verify that if we go here, we see nothing there. So I'm just gonna create my first post in my MacBook Pro. I'm gonna put an image in there, and I'm gonna set that to public, and I'm gonna say this post is public. I'm gonna allow comments too. Submit, and voila. Now, one thing that we don't have is the image showing here, it will be nice to see the image. So we're gonna play around with that. But let's check our database to see if we have any type of data in there, okay? So let's go. I'm gonna go here to the other window for my shell. I'm gonna say, or terminal, Mongo, use CMS, show tables. We see one table there. Now let's inspect it. DB posts dot find, like that. And now let's see what we got. And we can see the picture right here. Look at that. Pretty cool stuff, right? All right. So in the next lecture, and I'm going to give you that as a challenge. I want you guys to try to get this image to show here in one of these tables and adjust the image size with a Bootstrap class. Okay, we have done this in some of my other courses. If you have not, go to the Bootstrap website and find some type of class that deals with image sizing. So that way you can fit it in one of these cells. I'm going to put it between ID and title right here. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So we are finally uploading pictures now, or files. We have a little situation here. So I made this my default file name. That's okay. But what happens if I wanted to, let's say somebody else uploads a picture that has the same name? What would happen in that case? Let's go ahead and find out. My second post, and I'm gonna upload the same picture again. I'm just gonna write some gibberish stuff there. Great. I'm not getting anything here. So do you see what happens? Nothing happens. We don't get a new picture here, right? We don't get our function renaming this to like BMW hyphen Z4 hyphen 2. We don't get that functionality. We have to kind of build it ourselves, right? We don't even get a issue. We don't get a problem. I got a console here somewhere, I think. Yeah. This is my, it's connected, and I'm logging that in. But you see what I mean? We don't get any type of issues here with our new post. So what is the solution here? Well, we have to kind of play around with the name of the picture. For example, here where it says file name, maybe we could append something to it so that way every time this is different, right? Every time we move the picture, it has something appended to it. So let's append date now. Let's see how this will look. Okay, simple as that. Now let's try to do this again. I'm gonna create here. I'm gonna write, actually I'm just gonna write something, my third post, and I'm gonna try to upload the same picture again. My description, submit is there, and as you can see, that new picture is there. Let's try to do it again, see what we get. It would be nice if we put some type of hyphen here separating the name, right? But let's do that later. Let's go ahead and try to create another one. My fourth, I don't think that's how you spell it, but anyway, come back here, some gibberish description, and voila. So we got it working. Now let's actually append this to some type of hyphen there, because I think it looks better with hyphen. Okay, let's do it one more time here just to make sure that it's working, and it's working fine. Come back here, voila, and there we go. Now it looks a lot better, don't you think? So now we don't have an issue with, people uploading the same image name and our device here or our application not showing it. Pretty cool stuff. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, guys. I really, really appreciate it. And I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. Now it's time for us to show our pictures, right? We have all these pictures here, but we're not really showing it in our all post page or view. So let's go to admin, post, index. That's where we're showing it. Well, that's where we want to show it. Right here. Inside the post index right here. And we want to do it behind. I said that I wanted to do it between this ID and the title. So I'm just going to do image or file. In this case, it's going to be an image. So source, and it's in the uploads, right? And then we have the file name. Okay. Let's go back here. Oh, there we go. I forgot to resize it. That's why I said, oh. All right. So that's actually working pretty cool. But the O was for resizing. All right. So image, I think IMG responsive, if I'm not mistaken. Is that going to work? No, that's not going to work. Let's actually go ahead and try to do it, to do the height in 50 pixels. Refresh, and that works. There we go. All right, so there you have it, guys. Hopefully you were able to do it before I did, but this is how we have it working. Pretty cool, right? All right, so now our image is showing. Now we can edit those individual posts, fixing description, enter, and there we go. Okay, that's looking pretty cool, pretty neat. So our application is taking shape. I like the way it's looking so far. I would also like to start creating some type of validation when some of these fields are empty, okay? Because we don't want to create an empty. Right now, this is doing this. You see that? It's hanging there. So we try to submit something empty. We have our backend validation taking place. Okay? As you can see, it says path title is required. So that's not going to submit but that validation is pretty ugly because it's just making the whole application stop. So we need to fix that. In the next lecture, we're gonna do some validation, and I just want to show you how to do that. Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear student. This is Edwin from the future. I came back to the course because I noticed that we have a feature that we're missing here, and it's that feature in which I come back here. That feature which deletes the images along with the record from or the document from the database. So I wanted to actually show you how to do that before you go to the end of the course, because I don't want to just keep adding stuff at the end of the course. So I just came back here and I wanted to show you how to add this. So what I want to do is I want to use the file system, and I already included the file system here. So inside post, of course, inside the route post, let's go to that route. Right here on top, I added fs. That's the file system, and I'm holding that in a variable. And I also have the path right here. Okay, don't worry if your code doesn't look exactly like my code right now, because remember, I'm from the future. I came back to the course. So even if you don't have any some of this requires, do not worry. Just worry about what I'm telling you right now to use. Okay, so right now, in fact, what we're gonna be using is just this file system. Okay, because we need to delete a file, and the file system is going to allow us to do that. So instead of coming here and removing a document just by its ID, we're gonna go ahead and try to find the document. Find one, right? And then we're gonna bring back that document, which is gonna be a post, right? Post. And we're gonna be using the file system fs to delete the this file. We do that, what I want to do is I want to create a, because when we are deleting images from the file system, we're using the file system, we need to give it exactly the exact path to where that file is located. And that could be very hard depending on where you are in your application. So what I want to do is I want to go to the upload helpers here, and I want to create some type of variable that will allow us to always have the uploads directory. Okay, so I'm just gonna name this upload directory there, like this, and I'm gonna give it a value. I'm gonna use the, let's go ahead right here, let's use the path system, path module, like this, and I'm gonna join. So I'm gonna do path dot join, and I use this method here. And what I want to join, and let me see why this is giving me that. Patterns must be, oh geez, this is a property. I'm thinking that was a variable, my mistake. It is kind of a variable, it's an attribute, it's a property, but just because it's inside an object, we can't just assign it. We have to give it a calling, of course. So path join, and we have to, what I want to do is I want to use the same method we use for the handlebars in the app.js, and we want to join the directory with, we got to go up a couple times. Let me see. Just one time up, because this here will give me the CMS, I believe the CMS, and then we have to go to public. Hopefully I'm correct. If I'm wrong, we'll fix it. And then uploads, and then / okay. So now I have that, and now let's go to post, and I'm going to require that. Actually, right here, I can just put a comma and get that variable out of there. So now I can use it. I'm gonna copy that to my clipboard. Okay. So what I want to do here is I want to use a file system, and I want to on link. I'm gonna use this function called on link, and this is a synchronously function, so we have a callback. Okay. and I want to give it a path. So upload directory plus the post.file. Okay. And like I said, this has a callback here. And I don't know if this accepts promises. I'm just going to be on the safe side here, and I'm going to use a callback. Okay. So if we have an error, then I would still want to do the same thing here. I mean, let's not check for errors, because if we have an error, that means that the image was not found, or post is going to have some type of image, right? We can add more functionality later on, but right now let's just keep it simple. Okay, so if you have any type of error, it's going to be an object that is going to have like different properties, and you can do a console on this error here, console.log, and you can see everything, all the properties that you can use. But they're not, they're just error numbers and things like that, like maybe the file was not found or some type of file was not right. But I know that our posts have images, so we don't need that right now. So I'm gonna do is do this, delete, and now you can see that the picture was removed. Let's go and do another one. You can see that picture was removed. Let's go back here to my uploads, wherever that is. I forgot where I put it. Right here, I only have 2 pictures. Let's do one more. Okay, there we go. There we go. You see the images move. Now, of course, we also want to delete the post. So we're gonna say post.remove. Okay, remove, 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 and voila. That's it. See, simple. So in this lecture, we learned a lot, right? We created this new property with the uploads directory path, and here we are using the file system to delete that file, right? So I couldn't find a function, to be honest with you. Maybe they have it in the documentation, I missed it. I couldn't find a function that goes with this module here for uploading. So that's why I'm using the file system. Anyway, thank you so much, guys, for watching this lecture. Hopefully you are learning a lot. This is Edwin from the future, and say hi to Edwin from the past for me on the next lectures. Take care, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So in the last video, I mentioned that we were going to do validation, form validation, because we want to make sure that whatever we submit to our database, it has some type of value, right? We don't want to submit this form if it doesn't have anything. And there are 2 ways of doing that. Either we do it in the client, meaning that before we even get to the server, which is my preferred way of doing it, or we do it in the server. Sometimes it's better to do it in both areas there if you have a really cool application and you want to make sure that, you know, everything is correct. If you have a really small application, doing it in a client side should not hurt. So if I go to the create view here, right in the input, I could easily add the required field here, just like that. Required and required. And now those will be required every time. Well, we don't have to do it in the select. Select is always going to have, as a matter of fact, we should have one selected there by default if we wanted to. All these fields should be required by default now. So our form is not going to let us submit unless we have the required fields, as you see there. You see that? So that's one of the first things that is good to do. Let's do that. Another one in the, let's just do it here real quick. In there. So let's do this, that, this one. See, they're all required. What if, how do we do it in the server side? Well, let's actually take this one off from the test area, And let's make sure that let's actually leave this one. Let's play around with the title better. Let's do it with the title, and let me show you how it's done. So let's go to routes. This routes that submits the data here is where we start playing around with it. Okay, so the first thing is that we're gonna check here, and we can say something like this: if not required, right? And then of course it would be the field that we are checking. If not required, so if not rec body title, then we don't submit. So if it's not there, we don't submit any of this data here. This is one way of doing it. Another way would be to create some type of errors array, something like that. And then we could just go ahead and push this in, push. And what we can do is we can push some type of object here, and we can say message, and we can say please add a title. Okay, something like that. And then we come back here and we say if these errors, and we check the length of it, is greater than 0. Okay, then we render back this view. Let's just render back the admin view post create. Okay, and we can pass in the object here like this with the errors. Okay, just like that. Pass the array. Else we can submit the rest of the data. Let's just copy all this there. Actually, we need this one too. Okay, we can just do that. Oh, we can just take this one and put it down here. All right. So we're not gonna do anything unless we have a title for that, right? So that would be a way of doing it. And then on the other side, we can just echo out the errors somewhere. Let's see if we can just do a each here, errors. Let's close it. Okay, let's go back here. Let's see. Arrow has a key of message. Let's go and try to do this now. Let's see if it works. Submit. Well, let's jump into the next one, and the error is not getting. We're looping through it, and let's see. Let's go back here. So if the title is not there, then we are pushing that object into here and says please add a title. Okay, if errors that length is greater than 0, we render that page again and we take that there. I mean post create errors. Let's go and refresh that. It should be working, guys. It should be. Enter. Let's take out the requirement and see if that required things are affecting our submission. Okay, let's go back here. Refresh again. There we go. You see that? Please add a title. Okay. Now we can make this better, and on the next lecture, I'll show you how to make it better. Okay. Thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So in the last lecture, we were able to get the errors here. Now, what I want to do is I want to make sure that we get all of them. Okay. Now let's check for the file upload, not the file, but the rest of them too as well. Let's we can select for status, all that. So let's come back here. We can select for this for the title. We could select for status. Remember that there's also another way of doing it. Please add a status. I'll show you in a minute how we can also use other type of validations. What else do we have? We have the status, allow comments, and body. Allow comments. Check. Actually, allow comments doesn't have to be validated. Um, what is the other one? Body and file. So we just need a body actually. You can actually also make this like if you need a title bigger than 20 words, you could do that as well. It's super easy to do. All you have to do is check the length and that's it. The length of these properties and you display the message down there. Okay, that's how simple it is. Please add a description here. Description like that. So let's check this out real quick. Okay, enter, and we can see please add a title, please add a description. Okay, so only those two. Status is there. So status will be executed no matter what. So we don't even need to worry about that. And we don't need to add a file if we don't want to. So let's just only the title and body. That's it. Now they don't look pretty nice, right? So let's make them look a little better. Let's go here and I don't know. I think Bootstrap has some type of div, and I'm pretty sure they do. Let me see if I remember. It's called alert. It has a class of alert and alert danger. I think it's the two classes that we need. Just put in there and let's see how that looks now. Let's refresh, enter, and you can see now that it looks a lot better, right? There's also another way of doing this, which I'm going to show you in the next lecture, okay? But this is a way of doing it that's pretty neat. You can also allow the user to take this off, take the validation off if they want to. Let me see if I remember the class name is matter of fact, in order for us to get this working, we need to let's go to Bootstrap real quick. Bootstrap alerts. I think we need JavaScript for this, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the only way that we're gonna make this work. Alerts. Let's come back here and yep, we're gonna need JavaScript. Well, we're gonna need a plugin, okay, and we can even use jQuery for it as well. Okay, well, so let's not mess with that right now. We can, this is just details. I want to show you how to do another type of validation that I mentioned before when we are doing the model here. Okay, this type of validation. Now, we are the only ones that see this type of validation unless we want the user to see it. So there is a way to actually show the user the message that we as developers get when we don't require one of these fields. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much. And I'll see you in the next lecture where I'm going to show you how to display this validation in the client side. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having a really blast in this course, learning so much knowledge, okay? Remember that knowledge that is not applied is not knowledge at all, okay? So if you don't take action with your knowledge, you're not really learning anything. You're not really doing anything. So make sure that whatever you learn here, apply right away into your projects and maybe try to look for a job related to this technology. Pretty awesome stuff. Anyway, so I told you that I was going to show you how to do another type of validation, and I am going to do that. So let's go to routes, and let's go to this post routes right here. And if for some reason our client validation is not working and we want to play around with the server side or also have the server side as a backup, we can. Right here, this error here, whatever we get here, is some type of object. Okay, and this object has a method. Let me see if my ID can help me out. Validator errors. It's not helping me out. No worries. I can do it right here. Validation dot errors. There we go. You see this right here? This is an array, an object with errors. And I'm gonna show it to you right now. I'm gonna console this bad boy right here. Actually, I don't even need that. I can just do this right here. Okay. And automatically when I try to submit something that it's, let's actually turn off our validation. We have a validation here. Let's turn this off because if we don't, I'm gonna do Command Z after I take this off. You don't have to do this, guys. I'm gonna plug this back again, okay? I just want you guys to know this, okay? Um, so right now we have no validation. Let's see. And if we submit this, it stays hanging there. That means we have some type of error. And let's go back. And you can see the error right here. But what you don't see is this errors object that has the title, has a key here that says, hey, look, I have a validation error here. And this is the message. So we can actually go to our route wherever we are catching this, which is right here. And we could, and that's why I named it differently before, but it does, we can grab these errors, okay, and loop through it in with handlebars in the other side if we wanted to. Okay, so you could, let's say, hypothetically speaking, giving you just some type of example here, we could say render admin post create, okay, and then you can pass this object with this, and let's just rename this real quick so it looks better. Validator, let's just comment this out, and I would say validator that errors, and then we just, okay, and we could do that. And then on the other side, you can just display the errors, okay, in this side. So when you submit it, you see now that you get this error here. It says path title is required. Okay, now this message doesn't look pretty that good, but you can fix it. Okay, you can play around with it, but you can see that you can get those errors there. All right, now I like to do it my way by pushing it into an array. I don't like to use this validator catch here error object. So I'm just gonna do Command Z. I just wanted to show you that. Okay, I know that this is not a class about validation, but you should know a little bit of validation. Okay, so let's just Command Z. I'm gonna do Command Z and get all my validation back. Okay, that should do it. Let's see. Command. Okay, there we go. Now I'm gonna return my required as well because I really like my requireds. The title required. The file doesn't need to be required. Selected doesn't need to be required. Allow comments either. Just the body. There we go. That way I don't even have to go to the server side. There we go. Perfect. That's it. Welcome back, my dear student. So one of the features that I really want to add to my application right now is flash messaging. I want to be able to say, okay, when I edit this and I submit it, I want to see a message, or we want to give the user a message saying, hey, listen, your post was just updated, or this specific post was updated. That's a pretty cool little feature to have, right? So we're gonna have to do some type of work for that. It's just gonna take a couple lectures, okay? So one of the things that I do sometimes when I want to do things and I don't know what I want to do, I have an idea what I want to do, but I don't know what to use. I go to my best friend here, Google, and I go to npmjs.org. Actually, this is just gonna take me straight to a package. Okay, and it's not working. My internet is super slow right now, guys. Super slow. Let's do .org here. Let's see if I can get it to work. All right, I got it. There we go. I got it to work. And I go here and I say session, and I start looking to see what can I use. And I select it and I check to see who made it, the how many downloads he has, things like that. Downloads last month. Okay. So what about Express Session? Does this one have a lot? Well, look at that, 38,000 downloads. Okay, so a lot of people using this one. So I will use something like this and I look it up and I say, okay, this is how I use. This is the API. That's how I require it. What else do I need? Let me see. Okay, and I need to use this to make it work. Okay. And I keep looking sometimes. When I find something really famous like that, I use it. Okay. There's another one. There's one that I like to use. But this was for sessions. I want to use Flash. And we need, of course, sessions install, right? So I look at Flash and I come here and I say, okay. It says you have a session before you have a Flash, then you go ahead and create your Flash messaging. Super simple to use, guys. Super simple. Okay, so for Flash messaging, we need to have sessions, right? Okay, Let's go. This is how I do it, guys. I know there's one called Connect Flash. I think this one is pretty cool. Connect Flash. Right here. I think this is the guy. Yep, look at this one. 6,000 downloads. This is why it's very popular in the community. So let's go ahead and download that, but we also need to download sessions, okay? So let's go. Let's download the most popular ones and let's start playing around with it. So let's go here, Control C to disconnect the server, and let's download npm install. I'm gonna install the Express session, which you saw had a whole bunch of downloads. And then what was the other one? Connect Flash. Sometimes you will, if you misspelled the word, you would download a totally different package, okay? And then you would be wondering why in the word this is not working. It's because probably you're using an uppercase C or uppercase word somewhere in your letter in the name of the package, and you downloaded a totally different package, just like Faker. There is a uppercase Faker available, okay, and there's a lowercase. Let me see if it's here. It's making me look really bad right now, but I know there is an uppercase Faker, guys, because that happened to me before. Okay, this is a lowercase, but it's an uppercase Faker somewhere. Okay, so you'll be there stuck for days trying to figure it out, and instead you downloaded the wrong package. Okay, so we downloaded our session here there and our Flash, and now we need to make it work. Okay, so I'm going to say first we get the session, so let's require this, and this one is called Express session. This one is the Flash, and it's called Connect Flash. Okay, now we need to get it installed in our using middlewares. Okay, so let's actually do it before we do a whole bunch of other things down there. Okay, sometimes what I do in some of the applications is I try to keep what's related close. Okay, most of my applications, that's how I do it. I know this upload is related to parsing data, so I keep it close. These routes are related to this, I keep it close. And in some application, what I have done is I have all my middlewares in one place. Okay, what I want to do with sessions are very close to the routes right here. So before the routes, I want to load the sessions. Okay, so app use, and we need to, I know for a fact that we need to pass a parameter to this session inside, and we need to do a couple things there. Let's go and look at the documentation real quick. I want to show you first. It's Express session, the package. There we go. Doug Wilson. And this is what we need to do it like this. Okay. So keep that in mind. So the key, we need a secret key. It can be whatever you want. I'm just gonna put my name, Edwin Diaz 123. I love coding. Something like that. And I know it needs to have a resave. We're gonna say true. And it needs to have a save on initialized to true, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, we'll find out soon enough. And then after that, I'm just gonna do the middleware for the Flash. Okay, Flash. That's it. Remember that we are requiring that on top here. Okay, so now our session should be working we just need to test it. So on the next lecture, we are going to test this. Thank you so much, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So you must be wondering, okay, we have the sessions installed in our application, but how do we use it? How do we make sure it's actually working? So let's go to our home route right here inside the routes, and then inside the home directory. And right here where we are displaying the home page, all we have to do to access the session or to create a session, because we don't have any sessions now, is to access the request object and say session. If we want to create a session, we just make whatever name we want. Let's create a Edwin session here, and I'm gonna assign this value to it. Simple as that. Okay. Now to check it, we could do something like this. If this session here is available, oops, then just console log we found, oops, we found the guy, right? We found him. Let's do template strings here. There we go. There we go. And let's see if this works. Let's actually comment this out here. Of course, and now it says here very clearly, we found Edwin Diaz, as you can see. So very simple. Remember that every time we attach a middleware, we are going to be attaching stuff to the request object most of the time, right? Because the request, we can access the request before by using middleware. And then before we request the routes, right? Because it's in the root of our directory, of our application in the server, basically. So the app use installs this before anything else happens, before you get a request. And then we access that data in the request. Now, let's go back to wherever we were. And now that you know how to use sessions, we are going to be using Flash messaging. Now, can you guess how we can use Flash messaging? If you say by using request.flash, you are correct. That's how we do it. So let's go to our routes where we create. And what I want to do is I want to create a flash message somewhere here. So when we create a post, it's going to redirect us to admin posts. I would love to have some type of flash messaging happen here on that page. So I'm going to set it up here. I'm going to say request flash. And the first parameter is going to be the name of the message that I want. I'm going to call this success colon message, just like that. Okay. The second parameter is going to be the message that you want. So I'm just going to say post was created successfully. I forgot how to write successfully. There we go. Okay, guys. And of course, we can use template strings here, and we can get the name of that post, the title of it. And that would be very nice if we just do this. And what is it? The title. Or we can just embed it in there. Let me just come back here. There we go. And I think I misspelled this one. There we go. Okay, so now we got the flash message here set up. how do we display it? Now, we could create a helper function to display this with handlebars, and most of the time that's exactly what we need to do. But we can also create some type of middleware and create some type of variable inside our handlebars, like a local variable. I'm going to show you how to do that because that's my preferred way of doing it. So right here, we could say app use. I love using middlewares just basically for everything you can think of. The request we get, and we get the nets function because we need to tell it to go to the nets. And we can create a local variable doing rest locals, okay, by doing this. And we can add whatever variable we want. In this case, we want to have some type of message. So we're going to say success message. And the success message is going to be direct flash, and I think it was success message. Let's go back here somewhere to where we are creating this. There we go. And let's just do underscore here. Just make sure. Okay. So now we will have a success message local variable in our handlebars in our application, okay, by doing rest locals like this. Now the next thing to do would be to do this nets, okay, and that's it. Now make sure you put some type of comment here, local variables using middleware. Okay, so let's go to our here is where we are creating the index, is where we are seeing all the posts, and here on top I want to display that success message. So let's go back here. Okay. And let's just say if success message, well, let's just display here, but let's just say if, let's close it, close the if. Okay. Let's see if this works. We wrote a lot of code here. We don't know if it's working. So let's try it out. Checking flash. Enter. And as you can see, it says post checking flash was created successfully. So our flash messaging is working. Look, I'm gonna refresh, and it's gone now. Now we need to actually put this inside some type of div or something like that, right? So let's just do alert, and then is success. Did here, right? Yeah, right here. Then we just close it down here. Okay, but we're gonna do success here, alert success. So now let's create another one, my second flash. I love this, man. There we go. My second flash was created successfully. Look at that. This is looking a lot nicer than I thought, right, guys? Pretty cool stuff. So we learn how to use sessions, and not only that, but we learn how to use flash messaging or messages, right? Now, the next step would be to kind of move this somewhere else, right? Like maybe to a partial, because, our HTML is getting kind of crowded here. So on the next lecture, we're going to go ahead and move our flash messaging and errors to a partial. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you're having a lot of fun, and I see you then in the next lecture, actually. Bye-bye. Take care. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So in the last lecture, we talked a little bit about including this in a partial, right? Just because it's getting kind of crowded. Now I got some type of error here or something. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, it's giving me an error here. Let me just okay. It's working now. All right. So we need to start including our flash messaging into some type of partial, right? So that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Let's create inside the home partial here, partial home. Let's create one partial here in handlebars format. I'm going to call this form message for messages. Why don't we just call it MSGs or something like that? Okay. And inside the admin post index, I want to include that in there like this. Okay. I'm going to take this out and I'm going to paste it in a new file that we just created right here. Let's see if this works. All right. Oops. I have a whole bunch of files here. All right. Gibberish stuff. Submit. It's working. Okay. So that's working. Perfect. Welcome back, my dear students. So we are doing pretty good with our application. If we get it running, that would be nice. So let's go to our application. Let's see how it was working. And I think we're doing pretty good. One of the things that we are missing, okay, is the ability to edit the upload and actually even have an upload. We don't have that yet. So let's go ahead and fix that. Not fix it, but add it to our edit post. So you guys know where to do this, right? We have to play around with, and I probably made a lecture way before this one here to let you guys about this little boo-boo that I created here, right? I just noticed that. I remember that I made a video there. We are redefining, we are declaring this again down here, and that could be a problem, okay? So let's go to our put route for post. Let's go right here. And what we want to do is want to do something very similar there, but we don't have a file. We don't have that HTML there, so we need to put it in that edit form. So let's come here to the create form. Let's grab this. Let's go back to that edit and let's just add it right here. Very simple. One thing not to forget to do is to add the end type. Let's do it right here. Okay. All right. So now that we're done with this, and believe me, little things like this, sometimes when you're coding for 5, 6, 7 hours, they get you. They get you for an hour or two because you can't really figure out what's wrong with it because you're looking for it somewhere here in this code in JavaScript. And, those things really suck when you figure out that it was just one little thing that messed you up. Anyway, so let's go back to our code here. And what we want to do is want to take this piece of code, oops, we want to take this code here and take it all the way down to, we're not going to use it here. What we want to do is we want to put it right here in the middle somewhere, right? And down here, we can say, well, if this is not empty, this object is not empty, then we have a new file name here assigned to this property. Okay, that's it. And if it's empty, then that means that there is something in the database or there is not in the database. The user doesn't want to do anything with it, so we don't touch it and we just save it. Okay, I think this should take care of our problem. There's nothing else that we got to do there. And let's go back and do this. Let's check this out real quick, and I should have another page here somewhere. Okay, there we go. So now let's say one of these that don't have a picture, we can come here and come back here and voila. And voila. And that should work. Okay. Deleting is working. Now, it would be nice if every time we edit one of these pictures, we have some type of flash messaging, right? So why don't we do that? Why don't we just add flash messaging for updating and deleting? And as a matter of fact, I'm going to leave that for the next lecture, and I want you guys to try to do that yourself. Okay, you should have enough knowledge to do that. So take care, my dear students. I hope you're liking the lectures a lot. And if you have any issues, post it in the discussions and we will help you out. Thank you so much. See you then. So were you guys able to figure out how to do this? How to do the flashing? Well, if you did not, or if you did, let's find out. So if my solution is the same as yours. So now we have this save method here and we are redirecting. This is the perfect place to put anything. This is for updating, right? So we can grab the requests and we can flash, and we have a success message, right? And is that the name of the, I want to know if that's the name of a partial we got here somewhere, right? In home, there's a form messages, and success message is the what we got there. Okay. So let's go back. Great. Post was successfully updated. Okay, something like that. So let's test this real quick. Now we don't have this the partial there, right? And we're not. I don't want to include that partial all the time. I don't want to do that. I believe we have that partial somewhere in, where is it? If I remember correctly, it was in post index. I don't want to include this all over the place. So what I'm gonna do is I want to include this like in maybe a layout, in the admin layout somewhere, and show it like on the top or somewhere here. Let's see, where can we put it? What about here in the body of this? Let's see if that works. So I'm editing the post and I'm gonna post was successfully updated. I think that was a perfect place there. Um, let's create a post, gibberish, submit, and it still works here. Great. Now we need to make sure that it works for delete as well. Okay, so let's go to our routes, post routes right here. Let's make sure that it works for delete. So let's just copy this guy right here. Delete it. There we go. Post was successfully deleted. Pretty cool stuff. All right. So there you have it, guys. We're doing pretty cool stuff here, and I hope you really are enjoying this project. And I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay. If we find anything else, we will be adding more features to this or fixing our application as we go along with the project. So there's really not much we can do here right now. Maybe we can add some type of confirmation before we delete. That's something that we could do. Maybe if you know how to do that from some of the courses that I introduced you in my other uh, classes, some of the projects showed you how to do this confirmation. And that's it. That's it for these lectures. And I'll see you in the next one, guys. Take care. Bye bye. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So, in this section here, what I want to do is I want to finish off by cleaning up a little bit our application. I want to clean up some of these links. I want to clean up this. Maybe we want to change some of the button names and things like that. So let's go ahead and start with the navigation real quick. So let's go to views, admin, and layouts, admin layout, and partial. That's where we have it right here, our side nav. So we're not using the charts, we're not using the tables, we're not using, what else we're not using? Example pages, we're not using that. I'm just gonna take that off. Menu levels, we're not using that either. If you want to use that, you want to keep it, go ahead and keep it. I think this should look good now. Refresh. I'm just gonna keep this two here because I'm gonna want to create some other links maybe here down here. Okay. Okay, and let's take care of that dashboard thing there. And let's go to admin layout. So let's see if that's the thing all the way up here in the, down here somewhere. This is the breadcrumb. We're not gonna be using that. There we go. There we go. That looks a little better, right? All right. Perfect. Let's change the buttons here. Let's change that create post button first. So it's gonna come here. Okay. Let's go to create. Let's change the button to create post. Create post. And let's go to edit. And this one is just gonna say update post. Great. And update post. Beautiful. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This maybe we can put a color link here if we wanted to, just to make it look okay, but in reality we're not really using that much using that. Let's just put a, not a button but a class of btn and btn. How about dark? How about that? Yeah. And how about we change the text to generate? Nice. Let's change the generate posts. Nice. Perfect. That looks a little better. Anyway, so we were just cleaning up a little bit. And that's it. That's what we want to do for this lecture here. And we're going to continue with the course, trying to make this better. And you can style it however you want. You guys already have, some of you already have some Bootstrap um, experience. If you don't, just go to their website. They have a whole bunch of things that you can use. Their website is Get Bootstrap. So Get Bootstrap, actually Bootstrap right here like this. Oops. You get my point. It's Get Bootstrap something.com. Let's try this again. Refresh. Getbootstrap.com. Okay. You guys know the website. You see it? Anyway, thank you so much, guys, for watching this videos here. Thank you so much for taking my course. And let's jump into the next lecture. I know this can get a little boring, guys, but believe me, it will pay off. See you in the next one. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So, since I'm always looking to improve our application, I think one of the things that we are missing here is maybe the date of the post. I think it's super important to have that somewhere here, right? So I want to show you how to handle dates with Node. I think it's important for you to understand how to insert the date in the database and how we can display it in a very, very user-friendly format. So in this couple lectures, we're going to deal with that. Let's do it. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to go to the model of the post and we need to add that field here. Now with dates, Mongoose, and this is what we use, and remember that this is how we are constructing or defining our schema. Now with Mongoose, we can deal with dates with a little property or method. We can just come here and say date, and now the type here will be date. Simple as that. So we are letting Mongoose know that, listen, this type here, this data type is going to be a date. Okay, and Mongoose is going to take care of the rest. Then the default, we can just say that the date now is going to be the default, which is the date right now. Okay, the date, the time, all that stuff right here. Okay, and it's not Dave, it's date. There we go. I don't know why I got that name in my head, Dave. I think I have one of you guys email me named Dave. But anyway, so every time we insert a post, we should have a date now. And let's see if that is true. Okay, let's come back here and create post. And we're gonna say this post should have a date. Okay, I'm not saying that this post is gonna have a date like to go out with a girl or something like that. I'm just saying it's just gonna have a date, like time and date. Okay, so don't confuse yourselves there, guys. All right, so what am I? Where am I? Okay, let's go ahead and that's just gonna copy this here. That was a joke, by the way, guys. For those of you that might be a little slow sometimes or have many hours of coding. Okay, let's go to Mongo here real quick, and I'm gonna db post find, and I have this function called pretty here that's gonna let me see things in a better format. And as you can see, we have the date here. You see that? And you see how this is included in this function here, iso date. Okay, pretty cool stuff, guys. We got 2018 January 9, and it says it's 3 o'clock here for some reason. Okay, 15/27/42. All right, perfect. That's great. So now that we have the date, every time we insert a post, we're going to have a date. On the next lecture, what I want you to do and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show the date right here. Okay, I want you to do that. But not only that, we are also going to be installing a module that is going to allow us to make the date pretty, to make the date user-friendly, okay? To display it user-friendly. So I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having an awesome day today. So, are you guys ready? Let's do it. I want you to wake up, okay? If you're falling asleep, if you're tired, go sleep 15 minutes, 20 minutes, get a rest, come back, refresh. Let's do it, okay? You need to always keep in mind why you're doing this for. I know sometimes studying and watching videos is boring and you might be falling asleep sometimes, but you need to wake yourself up and remind yourself why you're doing this, okay? Remember, This is for your own good. Some of you are doing it for hobby. For some of you, this is your career, your life. So pay attention and let's do it, okay? It's good that you practice. Okay, so now it's time for us to show the date in a column here somewhere. So I want to show it at the last uh, cell there, okay? So let's do that. Let's go to the views. Let's go to admin, posts, and then in index here somewhere, I want to show the date. So I'm just going to make another heading here for the date. And let's come back here. And I want to do it after allow comments. Okay. And we should get the date just like that. Okay. Let's see if that works. So I'm just going to refresh and voila. We got the date. But then this doesn't really look very friendly. I mean, very user friendly, right? I mean, yeah, it's okay, I guess. But what if we can make it so that it looks really nice, like January 1st, 2018, or something like that, right? So let's go to our npm, what is it? npm js.org. Oops, I got no internet connection again. Refresh this. I had to connect my internet. I am running mobile with mobile internet, guys. Okay, I'm doing this from my garage in my house. Okay, just because my kids don't let me actually record videos. They're on vacation right now, so it's an issue. But anyway, so let's see if we can find something for the date here. Okay, right out of the bat, I see this moment datetime here. Moment datetime. We install this moment datetime, and then we can play around with this. The usage, that's a little bit confusing here. Well, we can just put some, these are placeholders for this, so we can display the time just like that. Very interesting, very simple to do. Let's see, this has been downloaded 3. I don't like that. It has not been downloaded that many times. Let me find something else. Date. Let's just click that. And I'm showing you how to do this, guys. Just take your time with it. Oops, let's go back to the first page. I think I saw something there that I've seen before. Now I use a module here that I don't, right here. This one looks pretty good. Let me see. I think I've seen this one. Yeah, look at this one. 551,000 downloads in the last day, guys. 551,000. Okay, this is 500,000 there. And it's getting 3 million downloads in the last week, guys. Crazy. So this is something that you might want to use. Okay, so let's see, and we just install it right here. Okay, I'm just looking at it to this is the moment here. This is the GitHub page, and you can see some of the things here. Okay, pretty simple stuff. This is the documentation here. I just want you guys to go through it with me a little bit. All right, we install it. All right. We got the TypeScript here. We got Node. This is what we want. Okay, format. All right, perfect. I'll show you how to use it right now, guys. So let's download it. That's the first thing that we got to do. I'm going to kill the server right now. npm install. And then, what was it? I think I have it on my clipboard. Let's just paste that in here. Yep, right there. Great. All right, so now we need to use it where we need it, right? We need it for post routes. So we need to, require where we need it. Sorry about that. And we need it up here somewhere. So const moment. And as a matter of fact, you know what I was thinking? Why don't we require this? Why don't we use it in a helper function? Let's create a helper for that, because what I want to do, and this is the plan here, okay? I want to go ahead and use that plugin. Let me show you somewhere here. I want to use not that plugin, that module to format this date. So we need a helper to do the work behind the scenes and display it here. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. Let's go and to help handlebars helpers, and let's install this here. That's what we need. So let's just require it. Not install it. When I say install it, I mean require it. So let's require that bad boy here. That's not it. It's require. And the name is moment right here. It doesn't have 2 amps, guys. So, okay, so let's call it generate time or something like that. And for what I read in the documentation, we're gonna have to take a date. We know we need a date and the format somehow, right? It's this basically we take in the data, and then we use a format to format the date however we want, okay? And we're just gonna return the main function, oops, which is the one on top there, which is called moment. We use that, and then we use a method that it has called format, and then we use the format inside this. Okay, simple. So that's it. We created a helper. Okay, we first installed the module, created this helper. We're returning the data. Now we need to go back to handlebars and play around with it. Okay, so you're welcome to keep reading the documentation a little bit more, but you see it right here. Okay, so play around with it a little more, read on it, and if you want to do it before I do it on the next lecture, you're welcome to do it. I'm gonna finish it on the next lecture. Try to do it yourself, guys, to see if you can get some practice. See you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are ready to actually make this really cool date functionality for our posts, right? So this is something that you can use for any application. So we got the function here. Now let's go back to the documentation. Let me show you some of the things that I found to show you. Okay, so we have some of these things that we can use to format the date. I was looking for the month, and this is what I found. So we can get the month by putting this, this ems. Okay, we can also get the day by doing do. We can get the first or to the 31st, or we can get 131 if we do dd. Okay, so these are the formats that we got here, and pretty cool stuff, right? So yeah, as you can see here, it takes the first parameter. Okay, we can do it like this as well, but I'm gonna be using the format method, which I saw up here somewhere. Okay, so let's go to the post here. Let's go to see where we are going to be putting this thing here. I'm gonna go to admin. Now that's the routes post index right here. So this is where we want it. Now we got that function. Remember, it's called generate, right? But we need to register that somewhere so that way we can use it. And let's see if we have any other. We have them right here. Okay. So I'm just gonna create. Remember, this is called the structuring here, and this is from ES6. I have a free course on that. Basically, you have these curly brackets that you need. Basically, when we are exporting data from this file, okay, we can use these curly brackets to bring whatever variables we have in the other side to bring them here. So we got to give it the same name, and that way we can actually use it. Okay. So this variable will take the name of some variable inside here. If it's the same, it will have the same value out here as well. So keep that in mind. So we know that we named that function. Oops. Let's go back here. Handlebars. Generate time. So I'm gonna do it with just lowercase. Come back here. I got a comma there, and that it's it. Okay. Now we need to bring this down to here. And I'm gonna do a comma, paste, colon, paste. Okay. See that? I'm basically giving it the same name. I can give it a different name if I wanted to, but I'm giving it the same name. So now back in the index, which is right here, this file here, I'm gonna use that name. And remember, the first parameter that we are giving this helper is the date. Okay, so that's how it works. You make a space, and then the nets is the first parameter, and then the second space is going to be the second parameter. So the first space and then the value will be the first parameter, and the second space will be the second parameter. So oops, what am I doing there? And now here I'm just going to do this, and I want the month. I do a space, I do the DO, right, to do that first. So January 1st, and then the year is 4Ys. Okay, right here. 1st of January 2000 whatever. Okay, so that should work. Let's take that back to our application, see how that looks. I'm gonna refresh this. Oops, we got some type of problem. Oh, our application is now on Node 1 app. Okay, refresh, and as you can see, January 9, 2018. Okay, super simple, guys, very simple, and it looks a lot cleaner than one we had before. So there you have it, guys. Thank you so much for watching this lecture. I hope you are really enjoying the course. If you are, please go ahead and review the course, and if you didn't give me 5 stars in the beginning, go ahead and do it now, guys. Come on, you know this course deserves it, and we got a lot more things coming. Okay, a lot of cool things coming in this course, so make sure that you review it, so that way at least I feel good when I wake up. I want to create more lectures, you know. So anyway, thank you so much. See you in the next lecture, guys. Good job. Welcome, my dear students. Are you guys ready for another great section in this course? Let's do it. Now, what I really want to create for this application, it's a login and registration system to show you guys how this works. I think you guys are ready for it. But before we get to that, why don't we work on getting some of the front end built? Because right now we don't have any data here, right? It would be nice if we had some type of data. Maybe we can have the title of the post. Maybe we have it right here. We have some of the content here. We stripped, if this is maybe 5,000 words, we strip it to only a few hundred or whatever. And then we have a link here to the individual post. That would be nice. And then here we just have a picture of the post and maybe a placeholder. And of course, the beautiful date feature that we learned, we can put it right here, right? So why don't we start working on the front end, and then we build our login and registration front end, and then we go to the back end and show you how to do authentication with Node, okay? By using some of the modules that Node registry has available for us. Are you guys ready? All right. So let's start doing this. So let's go to the front end. Let's just close all this real quick. We're having a lot of fun in this course, right, guys? And you guys are awake, I suppose. Can't hear you. I can't hear you. Are you awake? Okay, good. Good job. So let's go to the front end, and the front end is index right here. Great stuff. So we have a lot of things going here, and what we want to do is we want to show this dynamically. Okay, so we have this big, we have this column here, blog is entry, and we have the title of the page here, which we don't need actually. We don't need this big title. Let's come back here, refresh. Actually, we do need it. That would be nice if it was, let's just put there blog or something. That's fine. We can leave it like that. Later on, we'll come up with something. But what I really want to do is I want to multiply this guy here, because this is where each of these individual posts are. Okay, we want to multiply one of these, make it dynamic. So now if we go back, we should only have one. Okay, so let's actually make this happen. The first thing that we need here is data, and we don't have a data. So let's go back to the route to get some data. Home route right here. And this is the home route. So we need to query our database and pull out all the posts. Do you guys remember how to do that? Okay, great. I'm glad that you do. So let's bring all the posts. Let's just do this. And I'm just going to do this without the variable so you guys at least remember. Remember where we're getting this from. Got a clue now? There we go. Post. And now what are we doing here? Remember? We bring the post. Great. Good job. All right, so now we're going to use the post to find all the posts. And then we execute this like this. Then we bring all the posts like that. Come back here. Second parameter of the render. And we pass an object with the key posts. And then exactly this value right here. Super simple, guys. Super simple. Now you can do a catch statement here for some reason if this doesn't work. But I'm pretty certain that it is working on my end, right? Now let's come back here. And now we need to do a what? What do we need to create, to pull the data? Remember that we're getting some type of array, right? So in Handlebars, remember we are in Handlebars. We need something to loop through the data, right? Great. You guys know this stuff already. What am I doing? Repeating myself so much, right? So we're going to do an each. And there we go. And now we just come and bring this down all the way down here. There we go. And now if we go back and refresh, we should start seeing repeated data. Even though we are not replacing any of these yet, I'm going to leave that to you. I want you guys to have a little fun. So I'm going to be doing this in the next lecture, but I want you guys to do it because I want you guys to get involved. So replace all the static data with the current data that we have in the database. The title, the content. I want you to create a link to a post. And maybe if you already have the knowledge, in which I think you do, create a route in the home routes to go to a post. Search it for the ID so that you can show that individual page. Okay, very similar to what we did with the edit in the admin. Okay, I want you to also show the date here and format it with our function that we have in the helpers function, handlebar helpers. Okay, so go ahead and try to do that yourself. Even if it takes you 2 or 3 hours, guys, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you are using your brain and thinking outside the box and trying to do it yourself without watching me. That way your brain is stretched and you learn more. So I see you in the next lecture. Take care, guys, and good luck. I hope you guys had a lot of fun, and I hope you did it and did not just watch this video right after I said to do it. Okay. All right. So remember that I'm giving you this advice because I know it's going to work. Okay. Anyway, so let's start replacing some of this data. I'm going to replace this with the title. And I know this is the text. So I'm just going to put the body here. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that this post can get really long. So later on, we might create a function to strip down the content a little bit, just to make it smaller. Okay. So what is this? The body, and this is a link here, huh? And the date. Okay. So generate date. We pass in the date, and the format is month, I believe, due, and year, if I'm not mistaken. Let's come back here and let's see, refresh. Oops, I think I misspelled that. Generate. Let me see. Still have it. Oh, huh. Let me just come back. We are, of course, need to. I think I'm misspelling that before. Let's go and check the admin post. You probably already saw the error that I created. Generate time. It's not time. I did name in time. I want to make sure it's generate date, not time. Where did I get this time thing from? Huh. Let's fix that name. I had generate time and it's generate date. Sorry about that, guys. Just change it in all instances. You don't have to change it. Leave it the same. I don't want your application to fail because of my mistakes, okay? So I changed it up in the app one time here, 2 and 3 times, okay? And then I changed it on the function itself in the handlebars helpers as 4 times. And then I went to the post index and I went to the home index and changed it as well. Okay. Now it's working. Posted on January 9, 2018 by. Okay, we don't have a user yet, but we will. As you can see, this data, okay, is dynamically generated. Now the only thing that we're missing is the picture. So let's go ahead and do that as well. And I believe it's in the uploads, and the picture is file or something like that. There we go. That looks pretty nice. What do you guys think? Nice. Very nice. So this is taking really good shape. And let's also change this here. Let's call this home, and that's it. Okay. Now let's create a link here, but we're gonna do that in the next lecture because we have to build a route for that. Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure, and this is getting to be really nice. It's really looking good. See you in the next lecture, guys. Bye. So you guys having fun? Good, good to hear. So let's do this. So what I want to do is I want to create a link here, but before we do that, we need to create a route. And when we click on it, I want it to go to another page, but I want it to take the ID of this specific post. So you guys know how to do that already, right? Okay, so right here inside the home index, I want to create a route that says post, and now we give it an ID here, and we just say ID. Okay, now when we go back here, fresh, we put our mouse over it, you can see down here that it has an ID. Okay, great. It has an ID ending in 5F2, this one in C9, so they're different. Now what I want to do is I want to create a route. inside the home. So we have some routes here. I have about, I have a login route, register route. I want a post route. If you don't have those routes, make them. So this is going to be like this, post, and now we need to take an ID here. So we put the colon and the ID, okay? Now we need, and we do have the post already available. So we need to make a query to our database. So we need to say find one. Now here we have a condition, we have a query restriction, a constraint. We need to look for the data that matches the ID that comes from the params in the URL, and its name ID. Remember, we're getting this ID name from here, okay? And then, and let's bring it down here so it's clear. Then we get a post back. Okay, and then we take that post to that page. And that page is going to be a view home. Let's call this view post like that. We're going to take an object with a key and a value of this guy right here. Simple as that. Okay, so that should do it. That looks pretty clean there. We don't have that view yet, so why don't we do that in the next lecture? I want you guys to create a view, and I'm going to give you a tip to where those files are included in the blog home. Let me see. In the blog home folder, that's where you will find actually the blog post. I have it in, I send it to you. If you don't have it in this lecture, it should be in the beginning lectures, okay? It's gonna be in a folder very similar to this right here. Okay? This is what you're copying, this index here. You have a CSS as well that you need to make sure that it works. Is in the that is created in the public folder. Okay? And I want you to do that yourself. And these are little exercises that I, ask you guys to do. It's just like taking quizzes in a way, okay? Because I want to see how much you're learning. And I'm not seeing it myself, but you be the judge of that. But this helps you learn the stuff well. So this is my type of quiz for this course. I don't give a lot of quizzes in this course, but this is the little challenges there that will make you grow and learn, okay? So go to that blog post single folder, copy that, make it into a view. Make sure that you copy the CSS and make sure that that file has that we already have Bootstrap in our home layout, so you don't have to worry about that. But make sure that you have this new blog post CSS there in the public directory. We're gonna do that in the next lecture, guys. But I want you guys to do it, so please do it and post it in the discussion if you did it. I would love to hear you guys say it and see who's doing it. Thank you so much, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye. All right, welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys did it, and from here, I applaud you if you did. If you did not, please think about it and try to do it. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to copy, like I said, we want to create a view and copy this content. So let's go and do that. Let's create a view in the home directory here. I'm going to call this view post. So post.handlebars, post.handlebars. Great. Now let's see what we got here. I want to open this with Sublime Text. Right, let's see how that looks. So let's see what we want from here. We already have a navigation, so I don't need that. We have a container. We just need this row here from line 54 to line 211. Okay. So Let's go to the line 54. There we go. We're gonna copy all that and we're gonna paste it here. Let's see how that looks. Let's click on this link. Oops. Home post. Well, let's refresh this. I think we made a mistake in our route. One thing that we forgot to do, and I believe, let me see if we have it here. We have it here. We have, so /post. Let's come back here. So post is our server running. That's one thing to ask. Let's see what the error was. Besides that, it says render home post. Oh, the view post.handlebars is not finding the view for, because it's not handlebars, it's JS. Guys, come on. I was not making, was I doing this? Has to be going into the, you guys probably saw this already, right? Didn't you? And you did not tell me. What am I gonna do with you guys? Really? You guys gotta let me know what's going on. All right. So this is how it looks. Good. Click on it, and now we have this individual post looking pretty nice. Pretty nice. Okay. Now it does have a CSS, and we could, and we will, put this here somewhere. So let's go and make sure that we're linking this in the main URL, but we also need to make sure that we copy this CSS there. Okay. So I'm going to drag that file into the CSS folder here in my IDE. Cannot move. What in the world? It's telling me cannot move it for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that. So I'm just gonna create one post.css, and I'm just gonna copy that real quick there. So cannot, I'm gonna open this too, and I'm gonna open this with brackets. I don't know what's going on with that file, to be honest with you. I don't. It's just a couple lines here to fix the top. That's all that is. We could have done that in our own style, that CSS, whatever. And this that I copy in this file, I'm gonna take it to the home layout. So layouts, home. It's actually already there. No, actually it's not. That's the different one. There we go. And make sure that it's going to the root. Custom CSS for the post single. Okay. Let's go here, refresh, and we should be good. It actually didn't do much. I think we already have some type of padding there, but at least that's working there. Great. So there you have it. We have a route. It's working for each individual one. As a matter of fact, let's test this out. Well, let's start seeing if it is. And I want you guys to replace the data there. So we already have a route bringing some data. So we can just go and replace this with the post.title. Remember that what we are bringing from the route here in home is a post, an object. Okay, so post.title. Okay, then we can get the date here. So posted in January. Let's just do the same thing we did last time with this, and we can say generate. What is it? Generate date. Uh, the date, and I always forget. Let me see. Yep, that should do it. There we go. That changes there. Let's go back and see if we can get this post should have a date. This post should have a date. There we go. And now it does have a date. Okay, let's replace the remaining data. I'm going to take all of this out here. And this lorem ipsum. Oof, that's long. That's my body. Well, my body's here. Okay. Actually, that's the lead. That was this content there. What we need to do is, yeah, let's just delete that. Just gonna take that out. Take this quote out. We don't need that. This one doesn't. It looks like it has no body. Hmm. This post should have a date. Let's see if that post does have some body. Yeah, it does have supposed to have a body there, but it's not showing. That's because we have this class here called lead. Let's see if that works now. Let's go to the from. Let's come back here. I'm gonna do Command Z a couple times. I'm gonna paste that in here. Let's see if we get something there. This post. I'm gonna look for it. I can't find it. The body. Oh, of course, it's post that body. Yeah, guys, come on. Too much coding. Too much coding. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. Now you can put the class lead here just to make it look better if you want, a little bigger. Okay. It's up to you. I'm gonna leave it off. So there you have it. We're making good progress. We need an image though. Almost forgot that. So let's just do that. Uploads, and then the image. Post that file. There we go. Maybe we want to change the picture here and make it have a different picture, right? Let's actually do that right now. That would be nice. Cars and images. Let's get this car right here. Oh, it's asking me for what? Okay. To log in, really? Google is actually trying to make sure they keep tabs on who's downloading images, huh? I'm just gonna look at the image and download it myself. Make sure that you don't, you know, use these images to do any harm. Just use it for your own projects, I guess. If they allow you to download, it's because you can, right? Okay. I'm just gonna call this car 2. All right, that looks good. Nice. Let's go back here. Let's go to admin real quick. Let's create a post, new car. I'm gonna call this. I'm gonna download that new picture. I really love this car. Yay. Okay. Post. It looks like our new car is working, a new picture. Let's go to the home page and it should be all the way in the bottom. There we go. Look at that. Click on it. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Great job, guys. This is looking better than I thought. Okay? Good job. See you in the next lectures. Keep it up. Welcome back, my dear students. So far we have a couple things in our application, right? We have, and let me just visit that. I took a little break, so that's why I don't have the URL in my browser. But anyway, so far we have done pretty good, I think, right? We have posts, all posts. We can create posts, we can edit posts, we can delete posts. We filled up some dynamic data here. We created a post page, an individual post page for each of the posts. We have comments here that we could start working on, or we can also start working on categories. I think categories is a pretty easy lecture, and I think we should go ahead and start working with it. Okay, so let's go back to admin and add a link here for categories. What I want to do is, what do you think? Should we add a separate link, or should we include this in the post? Well, let's just, in my opinion, and I don't know what you think, you do whatever you want. I'm going to just include it in a separate link, even though those categories are just going to be for posts in this case, okay? So let's go and do that. Let's go here. Let's go to the layout. And guys, this is something that we are going to be working together, okay? So, you know, later on in the course, we're going to upload this to an application online where everybody's going to be able to see that, all your friends, your family, your co-workers, even your future employers. So we need to make sure that this is very secure later, okay? And it looks okay. And I want you guys to think outside the box and add features to it later on once you learn how to code with Node.js. Okay, so let's go to the sidebar here, and at the end we have a little link here. I'm just gonna add a second one here. I'm gonna call this categories. We can delete this link here. Okay. I don't know what font we can use from Font Awesome that looks okay. I really don't remember anything that we can relate to categories. So I'm just gonna leave it as a link, or maybe we could just say gear or something like that. Let's just, actually that would be good for, I don't think they have categories. Let's check it out. Refresh. Yeah, there's no link for that. So, but anyway, that's okay. There's no font. That's fine. We'll figure it out. And you can also go to Font Awesome icons here. Font Awesome. You get my drift. Just look it up on Google and find out, you know, all the icons, because they got names, and you can use the names there and come back and put it right here on the second line. Okay, those are classes that we already have in our admin. I don't know if you noticed that we have that Font Awesome installed here. Okay, so that's fine. Let's make some routes for categories. Okay, at least some home routes for now. So I want to create an individual route for categories. So let's go here and let's call this categories.js. Okay, and I'm just gonna copy some of this stuff here from let's say index. Okay, I'm just gonna copy all of it, and then I'm just gonna delete what I don't need. Okay, I don't need to generate any data. I just need these two routes right here. Okay, I'm going to import this right away because I know that I'm gonna need it later. So let's import the category model. Okay, perfect. So we're doing pretty good, and let's create some type of index. Admin categories index. Let's create some type of view for categories. So admin, we have post. Let's create categories directory like this, and inside here we're just gonna create a handlebar index, which let's just call it category here like that. Categories. Perfect. Let's go to app.js and let's also create that here. So I'm gonna go ahead and paste that here. Call this categories all the way to the end. Let's call this categories here and copy one of these guys. Paste it here. Categories. Categories. See how this is working? Okay. So we first create the category route, right? There are some things that we don't need here for that. For example, though, that. So we create the route. We make sure we export it. Don't forget to do that. Okay. Of course, we create a view for it. So we did that here. Index view, and we are actually going into that directory and executing that view, rendering it. And then we make sure that in app.js, we are requiring it, making a variable out of it, and then using it with our middlewares. Okay. So now let's make sure that we also have a link here to go to categories. So for example, categories like this. And that should be admin categories. Let's see if that works. Let's refresh. Oops. We have some type of error here. Let's see. Oh, I think let's just double check it here. See what's going on. It says it cannot find the models category. Huh. Let's go back here. What in the world? We don't have a models for category, do we? I didn't think we did. I mean, I thought we did have a model for categories. Huh. We don't have a model for category. That's something that we need to create. So let's go ahead and create one right away. I thought we did have a model for category. Okay, so let's just copy this model here, paste it here, and let's start changing some things here. Category schema. The only thing that we need for category is the name. Everything else we don't need. So I'm just gonna delete everything. Huh, I would swore that we had categories. So the table's gonna be named categories, and this is gonna be category schema like that. Oops. Okay. Make sure we have all those in here on top. That looks good. That's fine. Let's make that like this. All right. So now that should work. I mean, we have now we do have a model now. So, and I thought that we did. Let's go back to post and Yeah, we don't have a space for it here yet, but we will make something out of it later. So let's refresh. Let's come back here again and see what in the world is going on. It says still that it cannot find a model name categories, category schema, and that is in, huh. Let's come back. Let's go to routes. Oh, there we go. Now it should good. It should be good now. Okay. Refresh, and now we're supposed to see something there. There we go. Now it's working. Okay. We got a couple hiccups there, but I mean that would just give you um, some tips on how to work out your own issues and how to look at your problems. Okay. Now these errors here are not the best description in the world, but they do a pretty good job sometimes. Like this one, cannot find modules, so you know something is wrong there. And we also have this one, cannot find the category. So we resolved that by creating a model already, exporting it, and that's it. All right, so we did a pretty good job on this lecture. I hope that you see how easy it can become once you start creating a couple models and more routes. And that's it. So thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So on this lecture, what I want to do is I want to build the form to create categories, okay? And at the same time, I also want to include the categories in this page. So I want to do everything on this page, not almost everything. I want to create the categories, show it, and on another page, we're going to edit them, okay? So let's work on the form right now. So let's go to admin categories index. Let's just take some of these things out of it here so they don't confuse us, right? There we go. All right, so let's start working with this. I first want to create a div, oops, with a class of row. And I also want another div. And guys, when you see me doing this stuff, in my IDE, I think I do have an extension called Emmet, which helps you write HTML really quick. So when I put dot and I say row and I press the tab, it helps me finish some of these things. Okay. Now I believe a WebStorm does this as well, so I have to look it up. So anyway, what I want now is a div with a class of SM4, and this is a Bootstrap class, of course, saying that this div is going to be 4 columns, okay, a certain size. There are 12 columns in a Bootstrap CSS class, or it's called a grid. 12 columns, I believe, and 4. So now we can create another column that has 6, and that will make it, I mean, that has 8, and that will make it 12. My math is really bad today. But anyway, so I want to create a form. So like write form and then the tab, and that would do that. In WebStorm, it's super easy to get a plugin here. You go to preferences and you just do plugins here. And that should take you to that plugin page. And you can just look up for your plugin, whatever you have. I got Emmet, I believe. Let's just look here. You see, it's, oh, I have Emmet. Huh. I thought I had it installed in my thing. Anyway, let's finish this. So I want this to go to a route that we are going to build called admin categories. And this is the form that is going to create. As a matter of fact, we can just call it create. Why not? And it's going to have an input. Let's just do the div form group. Okay. The label for the name. The input is going to be type text. It's going to have a name. And I want this input to have a placeholder or something. And it's going to be enter title. Let's also give this a class of form control. This is Bootstrap stuff, guys. And I told you that in the beginning of the course, but I know some of you are not used to Bootstrap, but that's what I use in most of my courses. Okay. There we go. Let's look at this and see how that looks for now. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Let's create a button there with a class of btn primary and create category. That's going to be the name of it. There we go. It's looking pretty good so far. So on the next lecture, we're going to continue with this. Thank you so much, and I'll see you then. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having a great day today. So let's do it. Are you guys really happy in this course? I hope you are. I hope you're not really getting tired. You're learning new things every day. Come on. This is awesome. Okay, so let's create another column here to display the category. So let's do that. I have a row here, and I'm just going to keep this in the same row. I'm going to create a column here called a small, what is it, 8. Oops, there's hyphens here. 8. There we go. And now on this column, I'm going to have a table. This table has a class of table. And we're going to have a T head with a TR in there. TR, and then inside that one, I want to have TH 3 times. I want the ID of the category. I want the name. Actually 2, just the ID and the name. There we go. And I want this to be the ID, the name, and the date. Simple as that. And now inside here, I want the body. So T body. Okay. The T body is gonna have a TR there, and we have 3 TDs like this. And of course, I'm gonna have a crazy ID here. I'm gonna have a name, let's say PHP, and I want to have a date, January 1st, 2055. 2055. There we go. In the future, guys, I'm in the future. Okay, so that's about it. That's what we want. Let's see how this looks. First of all, let's go and refresh, and you can see that that looks okay. That looks okay. Let's remove this guy here from here to here, and actually let's also create one here. Say create category. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that doesn't look right. This is all the way up, and let's come back here and let's see if on top of it that works. Let's do it below inside the form right here. Let's see how that looks. No, that's just gonna move everything. Okay. We want it inside, actually, inside that. So that's just gonna move it a little bit, I think. Um, we could make this. Let's see how that looks. That doesn't look right. We could leave it like that because I want it. That's fine because we don't need the whole empty space for this here. So yeah, that's okay. And the next thing is that I want to do is divide this. Okay, we want to have some type of line here dividing this. And you know what? I'm gonna add a BR here. Refresh. There we go. That looks better. A lot better than what I thought it would look like. Anyway, on the next lecture, let's try to see if we can try to get some data. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. Are you guys happy? I hope so. We are coding in Node.js. Pretty cool stuff. All right. So we got the create category form. We have the displaying categories form as well here, but we need some data. Why don't we start trying to get some data into it? We already have a model, so all we have to do is just create a category in here. That would be awesome, right? So let's play around with it. Let's go to our routes for categories. There we go. And let's create another route for the create, like this, because that's what we gave it, right? That's the name we gave it on the right here. And remember that in the app.js we have that categories here like that. So this would be this would be the categories index, and this would be the create. Okay. So remember that we want a post. So let's go back here, make sure that our form submits a post request. Great. Make sure we have the name variable in here. So let's go back. Great. You can test this, but I know that it will work. So I'm just going to bring the category and we're going to start building this right away. Okay. As a matter of fact, we need to build a object first. So let's call this new category like this. And there we go. And what we want to do is inside here, we want to go ahead and enter the name. Require body dot name. That's what's coming from the form there. And now here we just use this new category dot save. Simple as that. Remember that we need this then to make it work. Saved category is what comes back in this callback function or then function. And let's render categories index with some data. I'm not gonna give it any data actually. We don't need any data there. Okay. And then we have, let's just check to see if we have any categories here. Categories dot find. It doesn't have anything. Okay, let's check it. Let's see if we can make something happen here. So I'm gonna create a category called PHP, and it says that I cannot find this new. Oh, we have to refresh it. PHP. Enter. It looked like it did something. Let's go back here. Now we say DB categories find, and voila, we have a category inside the database. Pretty cool stuff, guys. Pretty cool. So we're doing pretty good here. On the next lecture, we're gonna see how can, and as a matter of fact, you can take that as a challenge. Why don't you try to show all the categories? Make the route. Actually, we already have the route. All you have to do is query the database, pass the variable, and show the necessary data back in the table here. So go ahead and take that as a challenge. This is my quizzes to you guys, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. Let's go and display this data here. So I'm just gonna take the second row because we only need, actually, that's what we need our loop. But we don't have the data yet, so let's go get that data as well. So let's go to the, oh, it's there. Our data is there. We have not, if you don't have it there, make sure that you do. But I see that, actually, sorry about that. This is the post um, route. What am I doing, guys? I need my afternoon coffee, guys. Okay, so let's actually get the category here. Fine. We didn't have the data, but we're gonna get it right now. Okay, then we're gonna look for the categories. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Let's check that out. Let's come back here and write a each loop. There we go. Let's get the ID right here. Let's get the name. That's all we need. We don't need anything else. Okay, refresh. And there we go. All right. So now if I say I want to add a node, that's now entirely working because it's redirecting to the wrong place. Let's go back here and see that oh, when we did the Command Z, it brought back the index. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Let's do Python. Good language to learn for robotics. And voila. Okay, so the next step for us to will be to make some type of delete, and we're gonna do that in the next lecture, guys. Thank you so much, and sorry for the hiccups. Welcome back, my dear students. So we are doing a whole bunch of little cool things here, but we need to also delete these categories. Not only delete them, but we need to update them. So we got to create, we got to read. Now we need the update from the CRUD and then delete, right? So for the update, super simple. All we have to do is create a, let's come back here. Right here we have the form. We already have a form, a category form here. We're missing a div here for some reason. Huh. Weird. I'm telling you, sometimes I do things with the code that I don't even know that I did. And let's create a edit view here. That would be in handlebars, edit. Let's just create another div here with a class of row. Edit categories. Category, okay. Now we need a link here to take us there, right? So let's go and create a link. in the category name. Actually, let's create another. And let's just say edit here. Let's give it a class of btm dot info, and let's make it go to categories. We are already in categories, but let's do admin categories just in case we want to move this thing here. ID. Let's refresh, and that moved to the other side. Now we have an extra div there that we can. That's because the row that was missing, well, actually, categories there. Let's move that to the bottom. Let's actually move it. Let's create a row here. And I'm just gonna go like that. Oops, let me see that. So we have a row here that ends here, and we have another one that ends. Okay, we did it right. Okay, refresh. There we go. It's okay. And these rows here are not helping me. BR tag. There we go. Okay, great. So if I put my mouse over it, you can see down there that we have something there. Admin categories, and voila. It would be nice if we just have some type of edit there. So let's just say edit. We don't need it, to be honest with you. Okay. On the next lecture, we'll create the route, and we'll try to see if we can make an edit. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Okay, guys, are we ready to update our categories? Okay, let's do it. Well, the first thing that we need is a edit page. So we need edit view, and we need to create one right now. So we have our edit view right here. We just need to make sure that it's going to work. Let's see. The last lecture we made this work. Let me see if I remember. This was not working on the last lecture because it's going to admin, categories, edit. And let's go back here and let's see why our route is not working. Let's go to our routes right here. Okay, well, it looks like we don't have a route for that, so that's why it's not working, right? And we said we were going to create one, so let's do that right now. Okay, and there we go. Da-da-da-dun. I just copy that one, and this is gonna have an ID here, and all we got to do is find one here, and we're gonna find underscore ID, which is the ID that MongoDB creates, that we have in the database automatically once we create a new record, right? You guys know this stuff. Params.id. Then we have that, and that's the category right here. Edit. And then we're just going to take the category down there like that. That's all we need for this. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's go back to our edit form, and in the input here, right? I usually do it at the end, the value. I'm just gonna do it here at the beginning. Okay, I'm just gonna do the name of that category. So it's gonna be category that that name like this. And of course, we need to change that to edit. Okay, let's just go back and see if that works. I'm just gonna refresh here. There we go. It works. It works, but our category date, it's not in the, well, this here is in the wrong place. Let's see that. There we go. Edit category. Let's take this out. Oops. All right, that looks good. That looks really good. Let's go back to categories. I want to edit the node, and you can see that it does give me the right value there. So we're doing pretty good, okay? This is doing pretty good. Another thing that I want to change here, this is going to say update category. Okay. And on the next lecture, why in the world this thing doesn't want to write now? Huh. There we go. Weird, weird, weird. Update category. So on the next lecture, we are going to be updating the category. So you can go ahead and try to do that yourself. All you have to do, remember, is that you need a put request. We need to use method override here. And that's it. I'll see you in the next lecture. I'll show you how to do that if you don't already have it in your mind. See you then. Bye-bye. Welcome back, my dear students. So let's go ahead and update our categories, okay? So the first thing is that we need to create some type of route for it, right? So let's come here, and you're gonna notice that I'm gonna be using the same name here. I'm just gonna change the request to put, okay? And updating, we're gonna do something very similar because we need to find that first, right? And then once we find it, we gotta update that name to whatever comes in the request. So body category. Okay. And then we just gotta say category dot save. And of course that has a then, and we just gotta say saved category like that. Okay. And we just gotta come here, and as a matter of fact, we just need to redirect, right? To categories. We don't need any data. Okay, this is the first part of what we want to do. First part. So what else do we need? That's what it is. Well, we are saving the category, right? Updating the category here. So let's see what this is going to do, okay? Just the way it is, S, enter, and let's go back here. There we go. S. Okay, we got two H's here, and that sucks. Where are those H's? Right here. Okay. All right. Okay. So, are you seeing what's going on here? Right? It's not updating. And remember what I told you, that you need the override, right? So, do you guys remember how to do this? Okay. Remember that we need the override thing that we're doing here, like the main stuff that we do, is we need to have a couple parameters here, right? What do we need? Well, we need a category what? ID. Exactly. And here we need a question mark following what? The underscore method. And now what is the request that we want to make? Put request. Very good. Okay. So now here we make sure, okay, that this has a name attribute here. Just make sure of that. Now let's go back to our routes, and we got to verify that we have this put here request, making sure we have that same request URL there. Okay, we're going to refresh here, and I'm going to change this to S, and I'm going to click here, and this is taking a little longer. That's because we have some type of problem here. It's saying on handle promise. The issue with this is that this guy is supposed to be that, and you probably noticed that before, didn't you? So let's go back and let's do it now. There we go. It looks like it's done. Let's refresh, make sure we're now redirecting to where we need to redirect. That's what it's doing that. So I'm just gonna take that S out. I'm gonna do this, and then let's come back here and refresh, and you see that's working. The problem now is that we are redirecting over the same path again, over and over again. Okay, so let's go back, and here we need to just say redirect there to that question. Put that / there. Okay, now we should be good. Let's put a couple, oops, let's put a couple S's here, and you're gonna see, there we go. Okay, that's working. Very good, very good. Come back here, and voila. Okay, so updating our categories is working. Couple hiccups there, but we got it working, right? Welcome back, my dear students. So we got our categories mostly done. We need to delete, and let's get to it. Let's work. Now, remember that sometimes I come back to these lectures from the future, guys. So if you see extra code there, don't worry about it right now. Okay, just worry about what we're about to learn, right? So we need the button here after the edit, and we are gonna create that real quick. So we're gonna do this really fast because we already know this stuff, right? So make sure that your form is a method of post. Make sure your route goes to something like admin, categories, maybe edit. Let's just, or delete. In reality, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pass the ID right here. And let's just say delete, just to, we don't have to actually, let's just leave it like that, that's fine. And here we're just gonna pass the method override functionality. I'm just gonna say delete. Am I spelling that correctly? Too many. Okay. All right. And what else we need? Well, we need a button. So let's create a button with a class of btn danger. And we're just gonna say delete. Okay, that should do it for this. Refresh, there we go. That is the button. Now let's go to the route, and it's gonna be delete. And we are accepting a route that's just, we're just waiting for an ID. It's gonna have a request, a response, and we're just gonna try to find, actually remove, we can use the remove one, and we're gonna remove some type of document that looks like this, right? That has a request params, what is it, params, that ID. Okay, then we're gonna get something back, and that would be like some type of result, right? And we can just say redirect to admin categories, like this. Okay, let's see if this works. Refresh. I'm gonna do it a couple times. Command R, enter. There we go. Okay, so that was the delete functionality in a flash. See you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome back, my dear student. So it will be so nice to have some type of dynamic categories here, right? Homepage. So let's go ahead and do that right now. One thing that I want to fix, okay? One thing that I want to fix is that we have a static category page, and I would like to make that dynamic, or like to include that in some type of partial. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to say I want a category in the home directory, I mean a sidebar. Okay, and I'm gonna do that in the post page as well. This is the post page, and this looks like it's the category, I mean the sidebar. There we go. There we go. And home sidebar. There we go. And I'm gonna make a sidebar that, oh, I forgot the R. Sidebar dot handlebars. There we go. And I'm gonna paste that sidebar there. Okay. So now let's go back to our code and see if that still works. Refresh. That still works there, and it works here. Great. Now the other thing that we need is data. We need data. We need the categories there, right? So let's go to our routes. Okay. And right here is where I'm going to take the category first. I'm going to include it. Category model. Okay. There we go. And now I'm going to make a query for them. Okay. So we're going to bring all the categories. There we go. They're going to come here. Then I'm just going to pass it here as well. So there we go. Now all we have to do is go to that sidebar and edit our categories widget side here. So I got two of them, two boxes of large 6 columns. I'm gonna delete one of them because the other one we are going to produce that in some loop. Okay, so let's create that loop here to loop through the categories. Let's take that from here and put it right here. And all we have to do here, let's just take this off as well. We're not gonna need that. That's gonna be produced depending on the categories we got. And this is, the name is just gonna be there, okay? I'm actually missing here a UL tag. There we go. Oops, I think I cut that off when I was doing the cut. Refresh, and oh, let's go back here to refresh. There we go. The categories are working there. Let's just come back here. They're not working here, so we need to take them there as well. But we got the categories working. Okay, so we need to do the same thing for that route as well. Let's go to the categories route, and we're just gonna do the same thing in the post. Let's just copy this part, and where's the post? Oh, we got to go to the home route. I was in the wrong route, so let's find the post, login, register, and post ID right here. I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna do this. categories, categories. Oops. There we go. And there we go. Categories are there as well. Perfect. Okay, we got it working. And that's it, guys. Quick and easy lecture. See you in the next one. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So, our application is looking pretty good, but we're missing something, right? We have categories, but the categories are not doing anything. We're just creating them. What for, right? Just to show people that our application has categories. So yeah, we need to start creating, okay? Start relating our categories to our posts. We need to find a way so that our categories are showing here. Right now we have some nonsense categories here, of course, but we need to find a way to show them. Show them when we create them and show them when we are editing them, okay? Editing them. Wow, that word is super hard for me. Okay, so let's start doing that right now. First thing that we need to do is relate our models, okay? So let's go back to our models right here, to our post model, and let's create a category field. Okay, we have this date. Well, you might not be up to that point yet. Okay, if you see any extra fields here, know that I'm moving from the future and I just came back because I wanted to add these categories. Okay, so don't worry about any other fields that you don't see here, that you don't have. If you don't have any other fields, you will later on. Okay, just focus on what you have now. So I'm just gonna put it right here on top. So let's just create category, and right here we're just gonna say type, and of course it's gonna be schema types. This is going to allow us to enter the ID of that specific model or that specific document in here, right? So we're gonna reference the categories table, and that's it. That's all we got to do here. Make sure you put a comma or something here. Okay, now in category you don't have to do anything. Now where we have to actually edit, what we have to work in, it's our post edit. This is where we have to do some of the work, because now we need another select statement somewhere. Okay, and like I said, don't worry if you don't have any of these, but you should. So we are gonna take one of these guys out of here. There we go. So it should be easy to create one. I'm just gonna put this above here. Okay, and I'm just gonna take that off, and I'm just gonna put random categories here, PHP or Node and Angular or something like that. Okay, I'm gonna call this category. There we go. I just want to see something there. Okay, so let's go back to our post. Let's refresh a couple times, edit, and now we can see categories here. Okay, great. Welcome back, my dear students. So now that we have our selects for category in the edit, let's put it in the create view. Okay, great. So I am in the create view. Let's go and grab that category from here, and I'm gonna go to that create view, and right under status I'm gonna put that. Okay, actually it's under file. Let me see. Let's go back here to the edit. Let's see where I put it. I put it right under file. Yes. So let's come back here, and that's it. Now the next step for us would be to play around with the get request for the create route. So make sure that you include your category like this, like I just have done this. I just did it like a couple seconds ago, just like we did the post. Okay, you might want to put all of them together. Okay. Now, if you see any extra lines of code here, remember that I am from the future and you will not miss anything. Don't worry. Okay. I just come back to the course and I like to add different lectures on different sections of the course, but you will pay attention to what I'm showing you in the moment. Don't pay attention to your surroundings or anything like that, just to what I'm showing you. Okay. Okay. So now that we have the model, we can loop our documents, right, by creating this empty query here. And we can say find everything and then bring back the categories like that. Once we have the categories, okay, then we can just take it to that specific view by saying categories and categories, not carousel, categories there. Now that we have that data coming here, we can go and delete all these options because we can loop through and create our own dynamic data or display our own dynamic data that we got in the documents. Let's come back here. And now here we can just put the name of it using handlebars of our model. And here we can just place the ID. Remember that all we need is the ID because we have this field in the post model here that accepts an ID from the categories. Okay? Very, very simple. So let's come back here and let's go to the create. And now you're going to see all your dynamic data. Welcome back, my dear students. So this is Edwin from the future. I came back to edit this lecture that you're watching right now, just because I wanted to make it better. Okay. So far we have created some dynamic data here with categories, right? Every time we are about to create a category, we are displaying some dynamic data, which dynamic category, right? Every time we are about to create a post, we have some dynamic categories appearing there. And we are achieving this by usually going to the create route, get create. We are looping through that collection and we are rendering the create view once we find that collection, and we are rendering the collection with this object here to our view that we are catching here with each handlebar loop. We got the option here with the dynamic ID and dynamic name of that specific category, right? So we're not doing that in the edit, and if you are, good for you. But I want to go ahead and do that here. Okay, now that's not going to work yet because we have to also do it in the route. We have to do the same thing we're doing here. Okay, so we're going to copy this and we're going to take it to the edit route, which is right here. Okay, I'm going to paste that in there and I'm just going to change this for edit. Edit, and I'm going to take the post, as you can see there. Okay, so that should do it. Now that should work. Let's come back here, refresh, and then we do edit. We can see that dynamic data here as well. Now, another thing is that we don't have the capability to create a post with a category yet. If you notice here, we don't have a category field. It's a good reason why. If we go back to our post routes here and we check for the route that creates the post, which is this post create, if we look where we have this new object, we don't have that field here anywhere. So let's add it, category, and then we're gonna get this request from the form, right? Simple as that. So this is the ID. And let me remind you what that is. If we go to the create handlebars, this is the ID that gets saved into this here variable that's called category. That's where we're getting that from. Okay, that's exactly what we got in this here. And of course, that's going straight into the post model, right? That's how we are formatting our data. Now, let's create a category and see how that works. Come back here, and I'm gonna say PHP 1 and PHP 1. Create. Great. This is the title. Let's come back here and refresh. And you can see that it says PHP1. Now we have a new category field here with an object ID. Now I'm using Compass from MongoDB for those of you that don't know what I'm using. Okay, so I downloaded it. I downloaded the community version. I did this lectures ago, but I just wanted to make sure that all of you are following me. You can also check this in the shell. So anyway, now that we have this here, we also need to add it into the edit. So let's go down to our put requests where we are updating our post, and let's make sure that we have that here. So post that category, and of course we're getting that from the form again, same thing, because we just copy and pasted the code from the create handlebars to the edit handlebars, and this would be category like that. Okay, now another thing that I want to do here is that I want to show the categories in the main post page. So let's go to that index, that's post index right here, and right after status I want to add that heading same category. Okay, right here. Now what you think is going to happen if I say category? What do you think we're going to see here? Let's refresh. Look what we got. We got the ID of that category. Now we need to do a little extra step to make sure that we are displaying the category name here. So let's go back to our post route, and we got to go to where we are rendering that view, which is right here on the root of the post. So we are finding all the posts, we are passing the posts, but we need to populate the post with the category. So we're gonna have this function called populate. We already have it by Mongoose, and all we have to do is say we want to populate the category. Simple as that. So now we come here, and if we refresh, look what we get now. We get an object that we can easily go and say now category.name here. Come back here, refresh, and voila, done. Now there is another step that we need to make, because every time, let's say if I come edit here and I click update, it says no, that's fine, but when we click edit again, that's not selected. So that's an easy fix, even though you might think it's hard. Let's go to the edit handlebar where that is, and I'm gonna just use the same thing that we were using right here to do the post status, right? We're doing a regular expression there in the handlebars helper function right here, and that regular expression is replacing all the data here for some dynamic. So I'll explain it to you in a bit, just in case you don't understand it, but I think I did a lot of explaining on that lecture that we created that. So I'm gonna do post that category because that's the ID, and I'm gonna come here, and now if I go back to that post and I refresh, okay, let's go back here. It's making me look really bad. Edit. Let's come back here and let's see what happened there. Select each category, post status. That should be working. This is the edit. Let's come back here real quick. Let's refresh here. All right. Let's update this post, edit. Let's update it again to node, edit, and it's not working. Select post category. Oh, okay. We got to do this on top. And this is what it's going on here. And there we go. Now we do. Now we're good. Refresh, and now you see the node. You see that? So let's come back here. Let's create another category, guys, and let's just call this JS for JavaScript. Let's go back to the post. Let's go and edit this guy out. Edit. It says JavaScript. If we click here, you can see now that the JavaScript is selected. Okay? Pretty cool stuff, guys. Pretty cool. Okay? So now if we come here, we can see the rest of them. Okay? So now if we have to do something else, we will do it, but I think we're done with these functionalities, and I hope you guys appreciated how easy this lecture was. Okay? So anyway, I want to thank you for watching my courses, my lectures. You guys are awesome as always, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Hey guys, here's Edwin, their instructor, and on this lecture we are going to be learning how to use a module that will allow us to authenticate users not only with their email or whatever email that we have in the password in the database for them and their password, but by using their, their Google account, their Amazon account, their Twitter account. So we can allow users that have an Amazon account to log in using their Amazon account to our application, the application that we just created, that we are creating, right? So that's going to be pretty cool. So I just want to remind you that back in a couple lectures ago, a couple sections ago, right, we did this the hard way, right? We created this from scratch. We were able to create a user, hash their password, and authenticate them. So that was pretty cool. We used bcrypt.js to do that. But now we're going to be using passport.js. Okay. Now I want to show you this is their homepage, and they might change it in the future. They might change the background color. Who knows? But it's passportjs.org. Okay. Again, they have a lot of different pre-built code to allow users to log in using their Facebook, Twitter, Google accounts, or over 400 different strategies. And this is what they call strategies. Okay, that pre-built code that will allow them to log in using some other application, right? For example, the Facebook strategy, okay, the Twitter strategy, the Google strategy, okay. Now, we are not going to be using any of this right now. Maybe later on we will. We're going to be using passport-local. We're going to be using this strategy here because this is going to allow the user to log in using their username and password from the database. Now, this has a lot of benefits, okay? One, that we're going to make our application universal. We can plug in other strategies, very simple. So we make our code more flexible. Not only can we allow the user to log in using their username and password that we have for them in a database, but they can use their Google account on Amazon. We're going to try to make our application a little bit more flexible by allowing the user to use maybe their Facebook or Google later on. But I want to show you how to use these modules. Very, very popular. Okay. All right, perfect. So on the next lecture, we're going to start creating the things that we need for the user for our application to start using Passport. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lectures. One of the reasons why we need a login system in our application is because of the comment section that we are going to create, right? The comment feature. We only want users that are registered to application to be able to comment. I think this is going to be a really good lecture, really good section for you. So we want to be able to have the ability to register users. and we don't have that yet. So this is the first thing that we need to create. We need to create some type of model that takes the first name, the last name, and the email. We're going to be using the email instead of the username for authentication. Okay, as you can see right here. So let's go ahead and create a model. And we, of course, have some type of validation that we have to do here to make sure that these fields match. But that is the least of our problems or of our things that we have to create, right? So we have this route right here, okay? And this is the register route. But let's go to our model here and let's go ahead and create a new one. I want to create a new user model. Okay, I'm gonna copy this from category, which is the simplest one. Okay, so that would be the first step. Now we got to think about the fields that we need, right? We have all those fields in the form, so you're welcome to look at it. I already know them, so I'm just gonna start with, and let me just copy this guy right here and just modify it. Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna need all that, but I'm gonna copy. So I'm gonna write the first name here. I'm doing the first lowercase word and then the second case. I'm using camel case format. And I'm just gonna do last name here. Then I'm gonna do email. And I want to do passport, not passport, password. Okay. That's all we want for now. Okay. Maybe later on we'll include some more fields here, maybe to have some type of profile or something like that. Okay. So now out of the box, we are doing required, meaning that we are doing a database validation. Okay. We don't want these fields empty at all. They need to be filled up. We are also going to be doing validation in the registration page. So that way we don't have to worry about this as much. So let's go to our views and that will be register. So make sure that you have your required. I don't know if I have them here. First name is going to be required. Last name required. Of course, that's going to force us in development to make sure that these fields are also filled in, which is annoying sometimes, right? Okay, so that's about it. That's refresh. We can see that I guess the validation starts. Great. So we got our model, our user model here. Let's make sure that all the fields are changed. This is gonna be in a database called users, or I mean a table. And of course we gotta change that on top as well. It's gotta be user model here. User schema, I'm sorry. In user schema. Okay. So we created a model and we required some of those inputs in the registration page. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello, 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 my dear students. Are you guys ready? Great. So let's do it. Let's go ahead and start working on the route for that specific model. Now I got this register route here. I'm just going to create another one. Remember that we need a post route. So come back here and we're just going to say post here. And let's just make sure that this works, okay? So I'm going to send. Okay, I'm just going to send that. And I don't know if that's going to work. Let's go to the registration and that's going to send a method of post. Let's see. You see, this is the inconvenience here that you got to fill up all this Make sure that we're doing it correctly. I'm gonna do my email, okay, and some passwords, okay, and it looks like it's working. See that? Great. Okay, so it's working. We got, make sure that that form has the name fields. So it looks like I already have included that for you there. Okay, remember this form, this registration form is in the block home, just in case you never did this. Okay, so that block home, okay, sorry about that. That was my Edwin Jr., my kid, making a request. I'm telling you, these kids nowadays, they make requests by texts, by apps, all that stuff. So make sure you see that block home has all that you need there, okay? Anyway, let's go ahead and start working on this. So I always forget where I am. That route confuses me. It says index there. So what is the first thing that we need to do? Well, we need the user model, right? Const user, and we need a require. We should have just paste that what we had on top there. There we go. So now that we have that user, let's try to get some information, some data in there, okay? So I could, if I wanted to, just create, just get the data and put it inside the user in a very simple format, like just grab the data and basically instantiate a user like this. This is what I mean. New user, okay, and then start saying we could do it like this: new user dot first name. Now, what is the difference between doing it like that and doing it this way? It's just I believe doing it this way is just cleaner in my opinion. I don't know. I just like to do it this way, okay? And as you can see, I'm using the new keyword, okay? So get used to that. So first name, I'm writing it the same with camel case, okay? Remember that. It has to be the same. If not, this is going to fail. First name. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this guy. Put a comma here. Oops. Make sure we copy it with a comma. A couple times. Just 2 more times, I think. Okay. Let's start from here. Last name. Last name. This is the email. Oops. Email. There we go. Actually, this is a password. Oops. Password. All right. Great. This is the first part. So we have this new user here. Now on the next step is going to be a little bit more complicated because we have to do some password hashing and we have to do maybe some validation. So I'm going to leave that for the next lecture, guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So we are coming pretty far in our application. We need to start validating some of the form data, right? So let's come back here and make sure that our application is working. It looks like it is. Let's go and come back here. So we need to start validating our data here. Now, we are validating it because we're using some of this HTML5 stuff. validation here in the front. So if you want, you really don't have to play around with it too much in the server side. We are also doing validation in the model. Okay, so we're doing validation in 3 different ways. We're using it in the model, well, in the server, and doing it in the front end. Now, you could, and we could, and maybe we will, do some of the validations that we did here. Remember that? So I'm just gonna take all this, and we can take it and put it down here like this. Okay, let's initialize this guy on top here, and let's play around with it, right? Let's just do this, and maybe the last name, and this is optional, guys. To be honest with you, I don't use this much. I just wanted you guys to know that this is a way of doing it. Okay, like this. Oops, what is this? This is the email. Let me not be lazy and write this down here. Okay, now we have the password field. Okay, and in the password field, what we want to do is maybe we can say if this is not equal. I think the other one is called password confirm. I'm not 100% sure. Confirm. Let's go back to the form real quick. Yep, password confirm. They're not the same. Password fields don't match. Don't match. Something like that, right? Let's do double quotes on this. Okay. Please include email or add an email. Please add a last name. Please enter your first name. Okay, something like that. And this would be admin post. Actually not admin, but this would be in the register, right? Actually, it's not. This is for the post data, so we don't need to. Let's go here, post data. Okay, that's fine. This is misspelled, of course. Match. There we go. If anything, we're just gonna render the view, okay, with some errors. What else do we want to pass into the register page besides the error? Well, nothing else, right? In reality, we want to see if we have no errors, and we have that function that up there. Let's see. Else, we just do our database stuff, right? Let's just send a res here and saying passed or data was good. Okay. Well, we have that required, so that's gonna get in the way. But let's see if we don't have a require in one of these. I'm just gonna fill the rest and see if that one at least goes through. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Enter. Data was good. let's not fill that one in and see what we get. Oh, 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Enter. It's looking for the view register. Oh, it's home register. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Huh. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Enter. Let me make this page a little smaller. Looks like it's refreshing. And well, we are not displaying the errors here. Okay. And we don't have it in our admin layout. So well, it's not gonna be in the admin layout. It needs to be in the home layout, right? So let's see what we can put this. This is the admin side nav. This is the admin layout. This is the home layout. And we can place these errors after, let me see, right here. Okay, so let's go in and we're gonna say if errors, we're gonna loop through them. Okay, so let's just do each errors and we're gonna show them. Let's just for now, let's see if we can remember the alert, the div. I don't think that's the one. Alert danger. Let's see, alert danger message. Let's do this now. Enter. I'm not gonna put nothing there, just gonna fill this in. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Enter. Please enter your first name. So that one is working. Let's check to see if the second one, if it goes through all of them. Okay, so I'm gonna take that require out. I'm gonna take the require password out. I'm gonna take the require all of them out. Okay, just to check. Enter. First name, last name, email. The password is not working because we need to put something in there. So let's do the password as well. Where is this stuff? There we go. Password. Now you can do the passwords together if you want to do that. You know, like if this is empty and you know if it's available. Okay, I'm just gonna do it like this. Let's see now. Oops. Enter. And of course we gotta change the name. Why my editor is playing with me like this? Enter a password. Or this field cannot be blank. Cannot be blank. Something like that. Okay, let's do it again. Let's come back. I'm gonna press enter there, register. There we go, just a little misspelling here, but let's fill everything else in here. And enter. It passed the password data here. And it says if required password, there we go. Let's fix this. I think plan goes like this. Okay, let's go back, make sure that it's working. Fill this in, and put a different password here, a different password here. Enter. Password fields don't match. Okay, so this is working. Like I said before, this is not necessary most of the time, but it's always good to have it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do Command Z or Control Z and add all my required fields in here. Okay, so make sure you have your required fields. It's just double protection, guys. Let's add it here as well. I didn't add it there. Perfect. All right, so we're doing pretty good. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start putting data in our database, right? We need to start inserting it because we need our users to be able to log in. So it's only time for us to do that. So are you guys ready? Okay, let's do it. First thing is that we need to go to our code, right? That's the first step. I'm gonna close all these fields, all these files, except the index, which we are working on, right? So now that we know the data was good, it's time for us to construct our created, well, we already created that new object. Let's bring it down to that else statement right here. Okay. Now, here, what we need to do is we need to assign a new value to this password. We need to do something with it because we can't just keep it the way it is in the database. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do it like this, and so that way we can see the difference. Okay. So new user, because we want to be able to insert data first. We want to make sure that everything is working. So let's make sure that everything is working, and then we play around with hashing the password. Okay, and let's just user was saved or something like that. User was saved. Okay, let's try this and let's see if it works, if we don't get any errors. So the first user that I want to register is going to be Maria. Yeah, Maria. And the last name, it would be Linda, which means beautiful. Yeah, if there is any Maria, Linda out there, contact me, because that is really strange. Well, not Linda, not beautiful, but with the last name Linda. Okay. It's, we have all kinds of last names out there, so I don't doubt it. So I'm gonna put a password here: 1 2 3 1 2 and 3. And Maria Linda, are you saved? It looks like she is. Okay, let's go to Mongo. So I'm gonna open my shell. Make sure your MongoD is running your database by doing MongoD. Okay, so I'm gonna use this database, which is use CMS, and then we're gonna go and find out the tables we got. Show tables or show collections, and we see that we have a new users table. So let's go DB users find. Okay, and yeah, she's there, and she has a password 1 2 3. But that's not what we want. We want to be able to hash that password. So just because that's going to be a little lecture that's going to be a little long, I'm going to do it in a separate lecture. Okay, so there you have it, guys. We are able to insert the data into our database. We created a new collection there, so we're doing pretty good. See you in the next lecture, guys. Have fun. Keep it up. Don't get lazy. Wake up if you're sleeping. Get some fresh water in your face, and always remember why you're doing this. See you in the next lecture. How are you guys? And ladies, of course. Every time I say guys, here in the US, we also say When we say guys, we mean girls too as well, okay? So guys is like a group word, okay? So when I say guys, remember ladies, you are included as well, okay? So let's get to it. We are able to register a user, and I was searching for a module to install so that way we can start hashing our passwords. I don't want to do it from scratch, guys. It's just a waste of time. So I went to Google here, my best friend. That's the only friend I got. Well, I got friends. I got a lot of friends, like Facebook friends, but really good friends are hard to find, but you know what I mean. So anyway, so I went there and it took me to the registry, and I just came here and I decided to come straight down here and look for Bcrypt. Bcrypt is an algorithm that I use in PHP, okay? It's really good, very secure, and Node.js has a whole bunch of different modules that we can use with it. So of course, me being the researcher that I am, I started looking for the best ones, and I found these two on top. So Bcrypt and Bcrypt.js. And we're gonna see how many downloads they got. And you can see this one has 24,000. This is Bcrypt. And now this one has 27,000. So you might think that this one, of course, the best one would be on top, but that's not the case here. So what I found out that, and without, making you read all this stuff, is that Bcrypt.js is lower, meaning that whoever's trying to hack into your application is just going to take more time for them to hack it. Okay, as you can see, because it's written in pure JavaScript. Okay, so, and thus lower 35%, reducing the number of iterations that can be processed in the equal time span. So I was thinking about using this one. They work basically the same way. We include the module. Okay, let me show you. Include the module, and we have some different options that we can set. Okay, we can set salts. We can even set rounds. So we got the salt here. I don't know if this one has the rounds. Rounds is how many times. The more rounds, the slower the process is for them to hack it. So Bcrypt is the one that has rounds here. So if you want to go a little bit more in depth with it, you can. Okay. So I'm not gonna go and use this. I'm gonna go and use the one that has the highest usage. Okay. And it just has less issues as well. This one has 13 open issues. This one has 12. It's just what I'm gonna use, guys. You can use whatever. Okay. So we can go ahead and start creating this here. And the way I learned to do this is that we can create let's go back here real quick, Bcrypt.js, so that I can explain it to you a little better. So we can create these configurations first. Okay, we can pull it out like this. If it's true, I mean, this compare sync method will return true or false depending if the hash was found in your database. Okay, so this is the way that I saw is used. We create this gen salt, we pass this bcrypt hash inside there, and then we store it in the database. Simple as that. So let's go back into our code and do it. So let's install this first of all. So let's go back here. I'm gonna shut down my server, npm install, and then I'm just gonna do npm install bcrypt. I was just making sure that I have my known modules there. I thought that I deleted it for some reason. Bcrypt.js, making sure that I have all my package.json references. Sorry. So let me just make sure that that's the right package. Like I said before, sometimes I have downloaded, misspelled the word, and have downloaded the wrong package. So make sure you have exactly the same one. So let's just paste that in here. Enter. Great. Now let's go ahead and turn on our app. our server, and let's just write this first. Let's make sure we be crypt. I don't know, for some reason this word is kind of hard for me to write. Be crypt JS. I don't know why. So let's go to where we have that else statement right here before we do anything. I'm gonna move this, but let's go and we use this method called generate salt, and we're gonna generate a salt of 10 at least. There is a callback function here that's gonna return an error and the salt that we need. Okay, salt is just a random string of characters, okay, just to make our passwords harder. And then we are going to use bcrypt again to hash, and this hash function is going to take the new user password, which is the password from the database, right? And we're gonna salt, it's gonna take the salt, which is here in this callback, and now there's another callback function here that's gonna return our hash password. Okay, there we go. Now remember that this new user password is the password coming from the form, okay? And we are hashing it. We're passing the salt to this hash function or method, and then we are coming back with a hash password. So it's doing behind the scenes, it's hashing it for us. And now we should see some type of hash password in here. Okay, so I just want to show you that that's what it is. And I'm just going to comment that out. Let's go to our server here. And I'm just gonna write whatever. I just want you guys to see the passwords. Enter. Of course, we're gonna see this in the server, and you can see the password, the hash password here. You see the algorithm right here. This is the $. This is bcrypt doing that. So $2, and the 10 is the right here. Well, the 10, this is the amount of time this is gonna go around. So this is doing 10, I believe. Okay, and then we have, I believe this dot right here is the salt. Okay, every dot here, and I forgot all of them, but every dot here is a special parameter here. Okay, we got the algorithm, then I believe we have the salt, the password, and everything is here. You can decode it. You can find out more information about bcrypt and how it's created. I haven't really read the documentation in a while, but that's, if you want to go in depth, there is more information in the documentation about bcrypt, okay, on what each of these parameters is doing. Okay, so anyway, we're going to continue this in the next lecture, guys. Thank you. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start putting some generated hashes into our database, right? So some hash passwords. So this function, I was looking into it in the database. Well, not in the database. In the documentation, this is for bcrypt.js, and you can see that it takes the rounds as the first parameter here, and then the seed length and a callback. Okay, so basically saying here this is not supported, but as you can see, the rounds takes a number, and number of rounds to use default is tens. Okay, 10. Now the rounds is, and I found a good explanation here. Rounds are the cost of processing the data. The higher the number, the harder, the slower this would take a automated software to hack onto your application. Okay, now that's what the rounds are. Now the salt is, default is 10, so it's gonna be like a set of for the salt, and I found out the default was 10. I've been looking back and forth into BigCrypt and BigCrypt.js, but the salt is a string and numbers. So it's a string generated with numbers and words, and the default is 10. So I just wanted to give you some general data in the documentation. That way you don't have to look it up, but it's good to know. Okay, so now that we have our hash password there, we got to use it here by saying, hey, I want to convert that property value into my hash. Okay, that's the first thing. Then we want to use this here because we want to save the data, right? There we go. And we just save the data. Now let's see if, let's go back to our Mongo. I want to delete the users right here, and I could delete it by doing, find the user and remove it if I want to. And there is a function called find and remove, I believe. You can look it up in the documentation in the Mongoose, but I'm just gonna drop the whole thing. There we go. db users.drop. So let's go back here. I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna try to enter a new user with my email. Password is gonna be 123, 1, 2, and 3. Enter. It says the user was saved. So I'm gonna press up arrow here to find in the Mongo shell. I'm gonna find that new user with a new password. Look at that. Beautiful. So now we are able to hash users. So now once the user gets registered, where do we want to send this person? Well, we can send it to admin, right? Because they are able to log in. But let's just put it here for now. But later on, we need to authenticate this user. Welcome, my dear students. So I was thinking, instead of redirecting this guy to admin, we should be redirecting it, redirecting our users to login page, right? But before we do that, we could write some type of flash message here, right? And we can say success. There we go, underscore message. And we can say something like, you're now registered. Please log in, or something like that. Great. So you guys remember what we're doing with this? The flash, how we're doing this? I know it's been a long time, but this is where we got it, okay, in our app.js. And now we are making this variable, local variable, that we have available in a partial here. So this partial is included in our admin. So anyway, anytime anywhere inside our admin that we get a success variable, a variable that's named like this is going to display, okay, if it finds it. Now we need to include this partial inside the home to see our flash as well for the home layout, okay? So let's register a user. I'm gonna register the same user. I did a drop in my database again, just to making sure that I have my database is empty. And refresh, and now you can see, now it says you are now registered, please log in. But we also have some type of div there. Let's handle that one. Let's go back to our views, home, register. That's because we have some type of not here is in the login page right here. So we got this alert. We're just gonna take that off. We're not up to that point yet. So great, at least that's working, right? We have a user register, and now we're getting some type of pop-up here, or some type of indication that their users registered. That's great stuff, right? Welcome back, my dear students. So you guys are having a lot of fun. Now it's time for us to come back to the form here, and one of the features that I want to add is that I want to be able to not allow the user, or not, bother the user with entering all his data again here. Imagine we had a form that was 100 fields, right? We asked for a whole bunch of information. It wouldn't be nice for the user to have to type in all the data again once they messed up. And that has happened to me in websites, and I really hate it. You don't understand how much I hate that. To be able to type in some mistake in some type of image verification, click on register, and then the whole entire page will get refreshed, and I have to type in all my data again. That's horrible, very horrible experience. So in this lecture, we're gonna do that. We're gonna make sure that all the data is back in the form when somebody's registering, and we're going to check for the email, because we don't want to do anything if that email exists, right? We might want to have to redirect the user somewhere else. So let's start with the data. So in the index, and this is the register post, when they're about to submit all their data, we got this array here that we are returning just the errors. Why don't we start returning the, let's say, first name, okay? And we can start returning the same value of the form back, okay? You can go ahead and try to do that yourself. I'm gonna, just pause the video and try to do that yourself here. You were able to do it. It's pretty easy, right? We just have to get the body first name here. Basically all the same data we have in our object. Where is our object? Right here. Same thing, right? Same exact thing. We just get all these fields back. Now, the trick with this, and we don't want the password back, right? But the trick with this is that we have to go back to the view, register view, and in the value field, that's where we have to type in those things. So right here in the start, I'm just gonna do it here, and I'm just gonna say first name, and here I would say value last. Actually, hold on. We're doing this in Handlebars. So first name. Let's do this a couple times. Like that, and then we'll replace that data. Okay, guys? Let's just do it here, and do for password, we're not doing it for. So only 3 fields: the first name, last name, and email. And that's a big one there. The email, sometimes you have to put that ampersand, that @ symbol, and that's just a pain in the rear. Okay, so we don't have a lot of fields here, but imagine if the user did, right? So let's say I put Edwin Diaz and I try to register. I'm just gonna try to put some password here, and there we go. Now it gets refreshed, but my data is back here. Now I got this div here that I don't know where it's coming from. I have to find it somewhere in my application. Anyway, I'll find that later. This is my fault. Okay, so that's somewhere in my application. Maybe I was somewhere in a admin or a layout or something. I'll find it. But anyway, so you can see that we got that. Now let's play around a little bit with displaying some type of message if this email is available in a database, if it does exist. So let's go back to our index, and right before we start messing around with creating a user, I think we should start doing it right here in this else statement. What do you guys think? Well, you guys can do it wherever you want, but I'm gonna do it right here. So I'm gonna say user.find one, and we're gonna find a user with an email that is equal to the one coming from the form. Okay, simple as that. Then we get a then here, and this is where we want everything to happen, right? We get the user here, and then after we get the user, we say if the user, okay, If that user is available, then we start playing around with it, right? That's that, and this is this, and let's just get all that data in there. Okay, right there. Else, then what we want to do is we want to maybe flash, send a flash or something, and say, I don't know, some type of error message. And we say something like, that email exists, please log in, something like that, and then we can redirect the user somewhere else. Let's redirect them to the login page. Okay, login area. Okay, we don't have that message anywhere, so let's go ahead and go to our apps and add some type of error message here, something like that. Now, one thing that I wanted to make you aware, and I'm actually going to mention that later, is that we can take our functionality from that, sorry about that, from our index here to our model, and I'll show you that in a minute. Okay, we can create methods. So this, we can actually make another one like this, and make sure it says error message here. Simple as this. Let's change the div to danger, signifying that something went wrong, right? Now I have two entries with, oops, this is where that went. Let's go to register real quick and fix that. That's my label. So I already have two entries with, where is it? Right here. You guys probably saw that in the last lecture, didn't you? In the form. I don't know how I get this. Sometimes I'm typing in my other IDE, and then when I try to type in here, I get this. I can't do anything. I get like a frozen page. But anyway, so I already have two entries with Edwin Diaz at Edwin at edwindiaz.com. So if I try to use this now, if I register, it's gonna tell me, oh, it's not working. Let's go back here and let's see why it's not working. Let's go back to index. So we are saying if the user is available. Oh, of course not. If the user, well, if we find the user, we are actually inputting all the data. So if not the user, we can do this. Okay, else we do that. All right, I got my logic backwards there. Sorry for that. Let's register. Let's do it again. I should have 3 Edwins now. All right, 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Register, and there we go. That email exists. Please log in. So that's about it. Let me just delete all my users. Drop. Okay, and now you can test this, but I'm pretty sure it works. Okay, you can, right now I can register a user. Let's just test it just to make sure that it works. I'm gonna register a user. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Register. You see that one went through because we don't have any users. Now that we do have a user, let's see how that goes. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3, and there we go. And now let's check the database to see if we have anything there. Let's do db_users.find, and we only have 1 user available. We can use that pretty function like this to make sure our data is, you see, we only have 1 user. All right, That's it for this lecture, guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's about time we start, putting stuff where they need to be in this course, in this application. So what I want to do is in the config, I want to create a file here for our database. So I'm just going to call this database.js. And this is just going to be a module that exports. And we're just going to export out some data here. And what I want to do is I want to say MongoDB, and then I want to put here the database address. Okay, so let's come back here. Let's do that. Okay, so let's go here and call this URL. All right, now if I go back to app, I'm going to import this file here so that I can use it. So I'm gonna say const. I'm just gonna put some curly brackets here. Use the structuring, and let's do required. And this file is helpers, and it would be config. Actually, it's not a helpers, it's config. There we go, and that's the database. And this is just gonna have, let's just bring it down like this, MongoDB URL, and we're gonna put it here like that. Okay, as you can see, it's still connecting, so it's still working. I just wanted to put it there. It's just something that we should be doing. And in the future, we're going to modify this a little bit when we deploy, because we want to have a local address for our local deployment. We want to have a, something for the production, something for development, something for production. So we're going to have to write some code here later on, but we're just getting things ready. Okay. So now we are about to join, not join, but to start doing authentication. We are application here. I'm started using Compass from MongoDB, the community version. Again, I know I started using it in the beginning of the course, somewhere in the database section, and I'm using it back again after a couple lectures in the project section. You guys probably been using it for a while. So anyway, if we go to homepage and we go to login here, we don't have anything for login yet. So let's go and create some routes for that. Let's go to our home routes right here, and let's see what we got for post login. We only have register, and we only have a get login here. We don't have a post login, so we need to get and write that right now. So you're gonna come here, and this is gonna be a post request, and we're just gonna say test it out to see if it works. Works. Okay, let's go and check that login view and see if that is doing what it's supposed to be doing. Login, and it's sending a post method. Okay, let's check it out real quick. Enter, and it looks like it's working. Great. So now we got this working. We have the database. We're starting to create more configurations outside of our code, so that way everything is more organized. Okay, perfect. I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start playing around with Passport.js. Remember, that's a module that I introduced you in the beginning of this section. I believe it was in the first video or something like that, or the last section. Anyway, either way, this module is going to allow us to log in to our application, by using other services like Google, Facebook, Twitter, and all that stuff. But we are going to be using it to log in with our own credentials. And at the same time, we're going to be making our application a little bit more flexible because we can plug in any strategy. And when I say strategy, I mean any other code that will allow us to log into, like say Google or anything like that. Remember when I told you about strategy at first? So anyway, let's download it. npm install passport and passport local, which is a strategy that we are going to be using. Okay, local means that it's just going to check for the username or email and our password from the database. And enter. Make sure that we download it. Great. Now we need to include it in our, and I'm in routes home index. Here's where we need to include it. So I'm going to say passport, and I'm going just to require it here. And here we are going to also require a, call this passport local. That's the strategy. And here at the end, inside this passport local, there is an object that we can access called strategy. We can access that because that's the strategy we're going to be using. And you use that, you do that with every other strategy. You first do npm on the strategy you want, and you take out the strategy from there. So here we're going to say something like local strategy, something like that. Great. So now we can use it. Let's go to our login. Remember to write some of the, to put some comments on your routes and your code, okay? Guys, I don't do it because I want to save time. I don't want this course to be 600 lectures, okay? All right, so so now that we have our passport, let's use a function called authenticate. You can get all this information in the documentation, and I read it a lot, okay? Actually, they are using uppercase, so let's use that as well right here. I know I saw that somewhere, okay? So very common sense once you get to know it, but it could be a little mess in your head if you don't know what you're doing. So that's what I'm here for. So let's use this password authenticate function, and the first parameter is going to be the strategy that we are going to be using. I'm going to be using the local strategy, and the second parameter is an object with some properties and values. These properties and values are going to do different things depending whether we log in or not, authenticate or not, okay? So one of the properties is called success redirect, and this is where it's going after it is authenticated. We're going to send this person to admin, or this user. And there's another one very similar to that, but this one is failure. That's the one I'm interested. There are a couple more. I'm just interested in just this two, and this would be to log in. Let's do one more, and what I want to do is failure flash, just so that we can get a session or a little flash message error, okay? And then we can use that, and let's set that to true. Now I'll show you that flash. It's like rec flash error, like that. We get something like that we can use, okay? Anyway, so once that's done, here we can pass in, and we have to, our requests and our response or our nets, which is not here. We need a net function. Remember that this is how we go to the next request with this function. So we pass all that in because we want this function to be called immediately once this is executed. We're passing all that, okay? So there's nothing else we need to do here, to be honest with you. Now we have to just play around with some of the functionality. On the next lecture, we're going to test out passport. Okay, we are done with this first lecture, which was to the first part which was to use it. Now we need to test it on the next lecture. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start testing out to see if we are communicating with Passport, right? If we are in sync with it. So what I want to do is I want to turn on our app, NodeMon app.js, make sure that everything is working, it's not breaking. That's great. Now here on top, and we're gonna take this to another file later on, guys, because we don't want this mess here. But I want to start testing things out. So there is a function that Passport has called use or this method. It's like a middleware, okay? And then we're gonna new up the local strategy here, and we're gonna pass on parameters. Now, since we are, and this went too far, okay? Since we are using for login, let's go back to the login. Let's just make this smaller here. Our login is not working. Don't tell me I did. Let me see what I did. Oh, that's because we have this code here that we have to comment out. There we go. So we don't have a username by default. Passport as of this video, as the recording of this video, and this version is Passport 0.40 and Passport local 1.00. As of this version, Passport still by default only authenticates the username, right? So we need to modify that. We need to modify so it authenticates the emails, okay? Remember, this is a pre-built code, so there's a lot of things that we have to, there are a couple of things that we have to override. So we can, and they provide this for us. And I looked it up in the documentation, which you can also find right here. If you look for, let's do Command F or Control F and do username. I believe it's username field. There we go. See that? We can override those. Okay. So let's pass this object. That's the first parameter. And we're going to say username field. That's a property. And it's going to be email. I don't think we need the underscore. No, we don't. Okay. So we have this object here in the local strategy. Now we need to, we have a callback here. And we're going to get the email. We'll get, and let's make sure this callback is right. The email will get the password, and we get a function called done. This function called done is a function that's used a lot here to basically return some values, okay? That lets Passport know that we're done with it, and it executes some other extra code that we need, okay? So once that's done, we can test it out. Let's see if this works. Console.log, and let's just test out the password, something like that. Let's see if it works. So we're gonna do a console log. Oh, something's going on here. Let's see. Email is not defined. Oh, that's because we need to put this in strings. There we go. That works. So once we go ahead and hit the submit here, this is what's going to happen. Let's go back to our routes and explain. This Passport authenticate is going to fired. It's going to do some things behind the scenes, and it's going to either redirect to admin, failure to redirect, or failure flash. So if it was successful, it's going to redirect here. If it fails, it's going to redirect here. And if it has some type of error, we're going to get a flash error. Now, we are not really doing anything yet, because what we got here is that we're hooking up into the local strategy, but we're still not going into the database and verifying the user there. So this is not doing anything yet, and we're still not even working with sessions. So right now, hang tight. I just want to see if we get some of the information from the form here, because this is what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to grab all the data from the form, the request dot body dot email and that password, and pass it in here to this local strategy, and we can use it. Okay, that's what it's supposed to do. So I'm just gonna put Edwin Diaz at edwindiaz.com. Login is gonna stay hanging there, and we're supposed to see the password here. The password, as you can see, it says 123. We can also test it with the email just to make sure. Come back here. Edwin Diaz 123. Enter, and you can see that the email is right here. Okay, guys, if you're not using a IDE like this one, I suggest Visual Studio. I probably told you that in the beginning of the course, just because the terminal is here. Okay. Anyway, so we are actually doing pretty good. Everything is working good. We're using Passport already. All we have to do is jump into the database, verify the user, return some data, and voila, good. So thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. All right, so we need to jump into the database and try to verify our user. Let's go back here to the documentation, which I like to look at all the time. And as you can see here, we are going into the database. We are checking for a username. In our case, we're going to check for email. We have this callback function coming back. We're checking if error, return error. If not user, return this. Basically, this is perfect. This is exactly what we need. Okay, perfect. So let's do it from scratch. We have the user model, right? Because we have the user right there. And we just got to say find one. Why am I'm not copying and pasting, guys? Because I want you guys to do the same thing I'm doing. Type it. It helps me as well. Okay, remember this stuff. It's a lot of information. So we're gonna check for an email field to see if the email is there, and then if it is, then we bring back the user, right? If we find that email, even if we don't find it. So um, if error, actually, I believe that callback, but this is a promise that we're using here, so it's a little different. We can do a catch and catch for the error, but we can just do if not user. We don't have to do all the checkups like if error and all this. I mean, it's up to you if you want to go ahead and follow the documentation with a callback. You can do it. I mean, it's up to you. I'm doing it my way. If not valid password, you can also check for that if you have that function somewhere checking, but that's okay. I'm going to return the done function, and I'm going to return the null because I think that's for the error. False because the user is not there. And we're going to return some type of message. That's what I was reading in the documentation, guys. No user found. Great. Now, how can we display this stuff? Right now, if what we have in our database, we have in the CMS, we don't have any users. Let's create a user real quick. I don't have any user. I'm going to create a user called Edwin Diaz at edwindiaz.com. 123, 123, register. Okay. So I'm going to try to log in and see what's going to happen. 123, log in, and that stays hanging. Okay. That's because it's working. But if I put another password here, like a random password, I say login. It's making me look really bad right now. Let's put another different email that's not available. Login. As you can see, goes back to the same login. Let's put the email and the password. We don't have actually one for the password to verify for the password, right? We don't. Should actually do that. usually what we do is we use Bcrypt in another file and or the model, create some type of method and bring that method here and use it, right? Just like they're doing right here in the documentation. Let me see. I'm going too far again. Right here, they have some type of valid password, and they are doing this from the user model. Let me see if they have that model here somewhere so that I can show it to you. So what they doing here, do you see that valid password? They have a compare. Let me see if I can go back to the model and show you. In the user, you can create, oops, you can use the schema here and say schema dot methods, and you can generate a function that you can use in your user. For example, console like this, dot log using um, schema method. I wanted to show you this because this is very useful, and this is exactly what they're doing. I'm going to show you that this is what they're doing over there. You might want to give this some type of name. So we're going to call this, I don't know, test method or something like that. Okay. And let's go back to our index and let's execute this once we find an email for that user. So I'm going to come here and we say user, what did we call it? Test method. Okay. And see what do we get. Okay. So let's go back to our login. I just want to show you 1, 2, and 3 login, and you can see that it says using schema methods. Okay, so real quick, this is how we can create some methods that we can use in our schemas. Okay, so we can come here and create some type of comparison for our, what you call it, a Bcrypt, because that's what we need. Let's go back here and we need to uncomment this out and let's write the code here. Okay, let's say bcrypt.compare. This is the function from Bcrypt.js that we're using Bcrypt right here because we also have a registration here. So yep, we are using it right here. Okay, great. Okay, so we are going to grab the password that's coming from the form, which is this one, and the user password that's coming from the database. We're going to compare it, and we are going to have this callback with an error or some other property that is going to be either true or false. And I like to call this matched, like this. Okay, so if error, then we just return that error or throw the error. But if it's matched, then we just return done and null. Let's go back here again, went too far. Done, null, false, and the message. Well, that's for password incorrect. Okay, well, we don't have a password incorrect yet, but we will create one. It would be nice to have one. Okay, actually we can right here. Okay, so we can return that there. Anyway, let's finish this one. So if it's matched, we return that and the user, and here we return this guy right here. That would be nice. I'm just gonna copy and paste. I got tired writing. and paste that. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna make sure that this works on the next lecture, guys. I'm gonna leave you to it so you can write it down. Again, if you try this code now, it might not work 100%. So whatever we have to fix, we do it in the next lecture. Thank you so much. See you then. Welcome back, my dear students. So I hope you guys are having a lot of fun and learning a lot. Hopefully I'm not going too fast for you, okay? So I'm gonna recap a little bit just in case you got a little lost. We are hooking up into Passport by using this code here, which is coming from the form, right? Passport authenticate, we are telling alias and we're using a local strategy. Local strategy. You know what to do when we invoke the local strategy, right? So the local strategy behind the scenes gonna look for some values that are coming from the form that is expecting, like the rec.body.email and things like that, right? It grabs those, okay, and uses it behind the scene. So right now here, these properties are just set there. So in case of if it's successful or not successful, um, things that I need that it will do. Okay, we're passing the request, the response, and the nets so that our passport can use those. Okay, behind the scenes. So that local strategy, when we new it up, when we create this new instance here, right? When we new it up, actually, not this instance, but when we new it up, we are passing in some values that we're overriding here because it's checking for username by default. So we really don't have to have this. If you're using username, you don't have to have that. But we're using email. Okay, so we have to override username, the username field. So it's pulling this from the form, and we got this callback, this function called done that we use with it, that we do some things behind the scenes too. And then here we're using our model to search the database to do a query for that user that has that email. Once we find that or not find it, we do certain things with it, right? If we don't find the user, we return a message here. The user not found. Here are some parameters. I think this is an error parameter and the user. We're setting this to false and to null, as you can see it in the documentation. Okay, they are here, null and false. They got more explanation about what each of those um, properties are or values are. Okay, so in here we're just using Bigcrypt to compare that password that's coming from the form with the one in the database and returning the result. We either return an error or we return another value that's either true or false, and we are just doing that check here. Now let's go back and let's see if what happens when we try to log in with the right credentials. 1, 2, and 3, enter, and it takes me to login, and you can't see anything there. It's still telling me that it needs passport initialized. Okay, so this is another part that we need, and that's why I told you that that code was not going to work in the last lecture. We still need to plug in a couple things. So as far as I remember, there is something else that we need. Command F, it's called passport.initialize right here. We need this too here. Okay, we also need body parser, we got that. We also got express session. We only need this two things here to do that, the secret, and we have that. Okay, we have this. Okay, so all we need is this two as far as I remember. Let's go back to app, and I want to do this right when we are doing sessions. Okay, right below flash, I'm gonna do it, and I'm just gonna put a comment here, passport, like that. Okay, let's go back here and refresh. Oops, we got another error. Let's see where the error is. Oh, we're not logging in passport here. We don't have passport. So passport require passport. All right, let's try it again. Okay, now it's working. Let's come back here, 1, 2, and 3, login, and fail to serialize user into session. So let's go back to here, and there is something else we're still missing, okay? Don't worry, guys, we're gonna get it. This arrow here, serialize, is another piece of code that we need. Serialize. Okay, so what it is that Passport needs to serialize the user. It needs to grab the data, whatever data it is, if it's an object or something, serialize it so it is easier to transmit that data, okay, into a session. So let's come back here and copy this, okay, and see where we're going to be putting this. Where's the passport use? Okay, I'm just going to be putting right here on this route. I'm going to paste it in there. Okay, and this should be okay because as you can see, this is using the user that we have already, and it's using Mongoose or something like that because it says find by ID. I think this method exists in Mongoose. We're gonna find out in a minute if it works or not. Guys, remember that I love getting errors in the application just because it's gonna show you every step of the way on how I resolve them. You have seen how many errors we got, like 2 or 3 already, right? And look at that. Look at that. How many things have you learned? Every error that we have encountered, we have fixed, right? So when you encounter those, you know exactly what you're missing. So you can come back to these lectures and look at them. All right. I don't like to make perfect lectures just because you guys don't learn as much. Believe me. I wish an instructor would have shown me this information when I was first learning. It took me a long time to realize some of the errors. Weeks, days, months sometimes. So anyway, so now we should be good. Let's go back here, and now we can say that the user is being serialized. And there we go. Now we're going to admin. Now, one thing to keep in mind that I want you guys to be aware is that automatically, once we are doing this, we're using sessions, okay? Because if you look at passport initialize, right? We're initializing passport, but we're also using passport as session. This is actually going and applying a request user. So we have this request user that we can access anywhere. Okay, this type of session that we can access anywhere. Okay, and we can convert that to some type of variable later on to use it. Okay, so now it looks like it's working, guys. We need to kind of refactor our code a little bit and play around with it. But what I want to do also is that I want to show you that it is working by using that rec user that I told you about. So I'm going to make this a little smaller. And when we log in, I want to be able to say, show this logout. Right now it's showing, but maybe we can put our username here or something, okay? So that would be fun to do. So let's play around with this application a little more on the next lecture. Take care. All right, welcome back, my dear students. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to put maybe the username for our user or the first name or something here in our application just to show you that it's logged in, okay? So let's go back here, and I told you that we have this rec user available, and let's actually do it here. Let's just say rec locals dot user, and this is just creating a global variable somewhere that we can access anytime. Just because we don't want to get this rec user and pass it in to a view. It's just a lot of uh, messed up code. It just takes a lot of work, and I don't want to do that because anyway we will have to pass all that in to a view when we are the request to a view, and we don't want to do that. We want a better way to access that. Um, so rec user, And we can do a little trick here, and we can, if that user is not available, we can uh, apply null to it or something like that. I was gonna put an empty string. I remember I saw this trick somewhere when I was first learning Node.js somewhere. Um, let's go, and I use this a lot in JavaScript, but coming from a PHP background, this can be confusing. You'd be like, what in the world is he doing? Even though in PHP, this is for a or, it's the same thing. It's just when you come to JavaScript, you don't think of objects most of the time, right? But in Node.js, that's what we do. Anyway, so we have this user available to us when we log in. Let's go back to the front of the page. Let's log in again. And if we put a wrong password here, click login, it's going to redirect us, but we don't have any errors. So that's something that we also have to do. And I want to do that in this lecture. Let's see if we have time. 1, 2, 3, login. Okay, let's go to the, let's find that logout if I can find it, because that's hidden somewhere. Hidden, layouts, admin, and I'm going to do Command F and say logout. And I think that's it. If I'm not mistaken, that's what it is. Maybe I can use one of these guys. Let me see if that's the one. I'm just gonna put an H there. Refresh. Yeah, that's the one. I'm gonna put one of these and see if that looks right here. And I'm gonna call this, let's see if they have one, user F. And yeah, it has a little face there. And it would be nice if we can say if user and I hope you see what I'm doing here. This is just an if statement in Handlebars. Okay, so if we have a user, we're gonna see the user there, but we want to see the user first name or something like that. Refresh, and voila. Let me make sure that you can see that. You see that? Look at that, beautiful. So now we know that something is going on here, right? Okay, but later on we have to delete this. We have to delete that session. Okay, that value. All right, so the next step is showing some type of error here in our login when he's not able to log in, right? I told you that in the beginning that we were able to log in to return some type of flash error message, right? And that's exactly what we do with when we use this in Passport message. This becomes a error. So let's go back to app here. Let's go all the way to the bottom here. Rest.locals dot error. So we're gonna create this variable called error, and is Passport is going to create this session or flash that's gonna be called error, and we're gonna check for that. Okay. Um, let's go to partials, admin, actually home, and I thought I have messages. I do have messages here. I'm gonna create an extra one here in partials, paste it in here, and I'm gonna check for errors, for error, and I'm gonna display the error here. Okay, hopefully I'm correct there, and login. There we go. See that? Incorrect password. Okay. Um, what if I put another email that's not available? No user found. Okay. Perfect. And if I put the right one, 1, 2, and 3, login, we get redirected. Okay. So we learned a lot of cool stuff in this lecture, guys. Go ahead and rewind the video, look at it a couple more times if you are confused. If you have any questions, put it in the discussion. It's very easy to make a mistake using Node.js, using JavaScript, right? And then you don't have a lot of errors that you can check. But with what I've shown you so far, you should have an easier way to do this. Thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start logging our users out. Just because, and I found the logout function here. Okay, very easy. In the request, there is a logout method that's added. We can use that to log out. Okay, so let's go to our index, home, well, routes, home index. Okay, and let's create this logout. I would like to keep my login and login post and all my login functions closed. Okay, so this is the login and I want the logout right here. So I'm gonna say router dot get. That's gonna go to logout, and of course we're gonna have the request and the response, and here we just say, well, the request, we activate this logout function and we redirect to homepage or something, or to login, right? Cool. Let's test this real quick. Homepage. We don't see the user, and let me tell you why we don't see the user name here. That's because our server is always refreshing with NodeMon. Okay, so we're gonna have to log in again to see this in action. 1, 2, and 3. Log in, and you can see that it shows me my name right here. Now, if I click logout, or if I go to logout, let's go to logout, enter. See, it takes me back to login. If I go to admin, my user name is not there, or my user first name is not there, right? Pretty cool stuff. So that's it for this lecture. That was short, right? So on the next lecture, we are going to be playing around with this form right here and creating our logout right here, which will be pretty cool. Thank you, and I'll see you on the next lecture, guys. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So we have this logout form here that we don't know what in the world it's happening, but this is Bootstrap, of course, and we need to make sure that we know how that works, right? So let's go to our admin handlebars layout, and here where we click logout, okay, um, this is doing something. It's activating a modal called example modal here. Okay, we should change the name of that. I'm gonna look for that example modal. We're doing Control F or Command F, and data target somewhere. And I think that modal, I'm gonna see where that is included. I don't remember, to be honest with you, but right here, this is where the modal is. So we're gonna find it by doing example modal just by itself. We could, if we wanted to, put this somewhere else. I'm gonna call this logout modal. You know what? Let's just leave it like that. You can, if you want, call it logout modal, but you have to change all these fields as well. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Maybe later on we'll do it. If you want, you can do it yourself. Anyway, so we are in this modal here, and when we click the logout, it's taking me to this URL here, which that's not where I want to go. I want to go to logout like this. Okay, and I think that's it. Logout. All right, let's just refresh. Logout, and it takes me back here. Let's log in. 1, 2, and 3. Log in. cancel, log out. If we go to admin, it's not there. Pretty cool stuff, right? That's it. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we're going to be learning how to protect our routes. There are times when we might want a user not to see certain files or not to do certain things with certain data, right? So what if we don't want the user that's not logged in to be able to see the post here, right? Every user that is going to be seeing or creating posts needs to be logged in, and even categories. So let's learn how to do that. Now I was looking around and I think I found something here. It's called rec. This is added to our request. It's called is authenticated. This function is going to allow us to make sure that the user is logged in. Okay. I think this user was having some type of issue here, but I know that that function works. Okay, and the other tutorials are using it as well. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a helper here. I'm gonna call this authentication.js. You can shorten this or call it however you want. It doesn't really matter for me. So I'm gonna say module.exports, and we're gonna export some function here, and we're just gonna say user authenticated. Okay, and this is gonna have the request, the response, and the nets here to go to the nets. So now here we can just create an if statement, and we can say if rec is authenticating. You can see it right here. Then we just go to the next request. Okay, whatever that is. And else we just go and redirect to login or something like this. This net is going to stop any executions after it, but just to make sure, let's just return it. Okay. That's it. So now when we want to use this functionality, we just have to include it wherever we need it, and we need it. Let's go to the post routes, and I'm gonna include it right here. I'm gonna say construct. I'm gonna use the structuring. So the constants require we gotta go out and do to authentication. There we go. Now we're gonna take this user authenticated out of there, and we're gonna use it, right? Come back here, and I'm gonna plug it into all my routes because I don't want anybody in the post admin to be snooping around if they're not authenticated. Now if I go to admin, and remember that our server is refreshing with nodemon, so because it's refreshing, our session is lost. So if I refresh here, this is going to redirect me to login because we're not logged in anymore, right? So let's log in. 1, 2, and 3. Log in, and now we can access our posts. See that? But if we log out and we try to come back here and we try to go to posts, nothing. Okay? We shouldn't even be able to access the admin at all. Okay? So we can resolve that, right? Let's come back here, and we can take that to index. Come back here and plug that in there like this. Now if we try to come back to admin, okay, oh, we're missing a little bit of there we go. Refresh. We can't access admin at all. Okay, it's better that you put this everywhere, just because you never know if somebody's gonna send a direct request, and we don't want anybody We don't want to take our chances, okay? So I'm going to put this in categories. Now, one word of advice, we are going to be creating some more things in admin. So you might not want to protect all admin because it's just going to be chaos. Every time we create a new feature in admin, we have to log in to see it. So you might want to take that off from admin for now, okay? So that way we don't have to keep logging in and logging in all the time, okay? So I'm just going to comment, take it off from now, but now you know how to use it, right? Okay, later on we'll plug it in, but now you know how to do it. Thank you so much, guys, for watching these lectures. Thank you so much for the good reviews that some of you have given me. And for those of you that have given me bad reviews in the beginning, please review those reviews, review it, and fix them. Okay? Thank you so much. I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So we have come very far with our application. So far, we can log in, we can create posts, edit posts, delete. We basically do the CRUD with posts. We can even do the CRUD with categories. Really cool stuff. We have even a custom feature here where we can create multiple posts if we want, and we can, of course, use that feature with any other data that we need, right? We can modify it. So there are a couple other features that I want to include here, but one of the most important features is that I want to include is the creating comments on each of these posts. Okay, I think that would be a neat feature to have, and of course, because this is like a blog in a way, um, it's something that it's needed here. As you can see, it would be pretty nice to have something like this. So let's go ahead and start creating it, and let's see how we can attack this situation. The first thing that we need to do is create some type of model if we are going to be creating posts, right? So let's go here, and I'm going to right click and create a model for comment like this, a comment model .js, of course. I'm going to grab some of the, this is too big. What about category? Perfect. I'm just going to grab this here, and I'm going to paste it in here, okay? And of course, I'm going to change the name to say comment schema, and I'm gonna copy that and paste it right here, and this is gonna be comments, okay, like this. Now keep in mind that we can, if we wanted to, embed comments inside the post schema, okay, and make it so every time you see a document in our database, for example, let's say you see a property here or a field here, you can see all the comments of that specific post. But again, if you think about this, if we had a property here, a field that had a whole bunch of other data in there, like let's say 1,000 comments, this document here would look crazy, right? So I think it's better to keep that in a separate collection. So that's what we're going to be doing. That's why we're creating this model, because if we weren't putting this in a separate collection, we don't have to create a model for it. Okay, we can just play around and always access the post model to access those comments. Okay, so we would do something like post. When we get the post, we can say post dot comments, and then access, you know, post name or body or whatever. Okay, but we're not doing that. So, and that would be, of course, in your routes. So let's go back here, and what do we want from the comments? Well, we want the body, and maybe we want the user, right? So I'm gonna start creating the user right away here. And remember that the user, what we want from the user is some type of ID, okay? We want to create a ID for each of the comments, a owner, basically, of the comment, okay? So we got to think about this relationship. We create a user, and of course, we need a user for each comment anyway. So let's create the schema for it. Schema types object ID, like this, okay? So each user, each comment is going to have a user. We know that. That would be the logged in user. And now we're going to have a required that is going to be actually the users model. That's where we need that users from. Okay, from here. So now in the post table, and let's actually finish this up. Body type string is required. You can also make sure that this is required too, just in case you encounter any errors. Okay, so in post here, what we want to do is we want to have a field here of comments, and here we can keep the ID of each of these comments. Okay, so we can say that the type, and if you go back here, we have it right here as well. Okay, remember that when we're using the square brackets here, we are creating an array, so it's gonna keep multiple IDs, not just one. Okay, and of course the comment is going to refer back to the comments, not the categories. Okay, pretty cool stuff. So in the post model, we are going to keep all the IDs of all the comments instead of keeping all the individual documents embedded in here. Okay, it's better to have IDs. So that's it. We're done with the relationship, guys. It's very simple. In the comments, we are referencing the user, and because we are referencing that model, okay, that collection, we have access to all these properties there for that user later on. So anyway, thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. All right, welcome back, my dear students. So it's time for us to start looking into what is the next step. So we have created our relationship. Okay, so this is where we are. We have created a relationship between the comment schema, the post schema, okay, and the user schema. Remember that in the comment schema, we have a user relationship. We want to save the users or the user of that comment. Okay, in this case, it's just one single user of each individual document, right? Each individual comment. In the post, we are collecting an array of IDs of these comments. Okay, and remember those comments will have a user. So pretty cool stuff. Let's get to the dirty part of this, and let's create a route. Let's look at what we need first. Okay, let's go back to the home page. So we know that we are creating a comment, so we need some route to add a comment. Okay, and we also going to need a route to display the comment. It's up to us or to you, as a matter of fact, if you want to edit the comment that each individual user writes. I think it would be a good thing if some users actually, either depending on how you want your application. I like to leave it just without editing, and if I like the comment, I approve it. If I don't like the comment, I don't approve it. So that's the type of thing that you got to look out for there, depending on how you really want your application. Do you want to be able to edit the comment or not? As an admin, I say why not, right? But we'll see later on what we decide. Right now, I just want to submit the comment and I want to display the comment. That's what we need, right? Create and read. So let's play around with this a little bit. Let's go to routes and see in admin here, we need another route for comments. So I'm just going to make a very simple route. Okay, so I'm going to create this file that's going to be called the comments.js, right? And I'm writing it because I want you guys to get used to writing it manually, because I know some of you don't have the template like I do with the extensions that will write it automatically for me. So I'm kind of trying to do it as you guys doing it. So the first thing that we need is we need Express, we need the router. Okay, so these are the first things that we need. Let's go to comments and paste that there. Then we also need to export the module. Okay, so the first router that we need is the first route is the post route, right? And Just gotta come here. We got the request, the response, and then we gotta see if this works. So we do send. It works like this. Perfect. Now we need to create this route right here. Include it first of all. Okay. And this would say, of course, comments. We gotta go back here and delete this bad boy and create that one. Come back here, copy that whole thing. Now comments. We gotta use that. And this would be comments. Okay. Now we have to go to our view. I'm wondering why my file is underlined there for my app.js is underlined like it has some type of error. It looks like it does right here. There we go. That's why it's good to have an IDE, you see? It helped me find an error real quick. So let's go to our views, home, and let's look for this post that handlebars, and on the comment section, we have a form somewhere right here. This is the form. So let's give it an action of admin, and that would be admin comments, I believe. Let's actually look at the route again because I forgot. It's admin comments. Okay. And the method would be post. So let's see first of all if this works. While I'm here, I'm going to give it a name of body and give it this value here in this attribute, the name, give it body. Okay. And let's see if this works. Come back here. Oops. My server is now running, or it crashed because I have some type of error here. It says route. Let's go back here to my comments. There we go. It's router. Again, writing in my head without putting it into submit, and it works. Okay. Perfect. So let's go to the next lecture where we are going to start working on submitting comments to our database. Thank you so much. See you then. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having a lot of fun and learning lots of new cool things in this course. So here's the deal. We are creating comments on this section, of course, but we need some information. We need some data, right? Let's come back to this here. And some of the data that we need to go back to our post here, is the post ID, right? Because we want to send the post ID because we need to insert it, and we need to insert that, we need to find that post so we can insert that specific comment that's being created. Okay, very simple. So we find the post, and then once we find the post, we go inside this field here, comments, and this is an array, and we insert that ID. Because a post can have many comments, we need to create an array, right? So that's what that is here. Of course, in this lecture, I'm also going to show you how to insert the user, okay? The logged in user to our comments model as well, or schema, as you can see here. Okay, and I'm glad that we already built the logged in capabilities in our, or login feature in our app, so that way I can show you how to do this. So the first thing that we need is we need to send the ID. Okay, let's go to post that handlebars. That's in the home directory here, don't forget. So we have a couple ways of doing this. We could either do the post.id right here, or we can create a hidden input, which I haven't discussed that yet, but I'm gonna do it this way. Hidden input, and I'm just gonna name it ID. You can name it however you want, and then the value, oops, would be post ID. Okay, just like that. Perfect. Let's go back to post comments, comments route. And here, the first thing, one of the things that we need to do is include this here. You probably have not done that yet. So make sure that you include your post model like I done here ahead of time, just because I didn't want to write all that and make you wait for it. Okay. So make sure you have your post and make sure you have your comment, because we're gonna need that. Okay. So now you come here and you're gonna say post, and you might be asking when did you do this, Edwin? When did you require? Well, I required that code when you weren't around. I did it before I'm recording right now, so that way I didn't have to write it. Okay. So make sure you have it there. So find one, and we're gonna find that specific post that's gonna come from the body.id, from the post data. Remember, that's how we get post data. Okay. And then we're gonna do then, and there is something wrong with my post.find one with my require. Oh, this is an object, of course, and we need the ID. Duh. Come on. You see, this is again me writing stuff in my head and not putting it in the code. I don't know if it happens to you, but it does happen to me very often. So we're gonna get the post, and once we find the post, then we are going to do a couple things. First of all, we need to construct the object that's coming, or the new comment, right? So we're gonna create this. We're gonna node this up. So we're gonna say new comment and new comment here like this. Not command dispatcher. What is going on? And let's just put everything inside here. So the first thing that we need is the user, and we're gonna get that from the request user. Remember that this is being created by our session. When we log in, okay, we have this user being created. Okay, and passport is taking care of that, and we have this ID. Remember that passport is the one that we're using now to log in. Okay, that's our new login system. What else we need? We need the body, and request.body.body. Simple as that. So once we have that new comment constructed, that's nice. We come here, we grab the post that's coming from here, and we say, well, I want to access the comments property that you got in the model, and I want to push something to it. What we want to push the new comment. Simple as that. Okay. Now we want to go ahead and save that because we have not saved it, and come back here, and then we say then, and this is supposed to be a dot here. Saved post. Once we get that saved post, what else we want to do? Well, we want to save the comment, right? That save comment, and then we're gonna get another promise with a comment that was saved. And what do we want to do here? Well, the last thing we got to do is redirect the user back to where they were, or maybe show some type of flash data. Okay, we're probably gonna do that later. Let's use template strings here to redirect the user. And we're gonna go to post and post.id. Okay, pretty cool stuff. We'll refactor this a little bit later. We'll make it better. So let's see if this works. If I'm not forgetting anything, maybe we'll when we encounter errors, we'll come to that. Remember that I love errors because you learn a lot more like that. So we need to log in to get that user. 1, 2, and 3, and it looks like it did it. Let's go to our database, and here, this is what we're supposed to do. This is the first document here that we got, and we're supposed to see a new field called comments with an array of IDs. Let's refresh, and we don't see that there. Let's go back to our application. Let's see what we forgot here. So we find the post, okay, and then make sure that you find the post by doing some type of console log, okay? Very important. You should do that first because now we are debugging post. Oh, make sure you don't have this guy here. And let's go to the front page and see what's going on. That's hanging there, okay? It looks like we're not getting the post. You see that? So we're not getting that post. Well, we're not getting that post, of course, for some reason. So it's null. Let's go back to our post that we got the value here. We got an ID. Huh. Let's go back. Let's refresh here. Come back here. And name, ID, value, the type is hidden. Huh. It's not finding it. It's supposed to get the post. Oh, forgot the underscore right here. You guys probably saw that already, right? I'm pretty sure this is gonna find the post now, but let's just, do it. Let's just check it anyway. All right, you guys saw that. I'm pretty sure those of you that are always looking into little details, and then it's still hanging here, but we get the object. Great. All right, so you see, very simple to do that. Now let's go to the next problem, okay? Because I'm pretty sure we're gonna get something else. Let's come back here. And it's still hanging there. We're getting some other errors. It says type error cannot read property ID. That's because we haven't logged in. Okay, so now let's log in and let's see if that error goes away. Make sure that you logging in with a registered user. If not, your application won't log in, right? Let's go back to home page. Let's try to create another post and see comment and see what happens. Still hanging. Let's check it out. And it says, Mongo unknown modifier, push all. Okay, so and I got a pretty good idea. This is a deprecating warning on handle promise deprecating warning, okay? If you go ahead and do a Google search on this, you will find out that this is not being supported anymore and that you need to go to your model, and as the second parameter of this function that we newing up right here, schema, right here, we need to create an object giving directions to use a push each, okay? Let's go and check. Go real quick to no modifier. I just want to show you where this information is. A no modifier push all, something like that. And I think I thought I found it here somewhere. Anyway, you're welcome to Google it. I already know the solution, but it's the second parameter here, and we need to pass in use push each. We need to set this to true. Okay. I believe this is. Let's find out real quick because I couldn't find the information when I wanted to. So let's go back to our application real quick and let's refresh. Let's log in. And 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Let's go to home page real quick. Hello from Edwin Diaz. Enter. Oh, there we go. Let's check our database, cross our fingers, and voila, there we go. Look at that. We got an array now where first comment. This ID should match a new collection that we have here somewhere now. Let's refresh, and voila, new collection. And this is the same ID. You see that? Not only that, but we got the user. Look at that. BB is a user. So if you go to users, BB is a user. So we got that user there too. We can access that user from that comment, guys. Pretty awesome stuff, right? Pretty awesome. Let's make another comment because I'm just enjoying this, right? Aren't you? Okay. So hello from Edwin again. Submit. Come on. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go to post and we should have a refresh. Oh, two comments here, 3.3 and 3.4. If you go here, two comments, 3.3, 3.4. Same user, right? BB, BB. And look at the message here. Guys, this is a version key or something like that that Mongoose does. If you're using the MongoDB module, you're not going to see this field here. This is extra stuff. Okay? So we're doing pretty good, guys. Pretty good. If you were able to achieve this on the first try, good job. Okay, very good job. If not, don't worry. Just keep practicing. Ask questions if you like. And I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Bye bye. Welcome back, my dear students. So we got a couple more things to go here. We're making a comment, right? First of all, we can't see the comments in the admin. That would be wonderful if we can see the comments there, right? And delete them or approve them or do something with it. So that's one thing that we got to look into it. What about approving the comment? Is the comment active or not active or something like that? So can we add another field in the database and make it so? So if we go to comments here, we only have the body of the comment, and that looks really weird there. I guess because I'm making it big. Okay, as you can see, the body there, it's just anyway. So can we create some type of field here that would be maybe a Boolean value that says 0 or 1, making the comment active or not? First of all, let's go and start working with the routes with admin. So let's that's one thing that we got to do here before we get into that. Okay, because the way I like to do things, I like to build it up. Okay, we first create a general thing and then we start building it up with features that we want to include. Okay, now of course most of the time we build a plan and we say, okay, we're going to attack our project this way. Okay, but my main concern with this course was to teach you Node.js. I'm creating this project as I go along. I'm going to keep adding more features as I come up with them and as you guys request it, like I do in all my courses. There's not always a set plan. There is always a general plan, but that's a plan that I write on myself. Yeah, you're welcome to use a tool like Balsamiq or something like that to create your mockup for your application. Balsamiq is this really good tool here that I use. Right here, it does cost a little bit of money to play around with it. Actually, it's like I think it's 14 days to play free to play around with it, and then I think it's like 70 something dollars or something like that. Anyway, um, let's go and create some type of you know something here so we can see the comments. I think it would be nice if we could create a link inside the post here that would say comments, because comments actually belong to posts, right? So unless we can just create it separately and look at, let's create it separately so at least we have more things here, more menu. It will look nice. So let's go to admin. Let's what is it? Well, we're looking for views, layouts. And I think we have it in partials, right? Let's right here. So I'm just gonna come up with something like categories here. Category has a tooltip on top. We don't need all that, but let's just paste it here like that. And let's just call it comments. And of course, we don't have something called categories. I think I was playing around with that. We'll fix it later on. Let's just put a gear here. I think a gear. They do. Font Awesome has a gear. This is Font Awesome that we are using, guys. Okay. Later on, we'll find when we're tweaking our application, something that looks a little better for fonts. Remember that all these classes are pre-built classes that are already included with our font awesome that we are including in our layout file on top here. Okay, for those of you that are wondering where the heck he gets all this stuff from. Okay, I'm assuming that you guys know this already, so that's why I don't tell you much. So we're gonna go to comments here. We're gonna create a route for that, and let's go to comment routes comments right here. So right here on top, let's create route.get and requests rest.render. We have not created that view yet, but we will, right? And it's inside the admin and it's called comments index or something. So we need to also create that view, and let's create another directory where it says comments, and inside this directory we're going to create that view, and it's going to be a handlebars. So it's going to be index.handlebars. Okay, we're going to fix that in a little while, but right now what I want to do is make sure that everything is working. Comments, and of course remember that that route needs to have a, actually let's come back to routes. Make sure that that route has a all route applying the admin layout. Okay, don't forget that. So we need this all route applying this layout. All right, refresh comments, and now we click it, and now it's working. Okay, we got that. So in the next lecture, we're going to start working on displaying our comments. Thank you so much, and I'll see you then, guys. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. You guys ready? Okay, let's do it. All right, so you guys ever wonder why I sound so optimistic, sound so happy all the time? I love what I do, guys, and you should be loving what you're doing right now, learning, which is a really cool thing to do. Okay, once you learn it, you can do whatever you want. Knowledge is power. Remember that. Okay, let's get to this. So we got the index here, but we're not really doing anything with it. We need some data. Okay, so let's actually create some type of fake table there, and I'm just gonna go to here somewhere. I'm just gonna say Bootstrap table. I'm just gonna say Bootstrap 4. That's the table. That's the Bootstrap we're using, right? And right here it tells me, gives me some information about some table. I'm just gonna copy this guy right here. I know some of you guys are downloading this from other sites. You're not supposed to, but I'll forgive you as long as later on you do the right thing, okay, and get the course right way. Anyway, let's go to comments, and I'm going to put that data in here, right? So what do we want from the comment? We want the ID of the comment. We really don't. I'm just gonna try to get as much data as possible, right? We want the owner of the comment. That would be nice. Maybe the post it belongs to. I don't know. I'm just putting some stuff here. And the owner and the author of the comment. Maybe we can get the author. Maybe the date. What about the date of the comment? That would be nice. Okay. Perfect. Let's see how that looks. Refresh. Okay, that looks okay. Let's put something else on top here. Let's maybe put an H1 saying comments or something like that. There we go. That looks good. Perfect. So let's work on displaying them. Let's go to the route here. Let's see if we have the model. Yes, we do. And we're going to say comment. And I need to find all by doing it like that. I'm going to pass this empty object. And we're going to say comments here like this. Come back here. Then we are going to create this object here so we can grab it with handlebars, right? Boom. How does that look? Good? Okay. Let's come back here, and then we're gonna eliminate all this because we're gonna produce this dynamically with, you guessed it, handlebars. Okay, let's do the each, and let's go through comments, that variable that's offered to us now when we are rendering this, and we're gonna get the ID of the comment here in this wonderful, actually right here. So we get the ID. Mongoose handlebar does that for us, right? And we get the owner of that comment, which will be the user. Okay, actually that is, yeah, the user, and we don't need that, and the date. Let's see, actually we don't have the date in the comment, so we're not going to get anything on the date, on the model. So that would be good if we have it, right? We want to know what the comment was created, right? That would be a good field to have. Date and type date, and default date now, if I'm not mistaken, like this. Let me check out my post to see. I think I have it in the post. Date default date now function. Come back to the post. Yeah, I think we can make it work like this as a property too. Okay, but I'm just gonna be on the safe side and create a function here like that. Okay, so next time we have a comment, we have this default. Let's refresh this, and now we can see some data, as you can see there. Perfect. Now it says the owner here. Now remember that in order for us to see this, we have to do something special. And if I have not told you that, which I think I did already, I will in the next lecture when we display the current owner here for the comment, and maybe fix the date. So if you want to go ahead and try that yourself, you're welcome to do that. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thank you. Welcome back, my dear students. So we got a couple things going on in our application. Some of the things that I want to start adding to it. I want to add the owner of the comment. And now keep in mind, guys, that we add in this comment section here, but we might have to modify this later because we don't want every user to be able to see all the comments, right? We want them to see their comments. And maybe we don't even want them to see their comments. We don't even want them to manage their comments. So we might have to create some type of admin later on that helps with this. An admin that has access to every piece of data in this application. We want regular users to be able to see their posts, to be able to create their own posts, and if they see somebody else's post, not be able to do anything about it, right? Something like that. But we'll deal with that later. Right now, what I want to show you is how to bring this data here, and that you probably already know. But I wanted to have this little neat feature here, maybe for an admin later on. So let's get to it. What I want to do is I want to go to comments, and in this route here, I want to populate it with a user. Remember that we have a relationship, and now if we go back to the comments index, we should be able to say user, and we see an object or something there. Huh. Okay. That was supposed to happen there. We're populating the user. Let's check the model. Oh, yeah. I had that cursor there for some reason. I might have saw this maybe in another lecture and wanted to fit in and was waiting for this Edwin from the past to make the mistake or something. I don't know. I think that was it. Refresh, and yep, that's it. Let's go back to index, the comments index, and let's do Edwin first. User first name, and of course the only person that has been making comments is his person right here called Edwin, which is your instructor. Okay, let's format the date too. What is it? How was the date formatted before? I think we were playing around with. Let's come back here. Let's see what the functionality that I have right here. I'm just gonna use that. Why bother, right? Come back here and there we go. That should do the trick. Voila. Now, and this is something that I want you guys to do. Try to do this before I get to it. I want you to put a delete button here somewhere. Okay. And in the next lecture, I will show you how to do that. Of course, you already know how to do that, but I want you to do it yourself. So this is your quiz. This is your little test, your little challenge. Okay. So just in case for those of you that get asked by the platform, hey, listen, you're learning something. Well, if you're not doing the challenges and you're writing the code with me, you're not learning. So get to that. Put a delete button there because we want to be able to delete those comments from there. Now, one thing that I also want to build here is the ability to be able to see this in a different format. Like for example, I want to be able to see like only the comments available to that specific user. Okay, but that's something that we got to do later on. But I also want the ability to be able to comment once we delete the post that has the comment. That's going to be an interesting feature, right? But anyway, so just do the first, what I just asked with the delete functionality, and I'll do that in the next lecture, guys. Thank you. Welcome back, my dear students. Are you guys ready? Let's do this. So the next step for us to do is to put this delete here. So let's go ahead and create another cell here, another row, and let's just create this form. Okay. You can create a link, but I like the form because it's just a little bit more secure. Okay. And we can just make it so that is a button type submit like that, and this is just gonna delete. Let's just give it a class. Remember, these classes are coming from Bootstrap, btn danger, simple as that. And here we're just gonna go to the this route admin comments. That's gonna be a delete. So we need to start passing some parameters here. Okay, let's go back and make sure that this is a method post. Simple as that. So let's add something here. First thing that we gotta do is add the ID and of this comment that we are deleting, right? And then we need to add the method like this, and this is gonna be a delete. Simple as that. Okay. So now let's go to back to the routes comments, and now let's create some type of delete functionality right here. Now you're welcome to test this delete. Remember that I usually do a console on the data, right? Just on the route, just to make sure that we're getting that. But I know this has to work, and if it doesn't work, we'll fix it, right? So what do we want to do? Well, we want to remove, right? So we're gonna access the comment, and we're gonna say remove this. Now you're welcome to use, I believe, remove by ID. It's available to us. Find and remove by ID. Let's see. And then we just pass the ID right here, like this. Rec params.id, and then we get the deleted item or something like that. Okay. Then we can just redirect back to res.redirect back to that specific page, which is admin comments, something like that. Okay. So find and remove by ID. I think that's a method, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So let's come back here and delete and fix that. Let's go ahead and try this out real quick. Let's refresh, delete, remove, and find and remove. Really change this a little bit. Let's see, find and let's check this one out. Find one and remove. I love experimenting with this. Sometimes I don't even know the method, and it comes to be the right one. Let's go back here, guys. Let's stop playing around with this thing. I forgot the method. You see, let's just do it like this. I remember what the method was, and I'm not gonna go to the documentation to try to find it, guys. I would just like to use the other method. It's just easier to use. Okay, let's go here and let's just remove it and stop playing around. Okay, there we go. You're welcome to go into the documentation, find it. I'm not gonna go and play around with it right now, but there's so many different methods of remove that I keep forgetting the way they are ordered. Now, and we went through it. Okay, you guys know that we went through it, so you can go to those lectures and try to see which ones I did there. Okay, because I was very fresh with that knowledge. But over time, I just started, keep using remove and I forget the rest. And I forget the order. Is it find one or find and remove by ID or find by ID and remove? It's just all over the place. So much information, guys. Just stick to one, okay? Remember, stick to one. Anyway, so we did this. It was pretty cool. And that's all we need for now. I think the next functionality would be to either show all the posts here, show the user's posts, or delete the post with the comments. What do you guys think? If I delete a post, we should be able to delete the comment that goes with it. That would be a nice feature to have. Let's play around with that on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we're going to learn how to delete related data. This is a very good skill to learn when you're deleting certain documents, especially specifically when you're deleting users or that have posts, or maybe posts that have comments and stuff like that. Okay, so let me show you what I have done. I have created, I went to admin and I created two posts. These two posts, each of them has 3 comments. This one here, okay, and we're gonna do that functionality later on. We want to see how many comments we got here, right? That would be nice. This one has a picture, and this one does not have a picture. So the one that has a picture has 3 random comments that has random words in the body. Okay, so this 1, 2, and 3 comments, 3 comments belong to the post that has a picture, and there are 3 more comments that belong to the one post that don't have pictures, and these 3 comments have random numbers in the body. Let me show you. Okay, you see, those are the 3 comments that have random words, and these are the 3 comments that have random numbers. So, and remember that you have to log in order for you to create comments. So I did that. Now it's time for us to build a functionality where we delete the post and all the comments are gone with it. So let's go ahead and play around with that. So I'm in my posts, my post routes, and in here in the delete router or route, I'm going to say I want to populate the comments with it. Okay, now this is going to bring an array of comments for each of my comments. Okay, so Let's come back here. We can do this right below here if we wanted to. So if we do console.log, you can see here that it says that we will have some comments. Let's test this out real quick. And let's comment this out. So when we click delete, we should have some comments here. See that? The 3 comments for that specific post. Good stuff. Cancel this. Let's go back here. We don't need that anymore. Now, we need to check to see if this array is empty or not, because we don't want to make extra functionality here if we don't need to, right? The more features, the more code we have, the more our application suffers from execution time. So let's check to see if the array post.comments that length is smaller than 1. If it's smaller than 1, okay, then we know it's 0 and it's empty. And if that's empty, if it's not empty, and this is what we're doing with a question mark, if it's not empty, then we want to do something, right? What do we want to do? Well, we want to grab the array and do a for each on it. And this for each is going to bring the comment back, so we can use it like this. And we can say comment dot remove. Simple as that, guys. Very, very simple. And down here, we just want to keep doing the same thing, right? Regardless if we have our empty comments or not, we want to still remove the comment. Now, keep in mind that this returns a promise as well. You can just attach a promise here, and you can say post removed. Okay. If you want to make sure that that was removed. Okay. So let's go and check and check this out real quick. I'm gonna refresh here just in case. And for some reason, my post picture got deleted. And I don't know what happened there. Refresh. Oh, it's weird. Anyway, so I'm going to start with the one that has the random numbers. Delete. It's not here anywhere. And if I go to comments, we only have 2 comments, and we don't have the comments where the random numbers are, right? So, and we don't have it here as either. So let's go ahead and do the last one. Done. Let's go to comments, and the comments are not there. That's it, guys. I hope you saw how easy that was. You can use this for your users functionality if you want to delete users later on with their posts. Okay. So very, very simple. Remember that you have a promise that you can attach here. And if you want to verify that that was removed or something like that. Okay. So you can do a flash there and say, okay, listen, the comment was removed and the post was removed or something like that. I mean, you can modify this however you want. My goal here was to show you how this is done, and now you know. And there are a couple other ways of doing it. Remember that you're dealing with an array here. Also remember that you're dealing with a reference. Okay. And we're dealing with methods here that would do queries in our database. So just always keep that in mind. But anyway, thank you so much for watching this lecture, guys. It's been a pleasure like always. And I'll see you in the next one. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So I went ahead and created another user called Jose, and I gave it a password of 123. I also have some posts here. I have 2 posts, and one of the posts I made 2 comments. So make sure that you log in and you create 2 comments, one from each individual user. What I did was I created a comment, and I called it, I logged in as Edwin Diaz, and let me log in so you can see 1, 2, and 3. And I went ahead and made a comment and I said from Edwin Diaz here, something like that, right? And then I went ahead and of course that would be a logout button here would be nice too in the front, right? I went ahead and logged in as Jose. 1, 2, 3. Created another comment here and I say from Jose. Now I'm gonna have like double the comments in my database. And I have 4 of them. Okay, as you can see, these are the comments from Jose, whatever. My goal here is to show you in this lecture to kind of filter through the comments that are belong to the current user, the user that's logged in, and that's super easy to do. There are a couple ways that we can do that. We can come to the comments routes, and right here where we are looping and showing all the comments and populating with a user, we can do a little filter here, and we can say, well, I just want to see the comments that belong to the reg user ID, which is the user that's logged in. Remember that we get this user, rec user, in the request from our login functionality. Now, of course, if I do refresh, we're going to have an error there, okay, because we're not logged in. Make sure that you log in. I'm just going to log in with Edwin Diaz. And if I go to comments, you're only going to see the comments from Edwin Diaz. That's good stuff. And of course, we can delete it. Welcome back, my dear students. So I got my database empty again, and the reason, like I said before, the reason why I empty is because we want to make sure that whatever we are creating, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, and whatever we are basically using is doing what it's supposed to be doing. I want to go ahead and edit this guy here and add a picture to it. Okay, as you can see, now I'm logged in already, so I'm gonna make a comment. I'm gonna make 2 comments here for this specific post. Okay, and we have comments, 2 comments, and 2 posts. Okay, now if we look at the first post here, we got the 2 comments right here in this array. We don't have it here. My goal here in this lecture is to be able to delete, okay, this comment, not only delete it, but also take it off from this comments array. Okay, because we don't want to be referencing anything that we don't have. And you know, if you can keep putting things into this array and then you delete the comments separately, then all these references are going to be there. The comments are not going to be there, but you're going to have a whole bunch of references. We're going to take that off every time we delete a comment. So how we are going to be doing this? Well, the first thing is removing the comment. Okay, that's done. But then we get this promise here with the comment that's being deleted, right? Or with that result, and we want to do something with it. Okay, so we want to go ahead and go to the post and make sure that you have that model, okay, required on top, and we want to go ahead and say find and this is gonna be a funny one. Find one and update. And I think this is the right one this time, guys. Okay. I actually remember it after I made that lecture where I didn't remember it. After I created that lecture, I was like, oh, that's what it was, you know? But anyway, so we want to find and update any post that has a comment field that has the ID that we're passing in on top, okay? That ID, remember, is for the comment. So we're gonna go inside this post and we are gonna go inside this field and we're gonna go around that array and find that specific comment, okay? And then of course, we're gonna get, once we find that specific comment ID, right? This is what I mean when I say comment. This comment ID, that would be the post that we want. And inside that post, what I want to do is I want to use some operators, okay? Remember that the update query here, this update with MongoDB has different operators that we can use, right? I showed you one of them, which was the set already, but there are many of them, and I showed you the page of that. You can go ahead and talk to Google my best friend and ask him, um, MongoDB update operators, and you should get all the results there on Google. Okay, so let's go and use another operator here called pull. This is going to allow us to pull stuff from an array. Okay, and here we are going to say, well, I want you to go to this array comments, and I want you to pull whatever looks like this, and which is the comment ID. Okay, simple as that. And of course, we're going to pass in now a callback function with some error and maybe some data or something like that. And if error, we could return the error or throw an error and break the whole thing, right? Or console the error just in case. Let's console it just in case, so that way we can see if anything went wrong. Or and that's it. Okay, now if this is not an error, this is going to delete it. So you know what, we can just come back here and just put that inside there. That's going to execute anyway, right? So let's go and refresh. Oops, we gotta go and get the ID first. Log in. 1, 2, and 3. Log in. Now let's look at our database real quick. So we have two of them, two references here. 4402 is the one that I'm going to attack and try to delete, right? So let's go here. You can see 4402. Refresh. That was giving me that, that redirected me here. It looked like it deleted the comment. Let's look to see if the comment is there. The comment is not there. Let's go back to the post, and when we go to that comments array, it's not there. If you're not sure this is working, let's do it again just to make sure. Okay, let's create another comment here. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's go back to the database, refresh. Now we have that comment, the new one, cc53, cc53. Okay, now let's go to our admin real quick and see if we can do it. Let's delete all of them. That way we know what's going on. Refresh, no comments. Let's go to the comments array, and it's empty. Okay, I hope you see how easy that was. And if you have any doubts, just ask in the discussion. We should be able to address those doubts. Very simple to do, guys. There is so much information with Node.js. It's crazy. There's so much knowledge out there that the best thing to do is go out there to the documentation, read all you can, but make sure that you practice. Make sure that you try to do it your own, whatever way you come up with, and then go to the documentation, try to see if there is an easier way to do things. As you can see, this operator is helping us do a lot of things. Instead of us looping through all the posts and trying to come up with some for each loop to check that array and do a splice and all that, we can just use this operator to help us do all that behind the scenes, which is pretty cool. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you guys are learning a lot of different things in this course. I hope you're happy. If you're not, let me know and I'll try to make the course better. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So there are a couple little features that I want to add to our application, but we're going to do that later on. Maybe a feature of only displaying our posts, right? Maybe we can create a link and have our post display in another page, or even maybe here, or even maybe taking this delete functionality out of here because we don't want to allow the user to delete or edit posts that don't belong to that user. Or maybe we can add the functionality behind the scenes where we can compare the ID of the current user with the ID of the user that the post belongs to, right? So there are a lot of things that we can do, but what I want to focus right now is on the comments, because we have a feature in the comment. I don't know if you have noticed we have this allow comments here that I planned from the start. I want to be able to either allow or not allow comments. And we can see that this is false here, right? And if we go back, we can see that this is true. So that's already set up in our database, and that's not hard to do. So in this is the future representative right here. This is the title. Let's go back to our post. We're not supposed to be seeing comments there. So let's not accept them. Let's go back here to our post. Let's go to view. Let's come back here. It's going to be in the home page. Post.handlebars, right? And this is the comment form. And I don't want to show anything here. This is all the comments. Well, we're gonna play around with that later. This is the media 4 right here. Making sure I am in the right spot. But I want to make a mistake and delete everything, right? So this here is the media body, and one div down is that. Okay. And this is the large 8. Okay, perfect. Let's come back here. We want to make sure that we keep this thing separated. So what I want to hide is the comment bots. Okay, let's see if we can go to the home page. This is what I want to hide, these comment bots here. We want to allow them to see the rest of the comments, the commentators, but not the comment itself, not the bots, the input, the form. So what I can do here, what we can do is we can say, well, if allow comments, and it's actually post allow comments. If we do this, then we are trying to say if this is true, right? Because it's an if statement. So let's come back here and finish it. Now let's go back to that and refresh. And now you can see there is nothing there. Now let's put an else statement there because we need to let them know that unless they're logged in or something, this is not going to work. So it's up to us to do something here. But what I want to do is that I want to create, let's look at this real quick. Maybe we can say comments not allowed on this post. And let's just create something like this. Comments not allowed for this post. Okay. You see that there? Now we can make that a little better by putting some type of HR and maybe a BR tag here. Let's come back here, refresh, and we can make this a little smaller, or just make it look nice or something like that. So you can see that comments are not allowed. We can make it in red. We can design it however we want, but you get the point, right? So that's fine, but we also want to make sure that the user is logged in to make a comment. That would be nice, right? But and to make that functionality super simple, okay, we can come here and we can say, well, if user, right, and we can do this right below this one like that. So now if we are logged in, we will be able to see that. If not, we won't see anything. Okay, so if we go to admin, you can see that I'm logged in. But if I log out, come back here, home page, that, and now we don't see anything at all. Okay, now what we need to do in this else statement here, let's put right here, we got to say you need to log in. Now I'm just doing this functionality for you to know you can put this however you want, okay? And then we can just give them a link or something. And as a matter of fact, let's create a link here, just a small link, and let's put that in the link. um, hmm, that's fine. Let's just do a link here. Let's say login, and we're gonna send them to the login here. Let's come back here, and you can see that link there, but we need a BR tag or something in a HR. Okay, so now the user will log in, and then, you know, voila. So that's one way of doing that. Again, you can place this however you want, you know, and once the user logs in, they can see that the post does not accept any um, comments, right? Cannot take any comments. That's up to you how you want to do it. But now you know the functionality here. Pretty cool stuff, right? So let's go back, and first of all, let's log in. Okay, 1, 2, and 3, and we didn't have to log in, but we are right now. And I'm gonna make this to true. Allow comments. And now if we go to that specific post, we're gonna be able to see the post there. Okay, super simple and super cool. And we can make the post, the comment. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Another functionality that I want to actually put in here is the ability to have comments for posts. Okay, now this template here is asking us to also allow the, it's not asking us, but the design is telling us that each comment also has a reply. I'm not going to build that functionality yet. Maybe we'll do it in the future. But that will require just another extra model, a reply model, and with that reply model, you'll have a user, you'll have a comment, right? ID in there as well. So there's a couple things to that reply. We can, that's pretty easy to plan and build, but I'm not going to go into details that. My main focus right now is to get these comments here, because this course is getting over 200 lectures or something, all right? So I want to actually show you this. So let's go and see how we can get dynamic data here from the comments. So let's go to posts, and let's this is the single comment here. So we're gonna play around with this guy, and right now what we got is, let's check our routes real quick, because we have a post is a home route. Let's go back here to home, and let's go where we are actually displaying that specific post, as you can see right here. Now this post right now, let's check to see, we get one post, but let's check to see if we get the what do we get when we do a console.log. Let's see what we get. Okay, let's refresh. Oops. Let's come back here, and you can see now that we get a post, and we get a post with an empty string of comments. Now that post, this is the 2A22, should have some comments. Let's refresh here. 2A22, and it does not have any comments. So that's good. Let's see if we can create some comments for that post. Okay, let's go to, let's log in first of all. You can take this functionality of logging in, guys, if you know if you want. It just makes things easier. I'm just gonna create 2 posts for this, and there, let's go to our database. We got the 2 comments right here, and if we go to the post, we see the 2 references there. Good. Okay, so now if we do a console log on this here, I don't know why I took it off. Console.log post, refresh, you can see now that the comments has an array. Okay, pretty cool stuff. What if we do a populate here? Populate. What do you think we're gonna get? And we do comments. Come back here. Well, let's go back here and let's check out the comment section. Comment field. Let's see. We have comments and we have the whole object there that we can use. Pretty cool stuff, right? Okay, so now all we have to do is go back to that post, that handlebars, and here we'll loop through it, right? But let's actually create the loop. Each comment, right? That's how we get it. Now, actually right here, let's see what we get with this if we do it like this. Remember that this is a single post. Come back here. All right. Now we're supposed to have two posts, and this is, we are actually displaying this right here. I just want to make sure that this is the right guy. 52822. Yep, we're supposed to have two. Each comments. I need to log in. Well, I need to log in to comment, but I need to log in to see the comments, right? We're supposed to be seeing, let's see where we are here, because I think I got a good feeling that I'm not in the right place. This is actually A. Let's come back here. For some reason, I'm not seeing that S, unless I'm missing it. No, that one is showing. What's not showing is the first one. So this first one is not showing, which means that we are doing this the wrong way. There we go. There we go. All right. I forgot that this is a single post, and I think I said that before. But anyway, here, why don't we put the user, right? The user of this comment, which would be user, that first name. You can make a, come back here. Actually, we need to actually populate that user as well, because if you do user like this, you get the ID. We need to also populate that. So let's get the body while we do that in the next lecture. And in the body right here. And now each of those comments have a body. Good stuff. On the next lecture, I'll show you how to populate that user. Thank you so much and see you then. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having a blasting day, okay? A day that is super natural in skills, learning, and happiness, okay? And if you're not, you need to get over that and start actually being happy, because what you're doing right now, not a lot of people have the opportunity to do, which is learning in a computer about programming. You might even have a job. Some people don't have a job. And if you don't have a job, don't worry. With these skills, you're going to find one, and you're going to find one that pays you a lot. I have a reputation for helping a lot of students find employment. And when I say find employment, I mean teaching them the skills they need to get that job with specialized knowledge. Okay, like this one, Node.js, which is a really good knowledge to have, and people will pay you a lot of money if you know what you're doing. Okay, anyway, so in the last lecture we got to display the comments. We are displaying the user ID here, but that's not what we want. We are displaying the body properly, but it's time for us to display the user. Remember that when we are seeing IDs like this, that means that we have to do the populate, right? So we are populating the comments, but we need to populate the user. Okay. So let's actually not only populate the comments, but let's populate the user. And we're going to modify this populate feature right now, okay? So I want you to pay very close attention to what I'm about to do. So here in this populate, we can go ahead and create this. Well, it's something that's already pre-built. You can check the documentation. Um, we need to pass this object that has a path here. What you want to do is you want to give it the path of what you want to be populating. We want to be populating the comments, right? Second parameter here, we pass it a populate function, believe it or not, okay? Another populate function because we want to populate something else, okay? So what we want to populate has another path, and the path is a user, okay? So this is how we can populate multiple things. Inside one populate function, we pass an object with more keys and values. So now that we are populating the user, we need to tell it in which model to find it. We're going to put a comma here, and I'm going to put model for the key, and I'm going to say, well, you can find this in the model users. Simple as that. And now if we go back to that, we refresh, and we can see an object. And what is that object? Well, that object looks like a user object. Look at that, as the first name there. And it's a good reason why we see the user object, and that's because, let's go back to that post. We are actually displaying the whole user there, but we can say first name. Refresh, and voila. Now we have the first name of that user. Now let's take all that static code out of there, right? Let's come back here. We see some nested things there, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment this out because we don't need it. Maybe we'll add a feature for that later, but not right now. Okay, let's come back here, refresh, and voila. Okay, now you see the comments. Now you're welcome to make this as pretty as possible. Okay, maybe we'll add some type of avatar here, maybe pulling data from Google or something like that later in the future. That would be a good function to create. It's not very hard, it's actually very easy. We got to start working on some other features that I want to add here. We're now logged in, so we can't access that guy there. Okay, so we have to log in to access our comments. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope you're learning a lot. Let me recap here. If you already know what I did, don't bother watching this video again. Okay, so again, we want to populate the comments, so we create this because we are doing a nesting population. We're gonna be inside the populate, we're gonna insert a object. Okay, we're gonna give it a path to what we want to populate. In this case, we want to populate comments. We're done with that. Then inside there, we create a key that has another object inside, and we ask, what do we want to populate? We want to populate a user. But then he's asking us, oh, you got to tell me the model now because you're going a little deeper. Okay, you're doing nesting now, so we need to know exactly what is it that you want to populate. And so we say model. We want to populate that model. We'll populate the user from this model. That's it. Pretty simple. Okay, now if you are skeptical about the comments, let's log out and let's log in as another user. And let's 1, 2, 3. Let's come back here and let's make sure that this is working properly. I want to create a comment as Jose. Okay, so I'm going to say, hey, how is it going? Submit. We come down here and we can see a comment from Jose right in the bottom there. Pretty cool stuff, right? So that's working. It would be nice to put this in moderation or something like that and approve the comments. Maybe we'll add a feature later on, okay? Because we don't want a lot of people to be putting comments here unless we moderate it, right? But that's another feature in another lecture. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope you guys are learning, having a lot of fun, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So on this lecture, I want to actually add the name here of the specific owner of this post. So let's go back to our post.handlebars. Super easy stuff to do, right? And it says by here, and we just have to say by the user. Post.user. That first name. You think that's gonna work? Refresh. No, it's not going to work. And this is why I'm doing this lecture. Okay. So let's go back to where we are actually bringing the user. Now, if you try to do this, look what's going to happen. Refresh. We don't even get the user like this. Now, can you guys guess why we're not getting the user? Well, we don't have a user for the post, guys. We don't have one. So that's a really bad thing, right? So let's go ahead to our model and let's create a user. Remember what we're doing here. We create a user. Now, to avoid confusion between the logged in user and the user for that specific data, you might want to change your, let me show you, change your global user that we have right here, like to maybe something like logged user, like that. Okay, we're probably gonna do that later on when we see some conflicts, because in all the time we are playing around with our data, we are seeing that the user is there. It's just they have the same name, so that could be a conflict. So you might want to change that in the future. um, let's go ahead and say user. Here we're just gonna say the type is schema, and it's types object ID, and it's gonna ref the users. Let's put some quotes around here. There we go. Let's put a little comma here. Beautiful. So now we have that space there to be put in the user, but we don't have a user. So remember, we need to insert a user now in post. So we are actually doing creation and editing the post in the post. So we need to play around with that. Let's go back to our routes. Right here. Let's see what we are creating the post. Right here, we are editing the post. So we can just say post.user, and we can um, put the user ID there of the logged in user. Okay. And this is, there we go. And let's do it in the, remember that this is not going to work. We're not going to have a user here unless we are logged in. So you always got to remember that. I didn't want to put that there because it was kind of early in the beginning. So here in the post where we are adding a user, adding a post, we should create one here too. Request user.id. Okay. So let's go to admin real quick. But we need to log in, remember that. So let's go ahead and delete all the posts that we got here. It would be nice to have a functionality where we can delete everything in one go later on. I keep adding stuff. You know how I do in my courses, guys. You know how that works. So let's log in. 1, 2, and 3. I think we got some comments here. No, we don't. Let's create, and we could insert that in the generated post too, functionality, but let's do that here. Maybe we'll create another lecture, post number 1, another lecture where we're gonna be doing it, fixing that faker functionality we got, and say my first post. We're gonna allow, create the post, and it's good. And let's check the post. Good stuff, right? To see if our user was inserted, and it looks like it was. But now we have the problem where we see that, yeah, we don't have our username here. We have some type of ID. So how can we fix that? Well, let's go back here to our, okay, this is good. Let's go back here to our posts, and no, actually it's our index right here. So this is where we are populating the comments. Okay. Now we have this populate populating the comments, and inside that, we're populating the user for that comments, right? But we're not populating the user for for this specific post. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create another populate right here, populate, and we are going to populate the user. And I think this should work very good. Refresh, and voila, we have the object here. Look at that. So let's go back to that post handlebar here, and we're gonna say first name. Refresh, and now you have the user of that specific post. Of course, you have to log in to see anything else. Now, one thing that I don't see is a comment here, so let's log in to see a comment. Let's log in with Jose just to make it better. And let's go and log in. Hello, guys. And now we see that. Okay, we can log out just to make sure. We got to put a log out button there. Remind me of that. All right, let's come back here and we can see the comment here. Okay, and then we can see that it was made by a different person. All right, are you guys having fun? Good. All right, so let's continue with this, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So a couple of things that I want to do in this lecture here, it's we want to add a link to see this specific post. So I'm going to allow the user, we're going to allow the user to see all the posts generated by other users, but we're not going to allow them to edit or delete. We're going to add this functionality for our own pages, okay? Our own link. So we're going to create a link here that's going to say my posts or something like that. We're going to go to that link, and we're going to see all the posts that are ours, and we're going to be able to delete and edit those posts, okay? As a matter of fact, I'm going to make this route. Let's go ahead and create it. Let's go and but let's create this view first to see how that's done. So this is the index. I got lost there for a minute and went blank as well. It's a lot of code, right, guys? A lot. So admin post index, and we want to create another table. Let's see what we're going to be putting this. I think we should put it before the date. So right here, and this is just going to say, it's just going to be a link, okay, to, I just put it there like that, to post, and like this, and this is going to be the ID of the post, like that specific post. And we're just going to click view. Let's just see if that works. And it says view. We click on it and it takes us to that specific post, which is 202. It's the only post available, guys. Come on. Let's generate some posts. And this is another thing that I want to actually add as well. The Faker. In Faker is the ability to add, the all the posts with a user that's logged in, right? But we don't want regular users accessing that. So we're not going to play around with that right now, but let's create another extra post manually. My second post, and create. Oops, we're not logged in yet. We shouldn't even be seeing that we're not logged in, right? We should actually write something that will redirect us, so that way we don't have to go through that, right? My second post. We're just testing this out. This is post 9F03, 9F03. We should get a placeholder too as well there. So this is done here, okay? Now let's create a link that will allow us to see only our posts, okay? So how can we do something like that? Let's go back to our route. right here, and I think we should put it close to the top. Okay, and we want a route that's gonna take maybe a get request that will give us like that would say something like my post, and then it will have an ID here. Okay, and we should get that from a link or something. Okay, and we'll come here, or we don't even need a link. Request, come back here, and that's like this. Let's get something very similar to that. We are going to be rendering another view called my posts. Okay, and we're gonna populate everything. Same thing we got there. Nothing, but here we're gonna make the difference here. So we're gonna say, well, I want to download, well, not download, but fetch all the posts from this specific user, which is the guy that's logged in. Okay, now let's create the view real quick, and admin posts, and we're gonna call this my posts. So handlebars, so make sure that you say my posts, that handlebars. Very similar to this guy right here. Come back here, paste that in there, and let's see how we get this. Now let's make a link here. Let's go to the layouts, admin layout. Actually partial, I think we have one there for admin sidebar, and we can create another link inside all posts right here. And this is just gonna be my posts. Let's call this my posts. Let's refresh. Come back here, my posts, and cannot get. Okay, let's go back and see why do we created that. Let me see on the URL. Admin posts. Okay, that's what it is. It's admin posts like this, and we need to be logged in for that. Remember, for that route. So let's go and log in. 1, 2, and 3. Come back here. My posts. Oh, can't find the because we have that view not set correctly. Let's come back to our right here. There we go. And that's gonna refresh again, so we have to log in. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. Remember that. My posts. And there we go. Okay. It looks like we don't have any posts for Edwin, which let's refresh. We have 2 posts here. The user BB, which is the only user, which is Edwin. That's strange that it's not populating my posts. Okay. So rendering the post. Let's find out why that is. Let's come back here, refresh. That's because we need to match the user key. Now that's going to refresh again. We need to do this 1, 2, and 3. You see the move? You see how this goes? Super easy. My post, and now we got only the posts related to that user. If we go to all posts, well, we have a whole bunch of other posts here, but let's go and log out and create posts from another user. 1, 2, and 3. This is Jose's posts. I hope you guys are learning a lot here, guys. It's a lot of writing code, a lot of doing things over and over again, but this helps you become better. Remember that, okay? This is Jose's post. Now, if I go to my post, you're only seeing that post from that specific user. Remember what I told you about the buttons here. It's better that we don't allow the user to delete, or whoever to delete these buttons here. We also have to create another column for this. That doesn't look right. Let's go to that view. Let's close all this. This is making me already dizzy. Okay. Is that actually admin right here? So after allow comments, okay, that should look better now. There we go. And that's a heading. That's why it's not coming up as a all bold, because it wasn't a heading. Now it is. Okay. And now we got to take all that off and leave it in the other one. So let's take this form out. These 2 extra links there. Perfect. Let's come back to, you're not gonna see my post because that's, well, we're actually seeing it. That's pretty cool. It hasn't logged us out yet. So we're able to do things to our post, but yeah, this is pretty cool here. We'll add some other features later on. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope you learned a lot in this one. This lecture was kind of long, but we did it pretty good. Thank you, and I'll see you in another extra lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So the time has come where we are going to be creating an amazing feature, another amazing feature for our project. What we're going to be doing is this slided button here. Now this button, this switch, is going to be, we're going to place it right here, and it's going to allow the user to either approve or disapprove the comment. But the great thing behind the switch is that is a Bootstrap switch that sends a AJAX request to our database. So when we click the switch, it's going to go to one side, on or off, and depending on that, it's going to send a request to the database that is going to be updating without refreshing the page. Because this lectures, I want to show you how to do AJAX with Node.js. So that's why we created that little feature. Plus, it looks good. And you can add that feature to anything you want in the application after we create this. So the first thing is that you need to get Bootstrap Switch, okay? So inside all your files for your project, you should have a folder that's called Bootstrap Switch. Okay, so when you downloaded this in the beginning of the course, this is where you will find that Bootstrap Switch, okay? And we're gonna need 2 files from here. We're gonna need a CSS that's in Bootstrap 3 folder, bootstrap.switch.min.css, and the bootstrap switch.min.js. Okay, simple. So let's go and add this to our project. Okay, let's come back here, and I'm gonna add this inside the public CSS. That's the first one right here. Okay, I'm gonna open my project and add it there. Now my project is in another right here, so I'm gonna drop all that in there, all this. admin. Then in the JS folder inside admin, I'm gonna drop this right here. Okay. Actually, I already had it there, but right here, see that? Admin. Okay. So now, oh, and one thing that I wanted to do in our application is that I don't know if you noticed, we have a couple things that we need to, a couple bugs that we need to address, a couple loose ends, but we also have features that we want to add later on, right? But one thing that I wanted to get it over with right now is this um, my post section where we go and when we update our my posts, the redirection is wrong. It's going to take it to admin posts. And when we delete it, it's also going to take us to admin post. So let's fix those redirections real quick before, anything else. So I'm going to go to our post routes, and right here on delete, I'm going to make sure that this is my post right here. And we got a couple things like this that we need to fix, guys. But don't worry, I just want to show you the main features, and then later on we address those things more. We're gonna make this project look awesome and work awesome right here. Okay, those are the things I want to do in the put. Make sure that that's there, and make sure that this is there. Okay. So now we got to link this Bootstrap switch to our application. But another thing that I wanted to do here in the layouts admin that handlebars is that I want to take the footer out of here. I want to take a footer and a couple other files from here, and I want to put it in a partial. Okay, so let me see if I find the footer here somewhere, right here. Okay, and right below the container, I'm gonna add the footer. I don't know if that's going to affect negatively our application, but we're gonna find out soon. So I'm gonna say admin footer, and we're gonna create this partial right here. So it's footer.handlebars. Okay, I'm just gonna paste all that code in there, and let's look at our. It looks like it's still good. Okay, so now it's time for us to link this down here. Okay, let's go to script. Let's do script. Okay, and that's actually basically you can copy this guy right here instead of writing all that, and you can make a little comment. Okay, um, let's make a comment saying right here, and inside admin we have a file called Bootstrap. Make sure you spell it correctly. Okay, I have made this mistake a couple times, and it has cost me many hours. Dot min.js, and you can look at it in the public JS admin right here. Okay, we're gonna find out if it's linked properly. So that's all the things that we're gonna be doing in this lecture here. On the next one, we are going to be starting our code, creating an input field element, and then activating Bootstrap switch so that way we can see that button. See you in the next lecture. Okay, so we got Bootstrap switch installed. Now it's time for us to create that input that we want. So let's go to comments index, and right after the first name, we're gonna add another cell here. We're gonna say input. We're gonna give it the checkbox type. We're gonna give it a name that says approve comment. Now we don't have a field on the database. What I want to do is I want to put some data. I want to put a field in the database that would allow us to either approve or disapprove the comment. So we're gonna do that in a minute, but I want to show you how this button works. Okay, so that's it. That's what we're gonna do here. And now we gotta go and activate this. Let's go to our footer now, because that's where we have our everything. Let's create another script tag here to start writing some JavaScript. Okay, so here. So let's use jQuery that we have in this course, and let's do this. Let's access a name field that has approved comment, and that's the only one that we have that has approved comment, right? And then we are going to activate Bootstrap switch right here like this, and that now should give us. Now I'm gonna take this thing out of here. Let me see something real quick. Let's go to routes, admin, comments. Okay. The reason why this is giving us that issue is because it is ID right here, which is really bugging me. Every time we do this, we have to go and log in, okay? So that's one thing that we might have to build. Well, in development, you might want to actually take that off. But anyways, you can see right here, it's kind of working and it's not working. Something is wrong with it, okay? And what is wrong with it is that we're not linking the CSS yet. So let's go and link that. Let's go to our admin. We don't even have a header for admin, do we? We need to get a header too and separate this. It would be a lot easier to manage. So let's come back here, and after this, let's create another link. And now let me see something here real quick. Our path is CSS. Okay. I thought I had an admin folder here somewhere. Oh, I do have an admin folder in JavaScript here on the JS file, but I don't have it here, so that's okay. Let's come back here and let's call this Bootstrap switch. Hopefully I'm spelling that correctly. Dot min dot css. Okay, let's look at it now. Refresh, and now we have that switch. Click it, and voila. But now we have it on the wrong place, right? Because we don't have a heading for it. So let's go back to our views, comments, index, and that's right here. So let's create a heading after this. Refresh, and now we can see. Okay, we call this status, and it's a heading, so it shouldn't have. There we go. There we go. So that's it. We have it working now. So in the next lecture, we're going to start writing some JavaScript and making this, send some type of AJAX request to our database to update our model, which we're going to create also. We're going to create a field in the model for this type of functionality. See you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this lecture, we are going to try to see if we can make an AJAX request and at least have it working before we do anything, right? Let's go and create a little field here that we're going to need. I'm going to put it right below body. It's going to be called approve comment. It looks like, yeah, I thought I had it here somewhere. Approve comment. And we're going to make it a type of, we want this to be a Boolean value, either true or false. Simple as that. Okay, so now let's go back to our footer here and let's start playing around with it. First thing that I want to make sure is that my document has loaded. Okay, so document.ready, jQuery function, very useful. And we can even use the new syntax here. Okay, just to make it a little prettier. And let's go ahead and attach some type of event handler on that switch. So every time we click it and it goes to one side, we receive some type of data. Okay, we're gonna listen for it. So let's go and use the same thing right here. I'm not gonna write all that code again. There we go. And now we're gonna say on, and there's this event handler here. Switch change dot bootstrap switch. Hopefully I'm spelling that correctly. We're gonna find out in a minute if it works. Okay. Um, this function here is gonna have an event and some data, and we're gonna find out if this works. Okay. Console.log. It works. All right. Oof, come on. Let's just let's see if we have this working here. So okay, we need to refresh. And of course, when we refresh, let's see, hopefully it doesn't kick us out. Oh, I'm gonna have to do something about that ID. If you want to, you can copy one of the IDs from one of the users in the database and put it there as a static value so you don't get that error like I'm doing it. Okay, so come back here and I'm gonna click there, and mine's not working, as you can see. All right, so we got to find out why I'm not getting any type of data. This is the tricky part here. Okay, so switch change, remember the camel case there. You got to spell this. Oh, I'm misspelling this thing. Even my IDE is telling me that I am. So switch, there we go. Of course, this is going to do that to me again. I'm going to put a static value on the next lecture, guys, because this already it's in development, so we shouldn't have that issue. Let's come back here and refresh again. Still not working. Let's go back and let's see. Switch change bootstrap. Switch or camel case. Actually, this is not camel case. This has to be lowercase. So the first words here are lowercase. Okay, the first letter. Okay, and then the second one is uppercase. All right. Yeah, we're gonna do that static ID thing. And now you see that it works. Now we're listening to it. Okay, if you want, you can just copy from the reference files, but now we're listening for it. So it works. In the next lecture, we're gonna be sending the AJAX request and testing it out. Thank you. All right, so we got that working. Now what we need to do is, and just like I said in the last lecture, we need to create some type of static value in the user's collection. I mean, get the static value from the user collection, so that way we don't have that issue in objects in the comment section. So let's go here. I'm gonna grab this guy here. I'm gonna copy it. Actually, let's grab Edwin right here. This is what I'm doing right here. Okay, let's come back here. Let's go to the comments route right here where we are displaying the comments, and let's just put that there like this. Let's see if we have that issue now. Okay, it looks like it worked. Hi, this is Edwin from the future, and I just want to give you a heads up on something here. Remember that we're using a static user, okay? So just because we want to keep testing our application, our comments feature, we are creating this static application, so we don't have that error in our screen. But remember to take this off when you don't need it. When you want to see more comments from other users, remember to take it off, okay? I just want to give you a heads up on that, even though we are going to take this off later on in the course. If you get confused and you don't see any other comments from other users, this is the reason why. Okay? Take care and continue with the lecture, guys. Bye-bye. Let's make some type of change, and we're going to find out if it works, but it should work. So now let's continue with our lecture here. So now we know that we are receiving some type of data when we are changing that switch. So what type of data we're getting back? This here Okay, let's see what do we get with E, right? Well, we already know what we're getting with E, right? We get a event, so we can say E. Let's go back here. Let's refresh. We come back here. We get that event object. Okay, so you can track all the things with that. You can track the event, and if you don't know how that works, I have pretty good JavaScript courses that can show you that. But that's for JavaScript beginners. And the data. Let's go back and see what we get in the data. Let's refresh, and you can see that the data, I get true or I get false. Now remember that with a regular input, with a regular checkbox, we get either on or off when we are checking that checkbox, right? So what Bootstrap Switch is doing is actually converting that on and off strings that we get from this input into Boolean values, which is super useful for us when we send it to a database, because that's what we're waiting for in a database, right? We're waiting for a Boolean value in that approved comment field. So, excuse me, right here, this is what we're waiting for, true and false, not on and off, because that's, and string is not reliable. Okay, so let's go back to our footer and start trying to send that AJAX request. So I'm going to use jQuery for the AJAX. It's more reliable than using just vanilla JavaScript, even though we can use it. But with vanilla JavaScript, using plain JavaScript is not recommended. So I got this AJAX function that takes an object, okay? And here we can define certain things. We can define the type of data that we are going to send to our server. We're going to also take a URL. We want to see, we got to create this endpoint in our server. We don't know that endpoint yet. We're going to create that later. Let me check this out. Come back here. What else we need? There is a data. Okay, this is the type of data that's going there. I'm going to send some type of object with the ID. We want to send the ID of the comment, and we also want to send that true and false values, Boolean values. Okay, you want to cache the data, you can just set this to false. You don't need this field. I'm just putting it there so that way you know the options and you can look it up later on if you want to get more in depth with it. And then we have a success that is going to have a function that's going to bring data from our server if we need the data in the front end, right? And here, and most of the time I do use this data to remove some fields in the front end to make it more interactive to the user. Okay, so this endpoint here, we need to create it. What do we want it? We know that we're sending a request to the admin, right? And we know that it's going to the admin comments. And we're just gonna call it approve comment like this. Now we need to create the endpoint. I'm gonna create some fake data. Actually, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Let's go ahead and create the endpoint real quick, and then we'll talk about that later. Let's go to routes, admin, and comments, and the endpoint I'm gonna create it right after delete. Okay. Excuse me. So it's router dot get what is it? Proof comment. I think I did put two P's in there. Make sure that you have the same. You can just copy this guy here and paste it there, because that way we don't make mistakes, right? It's good to make the mistakes though. You know how I like the mistakes. Okay, and of course we're gonna get the request and the response. And we're just gonna say that send it works. Okay, let's go back to here. Let's refresh this. Let's take this out. And when we click here, it says it cannot find the endpoint. You see that? And let me tell you why it could not find the endpoint, because this is a get and it's supposed to be a post. Okay, and now let's refresh again. and we click here, we don't see anything there. So that means something's working, right? Let's go to the network tab, refresh again. Let's kill everything there. Click there. And now you can see, if I can, I don't know what's going on with my table there. There we go. So refresh again. All these get requests, and then when we click here, we're supposed to have a post request here, right here. See that? When we click on it, it says 200 okay, that means everything's good. And then response, it works. So now we are able to send an AJAX request using this button here. That means we can update or do whatever we want in the back end, and nobody will ever have to have a refresh page right here, which is pretty cool. So are you guys liking the course so far? Good stuff. I'm glad. I'm going to see you in the next lecture where we are going to be finally trying to update this data in our collection in the database. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So we know that we can send a AJAX request and it works. Now it's time for us to start getting a little deeper into this functionality. So the next step is that we need to send data, right? We need to send data to our endpoint right here. We need to first grab the ID of the comment and then grab the Boolean value, all right, to insert into our database. Now remember that we have this here in the model. We need to come and insert that true and false value here. Okay, so let's go back to the footer here, and so we need to get the ID of the specific comment right in here somehow, and we're gonna use jQuery for that. I'm gonna go to comments index, and on that same checkbox, I'm going to create some custom attribute here. I'm gonna call it data ID or something like that, and it could be anything you want. I'm going to put the ID of this specific comment in here. So every time this is looping around, of course, the ID for that specific comment is going to be in this data ID attribute, right? Let's go back to footers, and we're going to pull that in. Now, one word of advice, and which really happens to me a lot, especially using the new syntax with ES6. Well, it happened to me a lot in the beginning, and sometimes it happens to me once in a while. We're going to be using the this keyword here because I want to be able to pull the ID of the specific element that we are listening for on the change event right here. So we have a change event here occurring, but I want to pull the ID from that specific element that change is being happening on. So for example, let's create a variable here. I like to use const a lot. This is not going to change, so it's just clean. I'm going to use jQuery, the this keyword, and I'm going to be saying, I want you to grab the attribute value from data ID. Okay. Now, this is not going to work because we're using this new arrow syntax here, this fat arrow function, because when you're using this new syntax here, the this keyword does not refer to this specific element anymore. It goes global. Okay, so it would bring back like the window or the document, the whole thing in the picture. If you want to see how it looks, you can just go ahead and say console.log, and you know, console.log this like this or something like that, and you can see that it's not the ID itself, it's not the element itself, it's global, it's something else, it's a big window object there. So we don't want this to be global. So what we need to do is we need to change this to function like this. Take this arrow, this thing out, and that's it. Okay, we want this keyword to refer to the element that we're listening on. Okay, so now this should be good, and we're gonna log this ID into the console or console. And when we click here, let's refresh this real quick. Click here, we get the ID. Okay, let's go back. So we got the ID, so I'm going to put it right here. Okay, so we got this object that we're sending in, and it has the ID, and this is the ID on top. Don't get it confused. Okay, so that's the first thing. We got the ID. Now we need the approved comment data. the Boolean value, and the Boolean value is in the data field. Remember that if we do console.log data, you get the true and false out of that. Okay, this is the data coming in from that plugin that we installed. It's bringing us back that true and false values. So I'm gonna put a comma here. I'm gonna call this approve comment, and then data. Okay, and we can log this in the server and see it. Okay, see that data that we are sending in. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to the comments route in the approve comment, and I'm gonna start seeing if I can see this in the server. Console.log. Let's spell it right first. Rec. Remember, this is a post request, so it's gonna come in the request. Rec body dot ID. Okay. So let's first see if we get the ID, and we're gonna see this in the server, of course. So let's go back here. Let's refresh. I'm gonna click that, and now let's go back here, and you should see the ID right here on the server. Let's see if we get the approved comment. Let's come back here, refresh. Let's come back here, and we don't get the approved comment. It's giving me a post error. Let me see if that's what I found there. There we go. We get the true value right here. See that? Let's do that to the other side, and then we should get the false value. Okay, so that's our data is actually here. It's working really good. Okay, so make sure that you got that working. Okay, remember the data attribute with the ID. Okay, and then here we create this variable, this constant. We pull it out from the this attribute data ID, which is this guy right here. Pull that from there. And remember, we're using the this keyword, so we need to change that fat arrow function to a function, regular function. So it relates to this object, to this element that we're listening on. Okay, pretty cool. So let's leave it at that, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so now that we know that we have the data that we need in our endpoint, let's take this out. We don't need this anymore. I'm just gonna click on that. So now that we know that we have our data here, let's start playing around with it, right? So the first thing that we need is we need to update, right? We need to do a query here with Mongoose. So let's do comment dot, and we're gonna use find by ID and update. All right, it should be easy. And now we're gonna get the request dot body dot ID, right? Because that's what was coming from the request. And here we're gonna update. So we're gonna use the set operator here, and we're gonna set a field that's called approve comment. Okay, we're gonna set it to whatever comes from our request, which is the approve comment as well. Okay, like that. And then after this, we're gonna get, of course, a callback. If we want, we can actually use a a promise, but I can also use a callback here that would bring the error and the result. Okay, like that. I just wanted to show you this way as well. This way is pretty good too. If error, return error, or throw it, or you can throw the error, and then we can just send the result back. Okay, simple as that. So now let's see if this works. Okay, we wrote a lot of data there. Well, not a lot of, but let's go and see if this works. Let's check our database. Our posts, our comments don't have a approved comment field, but if we go and do this, and let's see what we get. Refresh, and you can see now that it says approved comment true. Okay, now if I do this, We refresh, and you can see now that approved comment is false. Okay, so it is working. Welcome back, my dear students. So we have good stuff happening here. Okay, we're able to send an AJAX request, update our database, update our comments to either allow or not allow comments. Great stuff. One thing that I wanted to make you aware is that this extra comment here, remember that we're not seeing it because we're using a static ID in our code. Okay, just because we don't want that error, right? If we go to actually comments right here, we see that we're using a static ID somewhere here, right here. Okay, once we take that off, when we finish with comments and put the current user ID, we should be fine, because we need to enable all those routes later on to protect our application, enable all those that feature that we created where we detect for the logged in user. Okay, so anyway, I wanted to make you aware that that comment is there. We're just not seeing it because we are using a static ID for the user. Okay, so what's the next step? Well, I want to let the user know that we have that we are updating the comment here and that it went successfully. So I want to use a library that I like very much. It's called toast.tr. If I can spell it right, that would be nice. toast.tr. And let's just use the CDN. And come here to CDN.js, and we're gonna use the minified version, which is you can use the latest versions if you want. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to use just the normal one. Actually, the all latest versions actually, so it's all good. So I'm gonna use let's get the CSS first in the admin. I'm gonna put this right after the switch, and let's go back and get the JS. And I'm gonna put that in the footer right after the switch. Okay, and you can make your own comments here. I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, so the way you will use this is super simple. In our success right here functionality, we can use, and we can say, well, once we get the data, we can say, well, we're gonna use toast.tr.success, and they have different functionalities there, different methods, so you can check their website. And we can say record updated or whatever you want. Let's come back here. Let's refresh. When I click on this, we can see the record updated. Pretty cool stuff, right? Record updated again. Now you can get some more information out of here. Remember that we're getting the data here. So if you want, let's use template strings here, and we can say comment with ID data.id was updated. Let's come back here, refresh, click on this, and it says undefined. Let's make sure that we are actually sending some data back. So let's go to our comments here and approve comment. We are sending the result. Idea why this was undefined is because we need to actually, we get an object with underscore ID. So we get an object. When we do data, we get, remember that the result that we get right here, the data, is the user, the comment itself. Okay? We just did not use a promise. If we would have used a promise, it would be more clear, or we can just say comment here. Okay? So you're gonna get that comment back. Let's refresh, and when we click here, you can see comment with ID was updated. Let's actually fix that. right here. Okay. I hope you guys like this functionality very much. It's very useful. It just makes things look a lot better, and it just gives the user some type of feedback on what's going on behind the scenes, right? Pretty cool stuff. I hope you like it. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture. All right, so we are almost done with this comment section here. We have the pop-up working, we have AJAX working, we have a lot of cool things working for us. That's great. But right now we have a little bug. If we click this button here and we refresh, we are gonna get this going back to the same state that it was before, which is the off. So we need to fix that. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into the code and let's fix that. That's really easy to do. So if we go back to our comments index view right here, and right here in this checkbox where we are, displaying that nice switch, we can say, let's do an if statement here. We can do if approve, actually if, let's go back here, if approve comment, then we can display the check. Okay, and let's just finish that like this. Okay, so let's go back here and let's refresh and let's see that works. Okay, that looks like it's working. Look at that. So let's come back here and let's refresh, and as you can see, it is working. There we go. Now let's check our database real quick. Refresh, and we have one true and true, so both of them are working 100%. That's great stuff. Let's turn one off. Let's refresh here, and we can see that that goes back to false. Okay, so really good. That's working. So the next step to do would be to go to the front of our CMS here, and if we click here, we can see now that we are displaying all comments here. Now, this is fine when the comments are approved, but if the comments weren't approved, we don't want to display them there. So, for example, I'm going to turn them off, and if I go back to the front page, we can still see all the comments here. So we need to do some filtering. Let's go back to the code and let's fix that. So if we go to the view for post, see post, that handlebars right here, and where we are displaying comments, okay, we can do a little check right here to see if this comment is approved, and we can do it using handlebars. That's great. But we can also filter this before it even gets to our handlebars, before it even gets to our view. Like I'm saying right now, we could say, hey, listen, if it's approved, display it. If not, don't display it. But we're not going to do that, right? Let's go back to our route home index, and right here where we are displaying that individual post, we can do a little bit more filtering here. So I want to show you how to make a query right here, how to constrain our information, our data. And we can do something like this. Match, and we want to match the approve comment. We want to make sure that it is true before we even get it. Okay? We only want to query for the approved comment if they are true. So now if we go back here and we refresh, we can see that the data is no longer there. Okay? So that's one way to filter that, which is pretty cool, I think. See that? Now let's go back to admin real quick, and I want to show you that this works. And let's go back here and let's refresh, and now you can see that comment there. Let's do the other one. There we go, and refresh, and there, voila. Nice work, guys. Nice work. Now let's go ahead and check the comment model here real quick. I want to just make sure that our comment approve here, this approved comment field or object has a default value. So I want to make sure that this default is false. Okay, so every time you create a comment, you want to make sure that they are default because you don't want to approve comments unless you read them, right? So that's pretty cool stuff. And that's it for comments. I think we're done, and I hope you guys are enjoying the course. Please spend a couple minutes to review the course if you're happy with it. If you're not happy, keep going on the course. I'm pretty sure we're going to find some features that you're going to love, and you're going to give this course a 5-star review. See you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Hi, welcome, my dear students. So another little feature before we leave this comment section, and I might be adding some more things later on, but right now, I think this is the last thing we're going to be doing. Right now, when we make a comment, hello, click submit, we don't have any type of notification for the user to let them know that their comment is not going to show until it's moderated, right? Until somebody reviews it. So let's go back to the code real quick and let's see where we can add this feature. So right now, if we go to our admin, our home index right here, we can see that this is where we displayed our comments, but that's not where we create a comment, right? Let's go to admin, and we have a post request here somewhere, okay? And that where we create a new comment. We don't have any flash, right? So it would be nice to have some type of flash like we do in post. Let's say, for example, let's look right here, rec flash, like this, right? So let's go back to comments, and right below, before we redirect, let's do this. Now, guys, in some of these lectures, remember that, I could be from the future. So you might see some other code that is not going to be the same as you have it at that moment. So do not worry about, just worry about what I'm doing right now, okay? Just worry about the code that we're adding. Right now, like for example, I'm pretty sure that you have post ID here. Okay, later on we're gonna change this to slug because we're gonna be creating pretty URLs. But do not worry about this right now. Worry about this feature right here. So I'm just gonna say your comment will be you have created your comment. Let's see, what can we do? Comment will be review in a moment or something like that. Okay, I think you write moment with 2 M's. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, in a second. All right, so let's just put this there and let's see what happens if we try to create a comment. Let's see, submit, and of course we need to be logged in for that, right? Let's go back here and submit, and now you say it says your comment will be reviewed in a second. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And that's it. That's all we got to do for this here. And remember, again, this is Edwin from the future. So if you see some things here that are not the same as yours, do not worry. We'll get there. You'll eventually get there. Thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Have fun. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. So on this particular lecture, I want to install something that's going to look very cool with our CMS here. I want to install a chart. I want to be able to have some dynamic data about what's going on in our CMS, right? And there is a lot of charts that we can install. If you type in charts JS, and you click on images, you're gonna see a whole bunch of charts that look really awesome. And this website, and if I go to, let's go back here. There's a website called chartjs.org. I can't really pronounce that. Chartjs.org. Okay, there we go. So this is the website here. They got pretty cool charts. Okay, you can find some more detailed documentation here. And this is what we're going to be doing. Okay, we're going to be installing one of these guys. You can come here and you can read more about the installation. You can install it via npm, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a CDN, okay? And you're going to see the link. I think it's version 2.4 or something like that, but I'm not going to install it this way just because I really don't want to It's just a little bit more hassle, but I do recommend it. It's pretty cool to do it this way. But I'm going to be using a CDN, okay? So if I click here, this is the cdnjs.com website, which has charts. So if I do chart.js, it's gonna give me the links for chart.js, okay? And they got actually version 2.7 here, okay? So by the time you're watching this, is probably some other version, okay? But anyway, let's go, and I'm gonna grab this piece of code here without the HTML. I'm gonna click copy. I'm gonna go back to the application. I'm gonna go to partials and admin footer, and right above here, I'm going to paste that code. Okay. Another thing that I'm going to do is I'm gonna try to get that CDN. Okay. So let's see if it works with version 2.7. It should work. Let's just click here, and I'm gonna copy the script tag entirely. I'm gonna paste that in here like that. Okay. Let's go back and get the HTML, which is this guy right here. Go back here and click this. Let's go back, and where we are going to put this is in the view for admin, right? Admin index. Okay. So we have a row right that ends. Let's see, this is the container, this is the row. So I'm going to click create another row right here, and basically a div with a class of row. That's what I mean when I say row. And I'm just going to paste that in there. Okay. I'm going to take this style elements from there. I'm just going to leave it open like that because we don't want to set any heights or width, okay, in the HTML. We don't want to do that. I'm going to go back to my application. I'm going to refresh it. And now you should see some data, which is pretty cool, right? Now you can start filling up this data, and it's super easy to do that, okay? So we can go back to footer, and you can see now that it says red here, blue, and yellow. These are the labels. So red, blue, and yellow. And then you have the data right here, 12, 19, 3. So you see 12, 19, 3. Now we only have, how many posts we got? We got 2 posts, right? So I'm going to turn this red label to posts right here, posts. And I'm going to fill it in with some data, but we need to actually bring the data from that route, okay? And let's go back to that route. Let's go to routes, admin, index, okay? And this is the route that we are going to be pulling information from, data from. So that way we can count how many posts we have, and then we display it in the footer, what, right here. Okay, so basically our job is to replace this static data with dynamic data coming from routes, and in this case it's coming from our index, right? Route in admin. So we're gonna do that in the next lecture, just because it's gonna take a little bit of work and I want to take my time explaining it. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having an awesome day. I know you heard me on the last lecture. We were actually in the last lecture, right? Doing some really cool dashboard features here, right? With this bars or this chart. So right now we need to replace static data with dynamic data coming from our database. So if we go to our route index, okay, this is what's actually showing our route for the index view. What we need here is some type of query to our database. We need to access the post, right? And then we need the count. Look at this. Beautiful, isn't it? That's it. That's all we need here, right? Then we can attach a promise here and bring the post count with it. Simple as that. Piece of cake. See how easy this was? And then you come here, of course, when we render a view, we want to pass the data. So we pass the data as an object, right? So post count, post count. That's it. Now let's put these little curly brackets here. Let's go back to our index and, well, footer actually, and start replacing this data here. Okay. Now remember that the footer is also attached um, to the index, right? So let's see if this works. Let's go here and say post count, right? Remember that we need actually the curly brackets like this to signify handlebars. Let's see if this works. We'll refresh and voila, 2 posts, which is pretty awesome. Let's create another post and let's see if that works. My third post. Hello, this is my third post. Okay, and create. And of course, we are creating stuff, and one of the things that we need to do in our application, which we're going to be doing, is making sure that every time we are inside our CMS, we are logged in, right? So we still have a couple things that we need to fix, and not fix, but add to our CMS to make it fully functional 100%. Okay, and that's what we're going to get to that once we are finished with these big features. I want to create a section, not at the end of the course, maybe at the end of the course, where we make this better, like an improvement section of our CMS to make it more secure, faster or better, whatever. Okay, something that makes our CMS better, and that's going to be another section entirely. But I want to go ahead and create these big pieces, so then later on we refactor them and we do some really cool things about it. Okay, so stick with me, don't worry about it too much right now about fixing little things or adding little features. Let's create the big features first, and then we start adjusting those small things. Okay, so right now we are of course logged out. That's probably why my name is not showing here. So I'm just gonna go here and I'm gonna log in. Okay, I see my name right here. So now we got 2 posts there. Let's create a third one. My third post, and I'm just gonna write some Java stuff. Create. We have a third post with no picture there. That's something that we could do later on, add like a placeholder or something like that. Let's go to our dashboard, and now you see that we have 3 posts. Okay, and that's the same thing you can do with all this data here. Okay, you can create a comments, to pull query from our database, comments count. You can maybe create a category count. Maybe later on we'll add a views count, something maybe tracking how many views we got to a specific post. That would be pretty awesome, right? So I'm gonna leave this to you. You already know how to do this. All you have to do again is go to the index route and start doing queries here, and you can nest each query here, okay, and get that. So you can nest the post, you can get the category count, you can get the comments count. It's up to you what you want to do, and then you pass it in here, okay, comma, and then the next key and value. Pretty cool stuff. I'm gonna leave that to you right now, and we're gonna jump into the next feature. So thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So in this section here, we're going to be creating slugs, okay? Creating pretty URLs. And what I mean with pretty URLs is super simple. Come on, most of you know this stuff, right? If I'm in my, I'm viewing my post here, and if I click view, you can see this ugly ID right here on top, right? We don't want that. We want to have maybe the title of the post separated by dashes, just like some big sites do, right? So we're gonna do this in this section. Let's go ahead and start, and let's go ahead and start looking for something, npm.js or something like that, right? We go to npm.js.com, and let's go and find a package for this. Let's say something about slugs, okay? And now here's the idea. Before we download a package and do this, let me show you the idea of this. So this is how this works. Let's go to our models real quick. And in our models, let's say our post model right here, we need to create another key, right? Another object that is going to hold our slug. Our slug is a representation of some data, okay? And we use logs to, let's say, for example, WordPress, okay? And then we say slugs, okay? And you can see what is a post slug in WordPress, right? And you can see that the definition here is a friendly URL, valid name of a post. And that's what a slug is. It's just a representation of the name of that post, okay, of that data that we want that is actually really ugly in our case, right? It has the ID. We don't want that. That's what a slug is. And usually what you do is in your database, in your, well, this is our schema, but if you're using something like a MySQL, you will have to go and create a separate column in the table, right? Just like we're doing right now, or we are going to be doing right now. So we create a slug. I'm gonna do this all the way in the bottom there, here, actually before the comments. I'm gonna say slug, right? And then we give it some type of data type, and we're gonna say it's just gonna be a string, not a schema, but a string. There we go. Let's put a comma right here. So in this field in our database somewhere, we're gonna hold the name, the title of our post, and this is comments. So whatever this title is going to be held, okay, all in lowercase with hyphens. And in case we have a duplicate title, or let's say the same name post with the same title, we want the last number to go and increase. So the first one would be the original, and then the second one we have a number 2 or something like that. That's the type of slug we want. We don't want duplicates, all right? Because some posts might have the same name, right? So if we go and look for a slug here and press enter, we're gonna have a couple packages. So this one. There we go. Slug URL, slug. These are all packages that we can use, okay? One of the best ones that I have used is called, because since we're going to be using Mongoose, it's called Mongoose URL slugs or something like that right here. Okay, we are using Mongoose, and it would be nice to have some type of method in our model that will generate our URLs right away without even doing this in the code ourselves. So before our application spit out some data, some type of URL, we want this to be done for us. So that would be really cool, right? Because if we don't do it like this, then we will have to go to our routes and do it there, do that code there, right? Some type of method here, or functionality that will somehow modify our post when we are creating it, right? Or updating it. We don't want that. We don't want to go and write stuff here in our route. We want this to be done for us before it even gets to our routes in the database, before even that data is inserted. And of course, you can get it. You can go ahead and create some type of functionality here that will modify that title and create and put that in the slug field. But like I said, we don't want to do this. We have a package that will do this for us in the model. So here we're going to be installing this bad boy, and let's come back here. I'm gonna do Control C. I'm gonna paste that in there, and I'm gonna go ahead and download it. Okay, then let's do nomon, turn on our server, and let's go to our model. Super simple. And look, in this lecture we're gonna finish it. First thing is that we need to require this guy, const URL. What can we call this? We can call this whatever we want. Let's just go by the documentation. That's what they have there, I believe. Mongoose URL slugs. Okay. So we downloaded the app. We downloaded the packet. I explained to you what it does. And on the next lecture, we are going to be finishing it by doing some modifications to our model. Okay. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. You guys ready? Let's do this. All right. So in the last lecture, we downloaded our package, okay, and then we require that here in the post model. So, and we also have this log, okay, data type here. Well, this log, this object in our model, right? This part of the schema. So make sure that you have that. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna use a method or a function that's actually used in Mongoose to plug in functionalities. So Mongoose has this plugin method, and guys, I'm sorry if I'm taking too long explaining this to you, but I want you guys to be fully knowledgeable about this stuff. So if we type in Mongoose plugin, okay, you can see that Mongoose is going, well, the documentation is going to help you understand it better, but it basically it's telling us, look, the schemas are pluggable. That is, they allow for applying prepackaged capabilities to extend their functionality. So with this plugin method here, and let me just make that a little bigger for you, we can plug in other codes that have to do with modifying our schema in a way. Okay? So that's what we're going to be doing here for this specific package. And this is something I'm getting from the documentation that I already know how to do, okay? So I'm not making this up. So I'm going to use the post schema that I have here, right? This whole schema, I'm going to use that. And I'm going to use the method plugin. See that? We're not going to be doing several plugins, just one. And this plugin name is URL slugs that we are requiring on top, right? That's going to be a function that we pass in the parameters we want. We want to pass in the first parameter is what type of field we getting this slug from, where we need to pull data from. Well, we need to pull data from the title because that's what we got here, right? That's going to be the title of our post, right? Now, the second parameter is going to be an object specifying the other field where this data that's going to be modified is going to. And the field that is going to go to the field called slug. And that's what we got right here. Okay? And that's it. That's all we got to do, guys. There's nothing else that we got to do. Let's actually put this above here. Okay? Like that. Pretty cool stuff, right? Guys, by the way, well, I'll talk to you about that later. But anyway, let's go back and see if we can do something in our admin. Let's log out. And I'm just doing that. I was already logged out. Every time we make changes like that, it logs us out, okay? So I'm going to create a post. We don't have anything in the database, just so that you see. We have 3 posts in my case, and I don't have a slug field anywhere, okay? So when I create a post, my 4th post, some gibberish data, going to this category here. Let's go make it to the node category, create. Let's go back here. Let's refresh. Let's go all the way to the bottom. And now you can see that it says slug there, okay? Let me just make that bigger for you so you can see it. Slug, and then it says my 4th post. Okay? So that's the first part. But remember that if you want to see this URL on top, we have to, instead of actually querying the database for the ID, we have to query the database for the slug. Not only that, but we have to, show the slug here somehow, right? So that's what we're going to be doing in the next lecture. Now, keep in mind here that this is giving me a warning. It says duplicate error collection, index slug 1 already exists. Okay, so let's go back here to our database. Let's refresh. Okay, my first post. Let's create another one real quick. Let's go and see my 4th post with the same title. Some Jira stuff. Create. Let's see if that works. That looks like it worked. Refresh. And now you can see that it says my 4th post number 2. Okay, and then we're going to take a look at the error here that we got. Okay, which in our case, let me see if we have the same error on top. We don't have, we only had it once. Okay, so we can test it out to see if we get that error again. It looks like we have it here. We'll check on that on the next lecture, but you can see that it is working. Thank you so much, guys. The next lecture, we have to make sure that this, when we click it, is showing our slug here somehow. All right. See you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome, my dear students. So, on the last lecture, we encountered an error, and I want to clear that out before we continue. So, what I did to resolve that error was to log into my Mongo shell. Okay, I went to my command prompt or whatever you have, your bash, your shell for Git, whatever. I went Mongo ucms, excuse me, db post that drop. That's the first thing. Delete all the data you got there, right? You don't want those fields to conflict with each other. Then once I deleted the data, I removed the slug object that I was all the way down here. We placed it after, I believe, after dates or something like that. I placed it close to the title. Okay. And once I did that, I went to my CMS, of course, and I started creating, I logged in, I logged out, or I logged in, and I started creating posts with the same title. My first post, just testing things out. And then, as you can see here, it worked. Everything just works fine now. My first post 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay? So that's that duplicate error that we had on the last lecture. Data was conflicting there, and we resolved it. But anyway, I think that was here somewhere. Right here. Okay? So that's how we resolve that issue. Now, on this lecture here, now that we have our slug, we need to find a way to show it. Now, if I go to all posts here and I click here, this is going to show me that specific post, which is 54C. And let's go here. 54C is the first one. Okay? So in order for us to show that post, we have to have a link that has what? What do you think that link has to have? Let me show you. So let's go to view and let's go to that index. And this view button here, or view link, is sending the ID. We don't want to send the ID anymore. Okay? What we want to do is send the slug. Okay? We want to start looking for data with the slug. And then on that post index, we have to go to that route. Okay, and this is in the front page. Yeah. So let's go to our, and this is where we want to look for that. And we can leave it the same way. I just like to give it a different name here, just to reflect what we're doing here. We are looking for a slug. So let's go back to admin. Of course, we need to log out or log in again. 1, 2, and 3. Come back here. Post all posts. And now if we click here, it's going to look for that specific post. If you look at it, it says my first post. Okay. And it's supposed to be looking for that. Now, let's go back in the database, because instead of having this ID here, we need to give it the slug field. Okay, now it should work. Let's go back here and then say 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Now all posts, click here, and now you can see that the URL is pretty. Good job, guys. Really good job. Okay, let's go back to the next URL. You can see that it is working. Now we have pretty URLs working, guys. Really awesome. How awesome is this? Right? If this course doesn't deserve a 5-star just for this feature right now, I don't know why it's going to get it. I don't know why it's going to do it. All right. So we're gonna keep actually adding more features to this project here, just to make you guys smarter about Node.js. And I hope you're liking the course so far. And I'll see you on the next lecture. Now, keep in mind that you need to add that functionality to wherever you're clicking on the link, right? And then you need to be searching for that slug, so that way you can have this here. Pretty cool stuff, right? All right. So guys, thank you again. See you in the next lecture. Keep it up, guys. You're doing very good. Welcome back, my dear students. So on this new section, I have created a lot of dummy data. So I went ahead and created 100 posts, 101 now to be exact, but 100 posts. As you can see here, we have a lot of posts. Now, if you try to do this with Faker and you get some type of error of duplicate key, remember to go to your Mongo shell, and that's exactly what I did here. I went Mongo, then of course use CMS, and then DB post that drop, and I dropped everything, okay? And then I did 100 posts. I logged in, and I went and said I want 100 posts like this, okay? Now this gave me an error here, and that's because, let's see, we get this duplicate key. Let me tell you what this duplicate key is. We have this data. It creates the record, but we have this slug data that it doesn't get inserted when we are doing the Faker. So let's correct that real quick. Let's go to Faker. Let's go to that route that does that. So routes admin, where's index? And then we have this body, and then we can say post.slug, and we can just create whatever there. It doesn't matter. Okay. So now we shouldn't have that issue there. Let's go back here and we can see that we have no errors right now. Let's create another 200 posts, or let's create another 100. Generate data, come back here, and you can see we don't have that issue there. Okay. So make sure that whatever fields you want to automatically generate, you have it here available in your Faker, okay, functionality. So that's why. But now, as you can see, we have a lot of data. And if we go to the front page, this is crazy here, okay? We don't have pagination. And it would be nice to have a pagination that would give us 10 sets in one page and 10 sets in the other one, or 20 sets, whatever sets we want, right? So here's how we're going to do it. Let's go to our index, and here in our index, home index, right here. No, actually, sorry. Home index right here. This is the pagination that we want. And we need to create a dynamically generated list item. Okay? That's what we need, because these are going to be our links, and our links need to have some type of data coming from the results in the database, right? What we're going to be writing in our routes. So this is really an issue if we are going to be creating this using handlebars. With handlebars, the best thing to do would be to take this to a helper function. That's exactly what we are going to be doing. So I'm going to go and comment this out, and we're going to create a helper function. Let's go to our helpers, handlebar helpers, and here I'm going to create a helper function called paginate. And options, and I already explained this to you what the option is, so I'm not going to go over it. You can go and look at the section where we create this functionality here. We are status and all that, select and look at it. Okay, remember that now that we have function, let's do a console.log here, and I will show you something real quick. I'm just gonna leave this here, and then later on we'll do a console for this. So now let's go to our admin, our home route index, and this is exactly where we want to start getting data from the, to modify. So let's go back to our index real quick here, and actually before we do that, let's go back to our app.js and register this function, paginate right here. You guys should be experts on this stuff already, and paginate here. Okay, and now let's go back to our view index or index view, and now here we are going to be using our function. It's going to be called paginate, and we're going to be passing some parameters here. Okay, so we can pass some parameters right now. Let's call this current equals 1. Okay, let's close this like this. We don't need this. Actually, we do need that. Okay, and all right, so now if we go to test this, okay, let's make sure that we are returning. Well, console.log doesn't need to, we don't need to return it. We got to see something here in the console. So right now, if we go to our home page and we refresh here, so refresh, we're gonna see this log right here. Okay, this options object is gonna have everything we need. Okay, and I showed you this before, and you can see current is equal to 1. So we created this variable right here called current. This is a handlebars type of variable. Okay, and it's inside this object called hash. So we can go here and we can say options dot hash dot current, and now we can spit out the value of that. Okay, refresh, and you can see the value is number 1, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Okay, we are going to be getting the values that we have in our view, and those values are coming from what we have in our routes. Okay, values from here. So in the next lecture, we're going to continue this, and I'm going to keep explaining to you, and we're going to build this pagination in no time. Guys, let's have some fun. See you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of explanation, but you guys know that I repeat myself a lot. And the reason I do that is because this is a beginner's course. I know there are some seasoned developers out there. You guys know what you're doing, but this is a beginner's course. Even though we have some advanced features, I also have to, let my beginners know about this stuff. Okay. So anyway, so we are getting our handlebars function is working. We're getting some data, but we don't have the data that we need, and that's what we're gonna be doing here. So I'm gonna be showing you how to do some kind of limitations or some new features with our database, right? So I want to first build a variable here called per page, and this is going to be how many records we want per page. I also want to build a page to detect some type of query in a request. So we're going to send a link, and let me tell you the object. It's going to be query, and then we're going to have a property called page. And if it's not the page, we want to do this trick and make sure that it's page number 1. So when we create a link, and this is how the link is going to be constructed, it's going to have this question mark and then the name page, which is going to be this guy right here, and separated by the value. Okay, so this equal symbol and then the value. This is just like sending a normal GET request using a link, right? And how do we get this query? By doing this. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We're going to create a link that's going to have that information. And in some cases, this is going to be dynamic. So we're going to have like some type of variable in here when we send that request. Okay, and depending on what we get here, our query is going to spit out different information. Okay, so one of the things that I want to do here is I want to make a skip. Now, I'm not creating this from scratch. This is actually provided to us already. So we have this skip method that we can use, and I want to do per page times the page, okay, minus the per page is going to give me what I want to skip on every request. Now I want to execute this before, so I'm going to put this in a parenthesis like this. Simple. Okay, and make sure you have this dot right here. Let's do another one. Let's do a limit, because we want to limit what we get on each page, and we want to limit the per page. That's going to be our limit, and that's it. That's what we're going to be doing there. Now we need to create another query to our database here. We want to get the count of our posts. Very important. Okay, so this is how you get it. post count, and now we're gonna just put everything inside there. Bang. And let's separate this just so it looks a little bit more organized, like this. So we have our categories that we want in the home page, but we also want our current page, which is gonna be the page, right? But I want to do something a little bit different here. I want to make sure that this is parsed as an integer. So I'm going to enclose it in that function, JavaScript function. And then we also want our pages. Okay. And I'm going to use a JavaScript again. I love using JavaScript. And we're going to round up the post count divided by the per page. And that is going to give us the pages. Okay. It could be 90 pages, 100 pages, whatever. Right. So if our post count is 100 divided by the per page is going to give us the page that we need. Let's take this out. So per page can be 10 divided by, let's say, 100. You get the, you do the math there. 90, 100 divided by 10. Okay. So good stuff. Now that we have our functionality here, we need to start working on the helper function that we are going to be building, because like we said before, and if I haven't said this, I'm saying it now. We're going to build this list items dynamically from a helper function using handlebars, just because it's this functionality that I'm going to create here is almost impossible to create using just the handlebars in the front of the code. We need some features that we have in the back to use. Okay. So on the next lecture, we're going to start that, and it's going to be really fun. And I'll see you then, guys. All right, welcome, my dear students. So are you guys ready? Let's do this. So now that we have our handlebars function, taking some data, we need to give it some type of dynamic data, right? So we gave it some static data here, but we need to actually give it the current variable that we are getting from our, what is it? Our route right here. We have this current variable. You can check on that if you like. You can do a console.log and make sure that this is actually working, because if it's not working, then you will not get the desired results. Okay, so before you render anything here, if you want to go ahead but remember that the current is the page. So you can console log the page right here before the render, console log pages, and so on, okay? And test it out. I'm not going to do that because I know mine are working. I also want a variable called pages to be equal to pages from here, okay? Simple as that. Now we have that dynamic data in our helper function. We need to start using it, okay? We're passing that data right here, okay? So let's start working with this. So we're going to have to create a couple different if statements to make this work. The first thing is that I want to create some type of variable to build our list items string. We're going to build this, dynamic data, and we need some type of string, okay? So let's use a variable. I'm going to use let, because I usually don't use it much since I use const a lot. I'm going to use let. That's the declaration for variables in the new version of JavaScript. And I'm going to play around with some if statements here. I want you to pay attention to this. You're not going to understand this 100% the first time we build this pagination, but later on, once we build it, you will start to see how this is put together. So I'm going to check to see if the current page is equal to 1. If it is, I want to output something. And what I want to output, if I can spell this correctly, that would be nice. I want to concatenate or put together some data here. You see, we're going to do this plus equal sign because at the end, we want to return output. Output like this. Okay? So what I want to build here, remember this is a list item, and this is going to have a link inside here, and this link is this one here. I don't want it to say anything because this is going to be a first page. I'm just going to say first, like this. Okay? And let's give it a class of page item. And I'm going to give this a class too of page link right here, page link. Okay, else we're going to do something very similar. Actually, on this one here, we're going to put disable. I want to make sure it's disabled. Remember, these are Bootstrap classes and everything is already made created for us, guys. So don't worry about it too much. This one is not going to be disabled because this is going to be our link. And this has a label here. We're going to send a query. Okay. Remember the query? Question mark page equals 1 in this case. Okay. That's going to be the parameter we're going to send in. Let's check this out. I'm going to comment this out right here. And let's go and see our application. Refresh. Hopefully it works. And you can see that it says first. Good job. Okay. So if I send a parameter here that says page equals 1, and I go all the way to the bottom, we still got the same thing here. Cool. So let's come back here. Let's double check this is good. Okay. So if it's equal, page is equal to 1. Let's go to the link, our helper function. And okay, that looks good. This is disable page item. All right, everything looks good. Everything starts to look good right now. Okay. Perfect. And we are returning that paginate. Let's go back here, make sure that our query page is good. Post find, skip per page. Limit, then we get a post. Oh, I'm missing something here. I knew that, no, actually, no, we're good here. Post, parse end, categories current, per page. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay, I was just making sure that I wasn't missing anything there, especially the query here. Okay, good. See you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome, my dear students. So it's time for us to start creating some more data here, so that way we can keep building our output. Right now, the first thing, we got our page, so we are detecting our first page. Now we need to start getting into more advanced functionality. Okay, so just hang tight with me. We're gonna build a functionality now where we can create the rest of the links. We need the first page. We need some little dots that I want to create, and you're gonna see how this takes place. Okay, so we're gonna create this variable called I, and we're gonna do some ternary functionality here. Instead of doing if statements, we want to do some ternary. So I'm gonna use this number function just to make sure that whatever I got here is a number. This is just making sure that we have a number as a current page. And I'm gonna say, if this is bigger than 5, I'm gonna use that again. Do options, hash dot current is -4, and we're gonna see that later why this is. And if anything else, we just say it's gonna be equal to 1. Now let's enclose this in a let's see where we got this one here, one right here. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna get the return value as this if it's greater than 5. If the current page is greater than 5, we're gonna get that value here. If not, we're gonna get this value, right? So we're gonna use that I right now to say if I is not equal to 1, Okay, then we're gonna output some links, and not links but little dots I want to output. So I'm just gonna make some little dots right here. I'm going to take this href because I don't need it, I just need that. Okay, let's see if we get those dots. Let's see. All right, let's come back here. um, if it's not equal to 1, so if it's equal to page number 2, well, we got the link here, so that's working. Let's make sure that this is disabled. um, Page item disable. Okay, and page link is going to be some couple of dots. Okay, numbers options has current is greater than 5. Okay, just making sure that this is all right. Let's do an else statement. No, we don't actually need that. Let's build a loop actually. Let's double check this again. Make sure that this is working. And we click on it and this. Okay, perfect. So that's working like we want to. Okay, now let's build a for loop here. And let's see how we can do this. So I don't want to actually write I don't want to initiate a variable here. That's why I'm going to put a semicolon to make this like kind of optional. And I'm going to do I, as long as I is smaller or equal than, let's just take one of these guys here. And then we're just going to put 4 here. Okay. And let's say end. This actually, I'm going to put another value here. And I is options dot hash dot pages. Okay, then we want to iterate, well, we want to increment I. Okay, and you're gonna see what this is gonna do right now. So this is how we're gonna create some of this functionality here. So what I want to do is I want to create a first link. Okay, and we can do this by doing something like this. I equals, why do I keep, gosh, sorry about that, guys. I need my coffee. I even forgot the code that I was writing because this is kind of long. All right. So if I is our current page, we want to display the link, right? The number. So let's do this real quick here. I think I might be making a mistake. We're gonna see this later, guys. Now you might be asking, why doesn't he use some other code? Sometimes I like to do it like this because it just helps me. And if I make a mistake, it helps you see it as well, okay? So this is gonna be our link, and you're gonna see where this is gonna show now, if it's the first page. We want the link to be active and we want the dynamic data to show, okay? So let's refresh this and you're gonna see that there, okay? So this is starting to take form now, okay? So if I do number 2, you can see now that this is active, meaning that it's not on first page now. So you can go to first page and now it's disabled. Okay, you see how this is starting to take form? Okay. And let's do the else statement later. I think this functionality here should get you up and running by understanding how it works, okay? So this is not clickable yet, that's okay. Okay. We'll make it clickable, but let's go number 2. I want you to analyze our code to see how that's going, okay? Pretty cool stuff. I think we're missing a little piece there, but we'll make it later on. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lecture, guys. Don't overthink it too much. We're going to go over it later, but let's just keep building it. See you there. Bye-bye. Now we're making good progress. What if we had a link that was actually bigger than 2? What is that going to do? What about bigger than, what about 10? Okay, we still don't, with, you see that? That is going to show our dots here. Now, what about 6? And this is the reason why I'm showing you this right now. You see, we still see the dot, right? But 5, we don't see the dot, right? This is that functionality right here. And I wanted to go, this is the functionality where we go over 5. Where is it? Right here. Where is it? Where is it? Right here. Okay? That's what the I is equal. Over 5, then we start showing the dot. Okay? And that's what this is going to have as a return value. Okay? So I just wanted to make sure that you understand what that was going to do right here. Okay, remember that I right now would be equal to this, whatever value this is bringing. So anyway, let's continue with this. So we have this for loop. Now we got to create this else statement. And let's output here. If it's not, I is not equal to the first page, then it has to be equal to more links or something like that, right? So let's make sure that this has a link, href and page. We're gonna send that with some dynamic data. I always get confused. I'm thinking I'm doing the handlebars, and it's the dynamic variables here for this. Okay, so that's going to be, and this doesn't have to be active. Okay, perfect stuff. There we go. Now we got the links. You see that? Okay, perfect. Perfect, 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 guys. We're getting somewhere. So this is looking pretty nice. So now we need to get those dots, but we needed to get those dots later. Right now we got the dots. If we keep going to number 8, we get the dots right there. Okay. 11. Okay. There. Pretty cool stuff. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking, let's wait. I was gonna put the dots at the end. Maybe if we go to the end of the page. But let's actually go and create some more functionalities that I want besides the, we're gonna put a little comment here. Maybe the dots again. This is another functionality that I thought about it. I'm just gonna leave this in the burner there, and let's focus on the last pages. Okay, so we got to get out of this loop to be on the last pages. So I want to create a link that's gonna give me the last page, because right now we got the first page, but we don't have a last page here. Okay, that would be nice. So let's say if options dot hash current is equal to options dot hash pages, which is the total of all the pages, right? Then we are at the end somehow, right? And we need to output that link. So let's go and put that there. And this is just gonna have, we're not even going to have a ref there because it's gonna be the last page, and we're just gonna say last. Okay, just like that. And else, then we're not at the end of the page, and we can just click on it and it would take us to the last page. So instead of having the I here, we can have options dot hash dot pages, like that. And here, of course, we just say last to give it some type of clickable word. Okay, and let's make sure here it's disabled. All right, I think we are almost done. Yeah, let's check it out, and voila. So when we are at the last page, we still have those little dots, but it would be nice to have, yeah, that's okay. Pretty cool, guys. I think we're done with this. If anything, we'll add some more features on the next lecture that I was thinking about. But as you can see, we have a pretty cool navigation created with Node.js from scratch. Well, using handlebars, of course, and pretty cool stuff. Look at that. We go to the last page, and nice. Guys, if this course does not deserve a 5-star, let me know. Okay, this is a functionality that is very hard to do, and we have done it, and I think you understand it very clearly. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on the next lecture, guys. Good job. Welcome back, my dear students. So I decided to add these little dots that I was thinking about here, where I made the comment here, because right here before we end the for loop here, we could add some dots at the end of our links here before the last pages. The reason why we can add those dots, because we didn't right here at first, but we like to show the user that we have more pages. So this little dot shows the user, hey, listen, there are more pages out there, so you can keep going. So that's what we're gonna do. Let's create these dots right here. So it's gonna be very similar to the one we have here. Actually, the only similar thing would be the link. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy it. Well, let's go ahead and create this real quick. So I'm gonna do this one if I is equal that number. Let's use that function. Let's do the hash dot current, and we are going to be saying, hey, listen, we're gonna add 4 to it, because we have to do the opposite of this in a way. And we're gonna say if this is smaller than options.pages, because we want to make sure that it is before the last pages. Okay, and we are going to be, let's use this, see if that works for us. Okay, so if I is equal to the current page, okay, plus 4, okay, type of going the opposite of what we have here. See that? And we want to say when I is smaller than the last pages, or the pages, we're gonna do that. Let's see if this works. Okay, it should work. There we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bang, we display it right here. So that's it for our navigation. There's nothing else we got to do to it. I think we have done a pretty good job. And again, this is in the reference files. If you for some reason cannot get it, okay, I suggest to write some comments on what you're doing. That will help you get things good. Okay, perfect. It's a lot of code, I know, but it's worth it. Now you can, once you do this and you have everything, you can refactor this and make this a lot smaller than all these lines. Okay, look at this. Just organize your code, guys. Organize it however you want. Make sure everything is the way it's supposed to be, and you can just make it nice and pretty however you want. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for being in this section here, taking the course with me as well. You guys are awesome. You guys are the best. I want to really, really thank you for all the nice reviews that some of you give me all the time. You're welcome to keep making requests on this course, and I'll look at the request, see if it can be done, and or when can I do it, and I will try to please you guys. I would not please everybody, but I will try my best. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next sections or the next courses, guys. Take care. So, in this new section, I want to show you some new things, okay? Something that is going to expand your mind and make you a lot more knowledgeable about Node.js and Mongoose and MongoDB and all that stuff, okay? So we're going to learn some cool stuff in this new section. because we're going to be adding new things to our CMS. Okay, we're going to be refactoring some code. We're going to be just making sure that our application works as expected. Okay, we are going to be making some tight ends, making some loose ends tight again, basically fixing or making stronger some of the code that we have, okay, some of the functionalities. So one of the things that I want to start with is, and then we might even modify this later on, but right now I want to show you how you can easily put dynamic data in here with compacting all the queries with MongoDB, okay, using Mongoose. So for example, we have this in admin index, we have this route right here, right? And this is of course getting us the count for our admin index, right? So, and then we of course are using that count in the partial, okay, right here. So let me just close all this real quick so that way we can do this a little better and it's clear it what I'm doing. And there we go. Okay, so we got this route right here, this admin index route. And if we wanted to get the category count, which we need, we will have to go on top, and I already did this, include this category, which I did this behind the scenes. You guys did not see me do this, right? This category there, and then we will have to go here and embed another query, right? That count, and this is what we have been doing so far. But there is a better way of doing this. There's actually a way that we can, put all these queries into an array and then pass in those values to one specific method that is going to execute everything and return to us all the results in one go. Okay, let me repeat that again. We can compact the, let's say, category counts, comment counts, post counts into an array. We can put all that into an array and then use that array name into a method that is going to execute everything for us and is going to return a promise with all the post counts, category counts, and comment counts. Okay, so we're going to be doing that now so that way you can see that we can actually refactor our code. And one of the reasons why I did not do that at first is because I wanted to show you the hard way of doing things, and later on I'll show you the easier way. Okay, because you need to get used to the hard way first, that way you can learn more. So let's start with this, and it's super simple what we're going to be doing. Okay, we're going to be using a method called promise all. Okay, so let's go ahead and start this. Now keep in mind that promise all is a method, okay, that returns all the promises that you put into it, but it's a JavaScript method. Okay, this is a original JavaScript stuff, okay, with promises. Has nothing to do with other languages, just JavaScript. Okay, so this is nothing that, because we're using Node.js, it's something that we Node.js provides to us. It's pure JavaScript. Okay, so first of all, let's create some type of array to contain our promises, right? So I'm gonna create a const. I like const a lot. You can do a let, okay, declaration, but I like const. We're not gonna change this particular value, so it doesn't really matter. So inside this array here, I'm going to start, and I'm gonna comment this out right here because we're not gonna use that anymore. So I'm gonna do the comment, the post count, but I'm gonna do execute. Okay. Now execute. Remember that execute is almost the same thing as then. Okay, because execute will execute the query, but it doesn't return anything. It's expecting a promise, so it would expect a promise like this. But we're not going to give it a promise now. Okay, we're gonna deal with that later. So now I want to also get the category count. So we're going to give it a promise, but later. And then I also want the comment count. Okay. I want you to see how this is getting to, okay. So as you can see, we have this array now. And now if we want it, let's make sure that we have all this up here though. Let's get the comment as well. Okay, comment. There we go. Anything else we have? Now, my idea with this is that later on we might get the data for the specific user who is looking at their own, maybe their admin later on, but I wanted to show you this feature first. Then later on we start adding those features uh, with this. So now that we have those promises, I mean those queries, we can use promise.all like this, okay? And now we pass in all the promises right here. And then we have this this promise coming back to us, okay? Now in here, we're gonna use of course, a new syntax, a fat arrow function, and we're gonna pass in an array of what the data we're expecting. So I'm gonna go from the top to bottom, right? So I wanna get post count from that. I also wanna get the category count. And I also want the comment count. Let's do lowercase comment count. Okay, simple as that. And now we come here, and then we pass in that data. Simple as that. Let's come back here. So we got the post count there. We got the category count. Is that? It looks like I don't know if I'm spelling it right there. There we go. And then we got the comment count, right? Oops. Comment count. Okay, and that's it. That's all we got to do now. Um, the next step is to actually start implementing this data. We're gonna do that in the next step, in the next lecture, where we are going to be replacing some of that static data that we got with dynamic data. Okay, see you in the next lecture. Take care, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So you guys having a lot of fun? You guys are learning a bunch of different things, right? So let's have some more fun. Let's go ahead and now that we have all this data, let's see if that works, okay? We are right now showing a whole bunch of bars that we don't need. So we're gonna have post counts, category counts, and comment counts, right? But now it would be nice to have active posts or public post count, private post count, private comment count, or not active comment counts, right? That's something that we might have to do later on. I'm not going to deal with that right now because my main concern right now is to show you all this stuff right here. Okay, so we might include that later on. That would be nice. But let's go ahead and trying to display this data right here. I'm just gonna say comment count. Well, let's just say category count. Okay, you guys can actually try to implement that with see if you can get it to work. You know, having the data specifically for that specific user, having specific data for the logged in user. That would be a nice feature to have. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I got 6 here. I'm gonna have categories here. I'm gonna put this label and comments. Oops. Right here. Okay, and I'm just gonna take this 3 out of here. Let's see how that looks. I never had tried to take that out. Number CMS data. Let's just see if how that shows. What else we need to change here? That's about it. Let's check our data here, refresh. And as you can see now, yeah, we have a lot of posts because we have 300. But keep in mind that we can also create other charts where we can show this post data maybe like in a wheel, like a circle, and that way we don't have to, that this data doesn't mess around with this data here. Okay, so we can make a separate data for posts because posts is a lot. You can have a lot of posts, and then your data is gonna look very small. But I want you to look at this. Category says we have 3 categories. Comments, it says we have 3. Okay, so we go to categories. It's showing 3 here, and here it's showing 1. And the reason why it's showing 1 is because it's showing comments for this specific user. Okay, remember that in our data, if you go to comments, let me see. Well, we have It's making me look really bad now. Okay, comment true. Let's just delete all the data and see that works. Okay, I'm gonna go to my Mongo shell right now. Let's open another Mongo UCMS, then db what is it, comments dot drop, enter. Oh, I put comment, it's comments. There we go. And now if I go to my dashboard and I refresh, it's still saying 3 comments. Well, actually it's not 3 comments. Yeah, it is 3 comments. Let's go to my data right here. Here we have sits. So we have something going on here. Let's see what's going on. Comment count. Comment count, category count. Let's delete one of the categories and see how that works. Now my categories are saying 2 and comments is still saying 2. So comment and categories look like they're linked. So that's an issue that I have here. That's because comment count, I made a mistake here somewhere. Post count, category count, comment count. Let me pause this video and I'll figure it out and come back to you. Well, we are deleting. Let's see. When we go to comments here real quick, and then we have categories. I thought I did figure it out, but I did not. So we got 3 there. There is no comments here. It's like he's making a query to the same, okay, to the same place. Sometimes it works like this, guys, where you guys will be able to see it and I'm not able to see this. This now it has 1, both of them, so they both link. So every time I delete a category, it's like this data is, oh, you know what, right here, guys, right here, that's why. Yep, you guys probably saw that, didn't you? There we go. All right, so now we see we have 0 comments. Okay, so our data is working. I just made a little boo-boo there and I wasn't able to figure that out as fast. But I'm gonna leave this lecture here just to let you know that I'm not perfect, and errors like this happen all the time, especially when you're coding for a lot of hours. Okay, but you see now that our data is working, we can create a whole bunch of categories or data, and we're gonna have some type of feedback in our admin, dynamic feedback. Okay, so thank you so much for watching. I'll continue adding some really cool stuff so that you guys can learn. Now the takeaway of this is that we can do all our queries in one go and return just one promise with all the results. Pretty cool lecture. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture, guys. Have a nice day and take care. Hi, welcome back, my dear students. I hope you guys are having an awesome day today. So we are going to be deploying our application, and we need a couple things. First of all, we need to start thinking remote. R-E-M-O-T-E, remote, remotely. Okay. The reason why we need to start thinking remotely is because we're going to have our application out there on the web, right? So we need more scalable solutions. Now we could sign up for servers out there. We could search it online. Let's go to Google and we can say Node.js hosting or something like that. And we can find a whole bunch of companies that would allow us to host, Node.js applications. Now, the most popular one or the common one to use with development is Heroku. This service right here is really awesome because with Heroku, you could scale up your applications. Okay, now we also need to start thinking, this is just the server, and now we could have integrated stuff in there like MongoDB and do all kinds of stuff in Heroku, and you're gonna see this later. But we could also, okay, create free applications on the fly, so we can test things out before we deploy them. Okay, so we could create a Heroku application. We could link it to our own development environment. We deploy our application, and we can even change the URL that Heroku gives us at first, because it's a, something like to test with. So we could change that to our own domains, and that's pretty awesome. There's a whole bunch of things that you can do with Heroku. Okay, I'm going to show you some of the things later. But before we do that, we need to sign up for our database. And one of the services that I like to use is called MLab. MLab is very good for testing purposes as well. Okay, they do offer it for free, so you can sign up for free. And if you click on plans and pricing here, you can see that it says Sandbox here. I don't know how long this will be available. It's being available for some time now. Okay, but we can sign up for this free service, and it's pretty awesome. Okay, because you can test things out. So let's go ahead and start playing around with this. First, let's go and sign up for MLab. I want you to go ahead and sign up, create a free account. I already have my account, but go ahead and sign up for that. I also want you to sign up for Heroku. Okay, so here's how you create an account. Make sure that you create a free Heroku account. Make sure you put the right information there. You don't want to create anything fake, because you can use Heroku for real applications, right? Later on, if you want to use them as a hosting provider for your application. Okay, so sign up for these two services, and I'll see you in the next lecture where I show you how to set up your environments with Heroku and MLab. Take care, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back, my dear students. So on this lecture, we're going to set up our MLab, our database. Okay, this is a really cool company to have your database with. Okay, so now with MLab, you could create a different database deployments. Now you could use, let's use this, let's see the sandbox here. Let me explain to you a little bit about the sandbox. Okay, now let's go ahead and create one real quick. Let's create a MongoDB deployment. Okay, so as you can see here, we can use Amazon Web Services, we can use Google Cloud Platform, or we can use Microsoft Azure. Now they might add other cloud providers in the future, but these are the three that we have available. So now for Amazon, we could choose the sandbox. For Google, we could choose the sandbox as well, and for Microsoft Azure, we could use that as well. Okay, so it's whatever you want to use. You could use the sharing environment here. You can read more about it in the plans and pricing page. Okay, it's a storage up to 8 gigabytes as the time I'm recording this video. It might be more or less later. And you can also have a dedicated server, okay, with a lot more flexibility. This is for big websites, okay, when you want to scale up real fast. But you can also, change plans later on. But anyway, we're gonna start with Amazon Web Service. I like to use AWS or Amazon Web Services. And once I have these two selected here, I'm gonna click continue, and I'm gonna choose Virginia. I always choose Virginia, okay? Don't ask me why. I just choose Virginia. This is where my server will be located, okay? And continue. I'm gonna name my database CMS, and I'm gonna submit my order. You can see that it is free. We haven't linked, and I believe that you might have to, I don't know if you have to add a credit card to your account, but you might have to, and you might not. Okay, so go ahead and check that out. They have never charged me anything, so I don't think I linked my account here. But anyway, so we have our database here, and now for our database, we need to create a user. So I'm going to click the database, and I'm going to click on the user. I'm going to add a user, so that way this user can access the database. Okay, I'm going to give this user a username, and I'm just going to call it CMS user, and I'm going to give it a password, and I'm just going to say 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Create. Okay, and that's it. I have my database. I don't have no collections right now, but I do have a user that I can use to connect with. So in the next lecture, we're going to connect to it and we're going to see how this works. See you in the next lecture. All right, so we have signed up for MLab for a database, right? When we had created a user. So now it's time for us to connect. Now make sure that you have an instance of Mongo. Actually, we don't need MongoDB anymore because we have our database remotely, right? But let's make sure that our application is running, as mine is not. Okay, and I'm gonna go to the browser because I haven't seen my application running in a little bit, right? So I'm gonna go localhost. I believe it was 4500 or something like that. There we go. So we do have some posts here, but remember that we don't have anything in that database, so we need to start playing around with that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to config and database, and here we have this URL. Remember that we're not connecting to the localhost anymore, so we need to comment that out. And later on, I'm going to show you a way to refactor everything we're doing. Remember that I show you the hard way of doing things first, and then later I'll show you the easier way, just because I want you to learn both ways, okay? That way you know the difference and you become better. So let's go back to our MLab and let's grab the database information here. As you can see, this is the URL for the database, MongoDB URI, okay? And if you want to connect using the shell, you can. We're not doing that. Let's go and paste that in here, okay? Now I'm gonna replace this between this. I'm gonna take everything out here, and this would be the password 1, 2, and 3, and the user, CMS user. Simple as that, okay? Now you can see now that it says connected, so that it is actually working now. So now if I go to my application and I refresh, okay, let's go back to my application here to see if I have any errors. Okay, it's taking a little bit time to load. Let's go back to my app right here, and I can see this is actually connecting hard. Actually, this is the, sorry about that, I think I had this from another lecture. Let's connect right here like this, okay? Let me see. All right, so make sure that you have your dynamic variable here. I think I was explaining something in another lecture and I forgot to add it back again there. Let's go back here and let's stop this and let's refresh, and now you can see that I have no posts. Okay, so now let's register a user because I don't have any data in this database. I'm gonna register myself. 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3, register. Now if we go to MLab, we click on collections, there is no collections here. Let's refresh this. I wish it had some type of refresh button there. And now you can see that I have two collections. I have a post collection that's empty, and I have a users collection. Okay, so now we are successfully connected to our database, and we can start logging in and creating more data. Okay, log in. Great, and we can say here generate posts, and as you can see, now let's go back to the MLab. Let's refresh here. Let's go to home. Well, actually we didn't need to do that, and we got 10 posts right here. So we are successfully connected and it is actually working. Great job, guys. Remember that later on what we're going to be doing is we're going to be refactoring our database connection because we want to detect if we are in a development or a production environment. And we're gonna do that later after we are done with doing it the hard way first, or the non-flexible way first. See you in the next lecture, guys. Take care. Welcome back, my dear students. So now that we are connected to our remote database, it's time for us to start creating an application in the service called Heroku. Okay, so let's go. The first thing that we are going to be doing is downloading a Heroku CLI. All right, command line interface. We click on this first link here. Hopefully we'll find it, and you can see it says download and installed, and we are on that page right now. We could install it in different ways. Windows, and probably 80% of you are in Windows, could download installer and choose all the default options. Okay, just install it, just like install any program. With Mac OS, we can use an installer as well, or we can use the package manager for Mac OS called Brew, which is super easy. I know some of you have this. Okay, this is what I use most of the time. But I'm gonna use the installer just because I think I have an old version of the CLI and I want to have a new version. Let me come back here and let me make this smaller. There we go. And now I can come back here, install. There we go. So now it's done. Now I can go ahead and open my command prompt. Hey guys, this is Edwin from the future, interrupting your lecture a little bit. For those of you that are using Windows, if for some reason you have an issue with your Git bash, for those of you using Git bash in Heroku, make sure that you use the command prompt in a administrator mode. Okay, so make sure you go ahead and right click on your command prompt and choose administrator for Windows users. I'm going to be using, of course, the terminal or using my IDE built-in terminal. So now I leave you with your lecture. Take care. 1 second here, and I can say Heroku, enter, and now you can see that it gives me the Heroku information. Okay, give me some of the usage. So now that we have installed Heroku, we need to create our application in Heroku, and we could do this by logging in. We first need to log into Heroku. So Heroku login, and you can do this from anywhere, it doesn't matter. And it's going to ask us, our email address that we used for our account. And I don't remember which one I use. So I think I might have used Edwin at Coding Faculty. I don't know. I have a couple of Heroku's accounts. This is for testing purposes. I'm going to press enter, and I'm going to paste and this is the information that you use when you signed up. I'm going to paste my password in here, enter, and now it says I'm logged in as Edwin at Coding Faculty. Now I can execute another command here, Heroku create. And this command is going to automatically create an application in Heroku for me. If I copy and paste this in the URL, you're going to see that we have a Heroku application. Let me actually log into Heroku for that to happen. So let's come back here. Following access. All right. So now let's go back here to getting started. I thought that I did have this already set up. Let's go to the dashboard. There we go. And I do have some applications here. This looks like, let me see if that's the same application that we just created. It's called Hidden Lake 69. Okay, so let's go back there, and as you can see, this is the one that we created right now. So it was able to create this application. I can click open app, and as you can see, the app has been created in Heroku. Okay, and these are all the settings for the application. We have resources here. We can add dynos here. Okay, deploy. When we deploy our application, this is what we need to do. Metrics. We want to see some of the memory usage, response through our output, and things like that. Some access if you want to give somebody else access to your application, and the settings. Okay. So anyway, on the next lecture, I'll show you how to deploy our application or your application in Heroku. See you in the next lecture, guys. Welcome back, my dear students. So we are very close to launching our application to the clouds, right? With Heroku. So one of the first things that we are going to be needing here is Git. So make sure that you have Git. Git is this open source version control system. Okay, and as you remembered, I recommended for you to download this in the beginning of the course. For those of you using Windows, to have some type of shell that looks very similar to the Linux or the Mac operating system. So with Git version control, we could save different versions of our application, different versions of our development environment, so that way we can play around with it. Okay, in one version we can do something, in the other version we can do another thing, and it's pretty awesome. Okay, because you can save each and every step. And some of you are already very familiar with this, but some are not. There are free courses out there that can show you how this works. Okay, instead of doing copy and paste and changing folder names, you could create different versions of your project with different features. And then when you're ready, you can merge them together and you can launch them at the end. Okay, and this is what we use when we are doing development with groups and things like that in the real world. Okay, I might create a course on this later. If you want a course on this, you can always request it. But anyway, so there are a couple things that we need to do. So go to your application, whatever that was, and when you're, oh, by the way, guys, for those of you using Git Bash, when you're doing this in the command prompt, make sure, when you're doing this in the terminal, or make sure that you set it up right. I believe out of the bots, Heroku, the CLI doesn't work very good with Git Bash. Okay, so for those of you using Heroku CLI, you might want to use the command prompt, and you can run that as an administrator in Windows. Okay, so make sure that you know about that. So let's go ahead, and there are a couple things that we need to do in order to make this work. Go ahead and do this real quick. All right, so we did this already. We are logged in, so make sure that if you came back, if you did the last lectures a couple days ago, make sure that you log in again and go to your project, and then we're gonna do git init. Okay, but make sure that you download Git first. Okay, because Git is not gonna work, of course. So let's go here and let's go to our project. My project is in, geez, where did I put my project? Volumes PNY. I believe it's in here. Yeah. So I'm gonna do git init in here. So I initialize my repository now. Now I need to add it. So we are going to copy this. Okay, remember that your git bash might not be working 100%. So make sure you use your command prompt for Windows in administrative mode. So Heroku git :remote -a, and then the name of your application, enter. So now that we added this, now we have to add, oh, before you add anything to your project, let's go and create a gig ignore, okay, file here. I actually have one already. If you don't, make sure that you do. Git ignore dot git ignore, and then you're gonna put node underscore modules, and I did put dot idea here just because I believe my IDE was creating these files here. Okay, creating dot system files with this name. Basically, with this git ignore, we are going to be ignoring this folder when we push our data to the clouds. Okay, remember that what we're doing with Git is saving the versions of our application right this moment, right? We're gonna save the version, but then at the end we push those versions or that data, we push it to the cloud. Okay, and when we push things to the cloud, there are certain things that we don't want to have there. We don't want to export all this node modules folder. Okay, we don't want to export all this. And if you don't want to export anything else or push anything else, make sure that you put it right here on this .git ignore file. Okay, I already have it, so I don't have to create it. So now that we added this, now we need to go to our command prompt or terminal, and we need to add everything. Okay, we can add files like this if we wanted to, and then write the name of the file. Like I could just, add this, but we are with the dot, we are signifying that we're adding everything. Okay, that's what we do here. So git add everything in this directory, enter. Now we need to do a commit. Okay, am with a message, first launch. Okay, initial commit, enter. 2 files change, 6 insertions, 2 deletions. Okay, now we need to push these changes to our application. Okay, git push Heroku master, enter. Okay, and as you can see, it's writing, and now it's almost done there. Okay, and this is just gonna take a little bit there depending on your system. So let me explain to you what's happening here. Okay, so with Heroku login, we log in to Heroku API, right, to our application in the background. Then we are adding the actually this already took me to a different. So then we are actually adding our remote server, our remote application to our project, to our development project. And then when we add it, we need to also add all the files to Git, right? So we do git add dot. And then we do commit to make sure that those changes are committed, okay? This is the way it works. So once they're committed, then we can push it, because commit is like saving it in a way, okay? We add it first, okay, and then we commit it, and then we push it to our application. And now if we open our app, it's giving us an error here. Let's find out what the error is. Okay, let's go back to our application here in app.js, and the error here is super simple to fix. Okay, it's because we are actually listening to port 4500. We're not listening to a different port. So we need to make this a little bit more flexible. Okay, so it listens to a production port, to a server on the cloud port. So I'm going to create a constant here. I'm going to call it port, and we're going to connect to port 4500, or actually let's do process.env port, or what you call it, 4500. Okay, simple as that. And then here what we're going to be passing is port, like that, and we could just write port here like this. Okay, now we need to start doing that git, I'll show you, add again, because we made some changes, commit. Sorry about that. I'm gonna do M here. I'm gonna do I can do AM as well. I'm gonna do fixed port issue. Okay, now git push actually is, let's go up a little bit to get that command. It's git push Heroku master. Now we push the changes that we created. You see that? See how this works? Okay. So every time you make some type of change, you go git add, git commit, -m, write the message, and then push it to your application. I know some of you are new in this, so that's why I'm explaining it a couple times. Enter, and application still gives me an error here, okay? Let's go back here, and let's study why we're getting some type of error here for this application. Let's go to our database. Okay, and as you can see, CMS user, we have the right information to connect. We have a node modules folder that's getting ignored, so that's good. We have a package.json that is being transferred to Heroku, so it should work. Let's go and create. Let's look at our deploy section here, refresh. It should detect that it is already in, it is a Node.js application. Oh, I see that. So we should add this npm start, and I'll show you where that goes. Let's go to scripts, okay? And this is where it's gonna go. So npm start, and now here we're gonna say node app.js, okay? So this way Heroku knows exactly what to do with our application. Let's go ahead and do this again. Let's go back here to terminal. Let's do git add dot. All right, remember we are in the project folder. Then we do git commit, and we're gonna say fixed npm start, and then git push Heroku master. Okay, and you can see it right here. Enter. Now I want to tell you what is happening here with everything that we put in here, and we can start creating more commands here. Right here, we can start writing more commands. These scripts that we are creating right here are scripts that we can use with the Node Package Manager. So right now, if I type npm start, this command will execute. Okay. Now I could put another command here. I can do, whatever commands I want. Okay. And I can do clean something. All right. And I can execute this command by doing npm run. Okay. npm run or npm start. So let's just come back here. And now these changes should be good to go. And if we refresh here, our application, it's working on Heroku. As you can see right here, this is the URL. Okay, why did I leave these errors here? Some of you already know why I leave mistakes. It's because this could happen to any of you. You could forget to do that, and then you would spend a whole bunch of time trying to figure this out. You would never know that Heroku needs this here if I didn't tell you, right? If I didn't encounter that error, you would have never known unless you encounter it in the future, and you would have spent a week or two trying to figure this out. Okay, so our app is almost done there in Heroku, and we can log in. Let's log in here. because we have our database in MLab. Log in, and as you can see, it's working. Let's create 10 more posts, generate, and now you can see that we have 20 posts. Let's go back to our MLab and let's see what we got. We got 10 posts here, but if we refresh, we have 20. So look at that, guys. We have our app working in Heroku, 100% in Heroku, and 100% in our MLab. Pretty awesome. Okay, look at that. Look at that. Perfect. Everything's working. So what we need to do is we need to refactor this and make it better. Okay, so in the next lecture, we're going to focus on that. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. Don't get frustrated for the mistakes. I leave them here for a reason. This is just my way of teaching you guys how to become better than me. And I hope you appreciate it. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So we need to find a better way of dealing with data that we have in our application when we are pushing to Heroku or to any other platform. So right now we are pushing our information when we're doing the git push Heroku master, right? We're pushing this to the cloud, and this is not very recommended. Okay, you don't want to do this. So we need to find a way to secure our information so nobody sees this when we're pushing data, and a more flexible way to switch from development to production environment. Okay, so I'm gonna create a couple more files here, and we're gonna try to do some type of if conditions, trying to detect to see if we are in production or development, and then depending on that, we're gonna be either using a database that is in our system or a remote database. We want to use the remote database when we are in production. So we need to find a way to detect that. Now, if I go here, you can see that I'm including this file. So this is going to be our main file here. This is where we're going to be having some type of if conditions, okay, detecting to see where we are, right? Either in production or development. So I'm going to create a couple more files here, and you can name this whatever you want. So this is going to be my development database .js, and I only want to include that to Git if I want to. This is why my ID is showing in red, because I already have a Git initialized here, a Git repository, excuse me, and this is not added yet. Okay, if I add that file, git add config dev, enter, you can see that changes to green now. You see that? Okay, so I hope you see how this is working. Then at the end, when we're done, we usually do git add to add everything, git add dot, and git commit. But anyway, so that's another tutorial. So we have that file. Let's create another file here for production. Database. I'm losing my voice, guys. There we go. And what I want to do is I want to copy this guy here to my development and product. So I don't want to have this in the dev. I want to have this there. Okay. And in production, I don't want to have this. I just want to have that. Okay. I hope you see how this is working. So here's what we need to detect our environment. Okay. And we can do an if condition here. Really, really simple. Okay. So remember when we changed this here, all the way at the bottom here, this process.env, this process here, if you remember in the beginning of the course, this is how we access our environment, the process in Node.js, okay? And this environment has everything that's on the server, right? We can create different variables and add it to that. Right now, this port, it's what Heroku is going to be looking for. And by default, Heroku, can give this any value they want, but it's going to be looking for this here. So that's why we are making this dynamic, because Heroku or any other hosting provider is going to be looking for the value for this specific name here, port. Okay, whatever the port they use, they're going to be accessing this, and we need to provide that information then when we are deploying. Okay, so we're going to be using process.env to play around with that. So here in database, I'm going to do if the process.env node, this is another one that they are going to be looking for, environment. Okay, this is a built-in environment variable there that they are going to be looking for. Okay, the servers, and this has a value already, and the environment value, if we are in Heroku or some other platforms, would be, the value would be production. This is the default value, most of them. Okay, so if we are in production, we should do something, right? Well, what we're going to be doing is exporting. We're going to be adding, actually, to our exports object, the dev database, right? Actually, if we are in production, we're going to do the prod. And it's actually, let's rename this. It's prod. There we go, for production. There we go. If we're not in production, let's do an else statement here real quick. We're going to be adding the dev database. So there we go. It would be nice if it wasn't misspelled. Okay, perfect. So that's really awesome that we got that. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that when we are in production, we could put this value in Heroku. I'll show you that right now. So with Heroku, we could, and let's go to Heroku real quick. Let me see where it is. It's been a while since I used this. Let's go to settings real quick. Oh, there we go. We could create variables here to keep this information from being in our application. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this, and I forgot how to cut. And I'm gonna create a environment variable there. I'm gonna call this give it a name, whatever name required. Let's just call it Mongo URI or LI. Let's call it MongoDB URI, like this. Value, I'm gonna paste it in there, and I'm gonna add it. Now I'm gonna copy this and make sure that I have it in here. Okay, so now I could do the process env dot URL there. Oh, that environment name variable. All right, so that should do it. Prod, that's the prod. This is the development. This is database right here. So now let's turn our application on, NodeMon app. Now let's actually push this to Heroku, git add. So we're gonna add it. Remember to go to your command prompt, git add, or your terminal, or do it in the IDE. Git commit -m, added environment variables. We did a little bit more than that, right? Enter, git push Heroku master. There we go. Enter, and let's see this in action here. I think there is a command to actually open up our application. I think it's Heroku open, if I'm not mistaken. You can always go to the documentation, guys, and find more commands that you can use. So let me see, Heroku open. Let's see if that works. Okay, it probably is opening somewhere. There we go. Okay, so it looks like our application is working. There we go, guys. So now if I, misspell this right there and I add it, let's see if commit testing, and then we do Heroku push master to see if this is working. I'm just gonna misspell this and see what we get. Okay, if that is a problem, if we're not including the database correctly, then we would not be able to insert data, right? So this is already having an issue here. Okay, as you can see, it's hanging there. So our application is having issues already. Okay, so let's go back and fix this. Let's do Command Z or Control Z, and let's go back here, and I'm just gonna add, and let's commit. I hope you see how this works. I wanted to do this too, so that way you can see how we do version control. And then Heroku git push Heroku master. Okay, and now you see that we have some type of error here in our application because of what we did on the last couple seconds ago. But now when this is done, it should be fixed. Okay, so let's wait for this. There we go, it's almost done. And now if we refresh our application should be fixed. Okay, there we go. So now it's working. So now you see, this is a simple way of testing things to see if they're working. Okay, pretty cool stuff. So now our data is not in our files. Okay, keep that in mind. So now everything is good. We have our data here in Heroku as a variable, and you can keep adding more information that you don't want to be out there. Perfect, guys. I guess the next step is to show you how to add your domain or something like that to it. That would be really nice, right? And look at that npm start right here. You see that? This is how Heroku knows how to start your application. We already covered that. But anyway, thank you so much, guys, for watching, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Welcome back, my dear students. So on this lecture, what I want to do is I want to include something really special for you guys. I want to show you how to add your domain, your domain. Let's say, for example, you buy a domain somewhere, and I use GoDaddy, by the way. Let me show you. If you go to my blog, here, my official website, doingds.com, and you go and visit resources. Okay, I use GoDaddy. I don't know if you know about GoDaddy, but I use them a lot and I recommend them. They're very reliable. They're very helpful when you need help. I use them for all my hosting purposes. Okay, 99.9% of my hosting purposes, because I also use AWS, which is a little bit more advanced as for Amazon. But by the way, you can, for my students, you can get a hosting for $1 a month. And you can also get a free domain with that $1 a month, which is pretty awesome. Okay, this is the link right here in my website. But anyway, so I use them, and I'm already logged into the GoDaddy account. Okay, once you logged in here, and this is very similar to many hosting providers out there. Okay, you go to your domain, you go to your DNS management area, and once you are in your DNS management area, then we start playing around with it. So let's go to our Heroku application. Let's go to settings, and here in settings, you can click add domain here. Okay, and then you add whatever domain you're going to use. I'm going to use one called playpoppy.com. Don't ask me where I got the name from. That was going to be a really cool website for kids. Okay, for kids to play like games and stuff like that, but I really haven't had the time to do it. So I'm going to add that name there. I'm also going to add the www, playpoppy.com. Okay, now if for some reason you're not able to add these domains, is because you have to add your credit card. Okay, so I gotta warn you of that. If for some reason you can't add it, I don't know if they changed the rules, but you got to add your credit card. So you go to account settings and then you go to billing, and that's when you add your credit card. Now, then do not charge you nothing at all. Okay, and if you don't have a credit card, try to get a debit card or a prepaid card or something like that. Add it there, and you should be good to go. Okay, so they don't charge you, so just keep that in mind. I don't know if they changed the rules, but that's how mine's already linked to a credit card, so I don't have that issue. Okay, but if you for some reason don't have a credit card and you can't really add it, don't worry. Just keep watching the video anyway. Okay, and you need credit card to have anything with GoDaddy, right? I mean, if you want to have a domain or something. So what we're gonna do is in the W here, www, we're gonna edit this, okay? And we're gonna be adding this DNS right here. Copy this DNS target. We're gonna add it here like this. Save. Okay, and then here, right now it says parked, right? So that's the value that is going, my domain is parked right now, so that's where it's going. But what I want to do is I want to actually forward that, so whoever visits my website root is going to be forwarded to PlayPoppy, www.playpoppy.com, like this. And then I will click on this little checkbox right here, update my name service, okay, and everything else should be good. Now this is going to take a little bit of time to work. Let it work. Okay, yours might not say parked. Yours might give you some type of IP address. Let me see if it's working. Playpoppy.com. Sometimes they don't work that fast. Let's see. Okay, well, as you can see, it's taking a little bit of time. That means that it's working, it's propagating. Okay, so let's go back here, make sure that everything is right. Okay, I don't see anything wrong here. Playpoppy.com. Right now it's giving me some type of error here. That's okay. It's still redirect. There we go. Now it's working. As you can see, it just takes a little bit of time. Okay, so as you can see, it is working. If I click login, we still have the domain right there. We can log into our application, and voila, playpoppy.com/admin. Beautiful, guys. We can go to our post area. Everything is working, and we are good to go. Okay, guys. So hopefully you appreciate this. If you have any questions, please post it in the discussion, or send me a private message. You know how to contact me, okay, through the platform, or you can just go to my blog and click contact, or edwin@edwindiaz.com. I'm here for you guys. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next lectures. Hopefully you are enjoying the course, and if you haven't given me a review, go ahead and go in and give me a review. It really helps a lot if you are in a platform that allows reviews. If not, do not worry. Just make a nice comment and saying how much you appreciate it, and give me some motivation, guys. Come on. Thank you so much, and see you in the next lecture, guys. Take care.